Tony Stark wasn't coming anytime soon. So Sue, Christine, and Strange had to start dinner without him. Conversation flowed, though the tone shifted every now and then. Strange was still the same. Proud, sharp-tongued, and very sure of himself. Most of his remarks circled back to Sue, as if he couldn't help competing with him. Sue stayed calm. He neither backed down nor overreacted, and handled Strange's jabs with ease. Christine's attitude towards Sue kept changing, little by little. Warmer. Closer. And strangely enough, she had Strange to thank for that. With him constantly showing his ego, Sue's steadiness stood out even more. Christine began to express her interest openly, gently shutting down Strange's hopes without being cruel. Dinner dragged on for more than half an hour before they finally finished. Right about then, Tony arrived at the restaurant. He spotted Christine immediately. She was beautiful, and Tony noticed. If Sue hadn't been there first, he probably would have tried his luck. "Sue, I came here personally just to eat with you," Tony said lightly. "Are you touched yet?" Sue smiled. "Not even a little." "You're cold," Tony sighed in mock pain. After the brief banter, Tony glanced at Christine and Strange, then said, "Sorry, I need Sue for a minute. Personal matter." Christine nodded. Sue apologized softly to her, then followed Tony aside. Once they were away from the table, Tony's usual playful look faded. "Sue, you and Pepper are dating, right?" he asked. "So, what are you doing now?" He lowered his voice. "You should probably stick to one person." Sue slung an arm around Tony's shoulder. "Says the legendary playboy. Telling me to be devoted?" Tony ignored that. "Pepper's not just my secretary. She's one of the closest people I have. She looks after me like family. I can't just pretend I didn't notice what's going on." "I get it," Sue said. "And I don't plan on letting Pepper down." Tony frowned. "Meaning?" "I'm not like you," Sue replied quietly. "You're chasing new thrills. I'm thinking long-term. I like them, and I plan to spend my life with them." Tony paused, trying to process that. "Does Pepper know?" "Not yet. She's been busy lately," Sue said. "I'll tell her when I get the chance." Tony sighed. "Just don't hurt her. I don't have many people close to me." "She's important to me too," Sue said. "I won't hurt her if I can help it." "That's all I wanted to hear," Tony muttered. Sue smiled. "Pepper's right. You actually have a soft heart." Tony clicked his tongue but didn't deny it. Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, interested in racing? There's an event coming up. Pepper will be there too." Work mixed with a bit of fun. "Racing?" Sue raised a brow. "About half a month from now," Tony said. "You can relax. Pretend I'm not there. I just want to try it myself." Sue thought for a moment. Half a month later was a holiday. A short trip with Pepper didn't sound bad. "All right," he said. "I'll arrange things before then and give her a surprise." Tony grinned. "Good. You still owe me a huaxia meal. I'll make it worth it." Tony finally went off to order food. Meanwhile, Christine and Strange were talking. "Strange, I think Sue is a good person," Christine said gently. "What about you?" Strange hesitated. "I don't think he's that great." Christine shook her head. "Choosing someone isn't just about ability. It's also about character." She continued, almost thinking aloud. "Sue is gentle, thoughtful, modest. He pays attention to others, not just himself. With him, I feel relaxed. Safe. I like that." Strange's chest tightened. It wasn't that he lost to Sue in skill or intelligence. He lost to something harder to fight. Emotion. He had always been proud, always at the center of his own world. Friends were rare. Christine had been one of the very few people beside him. Now she was slipping away. He understood perfectly what she meant. After a long moment, he forced a smile. "I support your decision." Christine exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Strange." Sue, still chatting with Tony, had heard everything clearly. Her words made him smile to himself. The first step had gone better than expected. When he returned, he asked casually, "All done?" Christine nodded. "Yes." "I'll see you home," Sue said. She accepted, a bit shy, gathering her things. He walked her back to her apartment building. Christine was reserved, unlike Vanessa, who had once invited him straight in. They exchanged numbers, said goodnight, and separated. Soo-yi went back to his car, resting his hands on the wheel for a moment. Whose window should he knock on tonight? After thinking it over, he chose Vanessa. She was alone, unaware of anything else. He wanted to be careful with her, to win her completely before things grew complicated. He laughed softly to himself. With his intelligence, time management would just become another subject to master. He drove to Vanessa's apartment. When she opened the door and saw him, she broke into a bright smile and threw herself into his arms. In what felt like no time at all, graduation day arrived. By then, everyone had already decided on their next step. Peter, Soo-yi, and Gwen all chose to stay in the city and attend Imperial University. Betty landed a trainee reporter position with Hero News. Mary Jane pursued her dream of musical theater and had already passed her audition. At first, Soo-yi thought about skipping college altogether. But after imagining himself sitting at home every day with nothing to do, he changed his mind. Besides, campus life meant new faces. Maybe even a chance to expand his backyard. Graduation day was lively. Families filled the school grounds, proud and emotional. For most students, it was a milestone their parents wouldn't miss. Aunt May came for Peter. Gwen's parents arrived. Betty's mother too. Only Soo-yi came alone. He had already met Gwen's parents before, so he greeted them warmly. Mr. and Mrs. Stacy, hello. It's you, Sue, George said. Which university did you choose? Imperial. Same as Gwen. Gwen's mother smiled. So the two of you planned this together. That's right, Gwen said. And not just us. Mary Jane and Betty too. Since they'll be in Manhattan for work, we're all thinking about renting a place together. That sounds wonderful. They called it renting, but Soo-yi had already quietly purchased a villa. After chatting for a bit, George stepped aside to take a call. Work never really stopped for him. Even with Kingpin gone, the city still had crime. Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider helped, but peace was never perfect. Sorry, George told Gwen. Duty calls. It's okay, Dad. I'm glad you came at all, she said. Let me take a picture of you too, Soo-yi added with a smile. They posed. The moment was captured. Then George left. Later, they ran into Peter, Betty, and their families. The parents chatted together, and Aunt May, still youthful and charming, quickly became the center of attention. The younger group drifted off to talk on their own. Graduation's here, Soo-yi said. What's your plan, Peter? I'll probably start working, Peter replied. College and rent aren't cheap. I don't want Aunt May paying for everything. That's a good mindset. I have an idea. What kind of idea? A food truck. Interested? Peter blinked. My cooking isn't that great. You don't need to be a chef. Just simple snacks. I can teach you some Eastern street food too. Egg burgers. Stuffed pancakes. Images flashed through Soo-yi's mind. Unemployed superheroes starting second careers. The Flash delivering packages. Iron Man welding steel. Magneto running a scrapyard. Hulk demolishing buildings. Thor running a barbecue stall. Spider-Man cleaning skyscraper windows wasn't hard to picture either. Peter hesitated again. I don't have the money for a truck. We partner, Soo-yi said. I buy the truck. You handle the food. We split the profits. You take 80. That's too much. It's fine. Worst case, I sell the truck later. I won't lose anything. Peter eventually nodded. Okay, let's do it. Just then, Soo-yi noticed a familiar figure approaching. A big man in a black suit and sunglasses. Happy. Tony's driver. So this is where you were, Happy said. Mr. Stark and Miss Potts send their congratulations. He handed Soo-yi flowers and 2 gift boxes. Tony's gift was a pair of glasses. Clearly not normal ones. Artificial intelligence, I'm guessing, Soo-yi thought. Pepper's gift was a luxury men's watch. Thank you, Soo-yi said. And thank them for me. Remind them about the party tonight. I will, Happy replied, then left as quickly as he arrived. Peter leaned over. Why'd he give you glasses? Your eyesight is perfect. They're not regular glasses. Probably AI. So cool. Try them on. Not here. Too many people. Soon after, The ceremony began. Gwen, chosen as an outstanding student representative, went up to speak. Her grades alone were enough to earn her the spot. Her father's position didn't hurt either. The day stayed busy, loud, and joyful. S.H.I.E.L.D. enjoyed it in his own way. He didn't have family here, but he wasn't exactly alone. Later, Liz approached him. "Sue, I'm hosting a party in 3 days. Will you come?" "Of course. Thanks for inviting me." Liz smiled and walked off. S.H.I.E.L.D. watched her leave and thought about who she really was. Liz Allen in the comics. Peter's early crush. Later Harry Osborn's wife. In the movies, Liz Toombs. The Vulture's daughter. The girl in front of him fit that version. Which meant the Vulture was still out there. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll figure out his situation at the party, he thought. If he only turns criminal later, I might be able to stop it early. And with that, graduation marked the end of one stage of life. And the quiet start of another.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Tony and Pepper are coming to our house tonight. S.H.I.E.L.D. also wants to fulfill her promise to cook for Tony by herself. It coincides with my graduation, which is also a good day. Tony's car came first. S.H.I.E.L.D. went out to greet her in person. "Tony, you're early. I can't wait to see you cook. I'm going to record it." "Great, Sue. Cook for Tony Stark himself." "You're thinking too much. I made this meal for Pepper. You're just here to eat and drink." "Water? I can't accept it. You have to cook a meal for me alone, so that's okay." "I remember the previous conditions. It's just that I cook myself, I didn't say alone." The relationship between the two is already very good, and it is common for them to fight each other every day. It can only be said that apart from being narcissistic, Tony's character is still somewhat childish. The two entered the living room, and S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to be busy. "If Pepper comes, Tony, you help me bring people in." "No problem." Tony had nothing to do, wandering around. "Your villa is not bad, but it's not as good as mine." Yes, your seaside villa is the best." "Sue, do you have any more of your water?" "It's the one you used for Pepper, and the one for that disfigured woman in the red house. There are only 2 drops of this water of life left, which is extremely precious. You want to buy?" Tony was busy making battle armor yesterday, and felt that his body was a little bit overwhelmed. Today, after being reminded by JRVS, I just remembered that S.H.I.E.L.D. graduated today. He also noticed the changes in Pepper and came up with the idea of the water of life. Pepper looked younger and more energetic since using the Ostivi. Definitely want to buy as long as there are no side effects. Don't worry, there are no side effects. A drop of water of life can prolong life by about 20 years, making people young and full of vitality. Looking at you like this, you must be too tired. If you want to buy it, 100 million drops. Tony naturally believes in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s introduction to prolong life and make people younger. This is only 100 million? Earn blood. How many do you have? I bought them all. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help asking, do you think this thing is very common? Or, you think I'm stupid, and I'll sell it to you for all 100 million? If it goes to auction, it will definitely be more expensive than this. Only then did Tony realize, hey, I'm used to it. Such a good thing. But it's so cheap, you must not miss it. Now there are only 2 drops left. If you want to buy it, I will give you 1 drop first. Why don't you sell it all to me? I will use the remaining drop for research. Maybe I can reproduce more. S.H.I.E.L.D. said with a smile, I absolutely believe in your intelligence, Tony. But you are not a biologist, an expert in chemistry. This is not your field of expertise. If you want to study something magical, I have a plant here. What plant? This bean is called a mortal bean, and its main effect is to heal trauma. It is said that no matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. However, it is difficult to grow it in the original world. In this world, it will be even more difficult to grow it. Oh, this is a good thing. Give me a batch. I want to study it carefully. Even if I can't, I can recruit some botanists. Sui suddenly thought of the entanglement between Tony and Maya Hansen. It's a good idea. For example, the beautiful botanist who had a relationship with you, Maya Hansen. Tony had no memory at all. Who? Let JRVS search for yourself. You may have a little impression after seeing her face. It's just a pity that Tony is still not impressed. Just looking at his resume, he seems to be a pretty good botanist. Sue, do you know something? Maya Hansen was working on a drug called extremis, which was not stable at the time. At the time, you had no interest in paying attention to it, and even a scientist named Killian was pigeonholed. They should be working on extremis together now. Definitely, they should hate you very much, especially since you have been in such a big limelight recently. Tony realized something. Didn't you mean they might turn out to be bad guys? If they start experimenting with this kind of extremis, they won't be good people. They conducted human experiments? Tony realized that he had to do something. I think you should plan, and you must plan. I have a plan. Sui seriously reminded Tony, if you act rashly like this, it will cause huge amounts of damage. You are just a human being, and you are not a god even if you put on a battle armor. Even I will not act rashly. Why do you think you can handle everything? Don't you really want to see countless casualties? You know, if you plan well, you can avoid this from happening. If you didn't think carefully and this happened, it's your responsibility. Even if you mean it well. Tony drank a glass of Lafite and calmed down. You're right, I need a plan. Try to persuade Maya Hansen first, and then collect information. You can also ask S.H.I.E.L.D for help. When it's time to do something, I can also do it to minimize the damage. While the two were chatting, Pepper arrived. Tony went to bring the man into the house. Today's Pepper wore a backless purple evening dress. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to tonight's party. Sui was dumbfounded and just said, evening dress, forever. The original Pepper's skin was not very good, but now that Pepper's skin has become delicate, she is absolutely radiant in this evening dress. Oh, am I overdressed? Sui hugged Pepper gently and said with a smile, there are some, but I like it. This suit is absolutely perfect for you. You look beautiful. Sit down, dinner will be ready soon. Happy, sit down and eat together. Happy was taken aback for a moment. Me? We are all guests, let's taste my cooking together. However, you may not be able to drink, because you have to send this person back. No problem. Sui prepared a sumptuous dinner. Although the three of them hadn't had much wuxia food and were a little unaccustomed to it, the taste was really good. Sue, you should be a chef. I will definitely hire you with a high salary. Cooking food is just part of everyday life. You can come and eat often if you have the opportunity. That's what you said. Full of wine and food, Tony didn't drink much, but he definitely couldn't drive. I can only let Happy send Tony back. As for Pepper, he was mentally prepared. There is definitely no need to go back tonight. Pepper, want to dance together? Can. Pepper put his hand in Suyi's, and the two danced quietly to the music. Pepper, do you also have super abilities? Question mark. Otherwise, how would you know that I want you to wear this dress? You are so beautiful in this dress. Pepper was also looking forward to it, really? Definitely. Sui showed her love with actions. On a new day, Sui prepared breakfast. When I returned to the bedroom, I found that Pepper was worrying. Sue, I think the dress is broken. Sui felt a little sorry. Oh, maybe I didn't control my strength well. The problem now is, I can't stay wrapped in a towel all the time. I have two ideas. The first idea is that I will teleport you home and you can change your clothes. There is another way, you put on my clothes first. Pepper hesitated for a moment and chose the second option. Soon, the two sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Pepper, Tony invited me to go to the car race, and I've accepted. Walter? Are you going to go crazy with Tony? Definitely not. I'm not interested in racing. I just want to go on a romantic vacation with you. But I may not have much time. There's always time to spare. Pepper hesitated, but agreed. After all, talking about business is only a matter of the day, and there is still some spare time at night. Can have a romantic dinner and enjoy the view. Okay. Pepper, do you have any other evening dresses? If not, we can go buy a few more together, and I can check it out for you. I still have a few dresses, but Sue, you have to make sure you treat them gently. I've always been gentle. After breakfast, Sui drove Pepper home and then sent Pepper to the company. Downstairs in the Stark building, Sui had already figured out what to do. Already graduated. Nothing to worry about. Gwen, Betty, and Mary Jane were also free, so they made plans. The three originally formed a band, but because of their studies, they haven't performed for a while. No, at the graduation ceremony yesterday, the three hit it off and were going to perform at the bar again. Sui will definitely not miss it and will go to the scene to support the three of them. During the day, the three rehearse. Sui decided to go to Peter first and settle the food truck beforehand. Came outside Peter's house and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with a somewhat mature temperament appeared in front of her eyes. Aunt May. It's just that the other party's current image, called Sister May, is not too much. Not only does she look very young, but her figure is just like the Aunt May in the CU movie version, which is prominent enough. Unfortunately, in the movie, Aunt May was sacrificed by the screenwriter. In this world, May almost had an accident. He still used the water of life to save people. Hi, I'm Peter's classmate Sui. Are you Peter's sister? I'm Peter's Aunt May. Sui pretended to be enlightened. I forgot. Peter said that there are only him and Aunt May at home. I just didn't expect that you are so young. Sue, please come in. I have often heard Peter mention you. Sui entered the room, and Aunt May had been observing Sui. I can't help but sigh in my heart. No wonder Mary Jane likes Sui. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed very handsome. And very good at talking. Peter also said that Sui is a good person. Looking at it comprehensively, it can only be said that Peter deserved to lose. Peter hasn't woken up yet. I can go and wake him up. Oh, actually, I can wait for him for a while. Aunt May has already poured a glass of water for Sui to entertain Sui. You're looking for Peter, why? We agreed yesterday that we are going to open a food truck during the holidays. I plan to buy a food truck with Peter today. It's just that I didn't plan the time yesterday. I should discuss these in advance next time. You want a food truck? But Peter can't cook food, he's a terrible cook. We just make some snacks and I can teach him. Peter is very smart, and I'm sure he'll pick it up quickly. Aunt May is also very supportive of their approach. By doing this, Peter can make money for himself and reduce the burden on the family. At the same time, it can be regarded as an activity to pass the time of vacation. Maybe I can be your first customer. Definitely can. At that time, you have to put forward some opinions to ensure that the food we make is delicious enough. I will help you improve. Sui brought the topic back to May again. In addition to her work, May is now doing community service, which means helping others. Sui and May talked about these things, which also made May very happy. The two chatted happily, and May had gradually forgotten Sui's age. Finally, Peter woke up, as if he heard something. It seems that there are guests at home. After getting dressed, she came downstairs with sleepy eyes and saw Sui, who was talking happily with May. Peter, you finally woke up. Sue has been waiting for you for nearly half an hour. Peter's expression at the moment was a little surprised, and at the same time, there was some inexplicable worry in his heart. Especially seeing May and Sui chatting happily. Aunt May, why didn't you wake me up? I originally planned to chat with Sue for a while, but I didn't expect it to take so long. May also got up from the sofa. Peter, I'll go prepare breakfast for you. You can chat with Sue for a while. Although it seemed normal, Peter felt it was necessary to remind Sui. Seeing May leave, Peter immediately said seriously, Sue, she is my Aunt May. I know. You have a huge age difference, and you've got Mary Jane and even Gwen, and you should know what I mean. Sui smiled and asked back, so you think I'm with her? It would be best if not. Sui continued to ask, then if I really fell in love with her, what would you do? No, absolutely not. I will definitely stop you. You can't do this to Aunt May. Peter reacted so violently that he almost grabbed Sui and warned Sui. Then have you ever considered that she worked so hard to take care of you growing up? Now that you are in college, and you will have your own life in the future, what will she do? Let her continue to be alone? She also has her own life and her own future. Besides, she looks so young and beautiful now, there must be many people who pursue her. Are you sure you can stop it? Peter was firm. I have no objection to Aunt May's pursuit of happiness, but you already have a girlfriend, and there are differences between you. I treat you as a friend, but you have an idea for Aunt May. Sui patted Peter on the shoulder. Don't worry, Aunt May not like me. If she really likes me, do you want to stop her? Peter is extremely conflicted. If Aunt May really likes Sui, if he tries to stop it, it will be to prevent Aunt May from getting happiness. Don't think so much. Hurry up and wash up. After dinner, let's go buy a food truck together. Peter dispelled his worries for the time being, but he also decided to be on guard against Sui in secret to avoid too many opportunities for Sui and May to contact alone. This is the only way to stop this from happening. Before the breakfast was over, May left first. Sui also took Peter to buy a food truck. Gourmet food trucks are still relatively common here, more formal, rather than converted from tricycles. Inexpensive value, but not cheap either. Sui paid the money and bought the dining car decisively. Then, of course, came the kitchen utensils. It mainly sells egg burgers, as well as finger pies, definitely, and grilled sausages can also be sold separately. The two bought some more ingredients, returned to Peter's house, and started studying. Sui made it himself first, and within a few minutes an egg burger was ready. Peter took a sip and was instantly attracted. Sue, this tastes really good. I think our business will be very good. Let Peter read it, and then learn on your own. Peter's first experiment was a little rusty, but the second time it was a perfect success. The taste is not bad, and it is ready to serve. After all, it's just a snack, and the requirements are not that high. Hand pie is not troublesome, and Peter learned it quickly. You're a quick learner, Peter. One more day of preparation tomorrow, and we'll be officially open the day after tomorrow. Peter is also very excited. With this gourmet food truck, he will be able to make money by then. I think so too. Then let's go to the Osborne building, or set up a stall in front of the Stark building. What do you think? I think so. After the two discussed the matter of the food truck, Sui left first. It was getting late. Sui decided to visit the three girls. They are going to perform at the bar tonight. The bar is very chaotic. As a flower protector, Sui must not be absent. Sui has already contacted Gwen. They have been in contact for a while today, and they are in good condition. Tonight's performance must be fine. When Sui arrived, he brought pizza and other food for the three of them. The three of them had stopped practicing and began to rest. After all, there is going to be a performance at night, and too much practice will affect the performance. Girls, here I come. The three of them were extremely excited when they saw Sui appearing, and all of them hugged Sui to express their love. How are you getting ready? Very good. We will perform for you alone. Do you want to watch it? Forget it. I know that you are very tired from practicing, and it is almost time for the performance. You need to maintain your state to meet the performance tonight. The three of them didn't insist on it either. Sui was right, they really needed to maintain their form. Sui gave the food to the three and enjoyed the food with the three. Sue, what did you do today? I want to buy a food truck with Peter today. Peter has learned how to do it. We will officially open the day after tomorrow. We plan to open near the Stark building or Osborne building, and it is estimated that there will be good profits. Gwen became interested as soon as she heard it. Oh, Sue, you must come to Osborne Mansion. Gwen was not idle during the summer vacation, and she got the opportunity to intern at Osborne Company. Although it is an internship, the salary is not low. Mary Jane was a little jealous. Oh, unfortunately, we can't make a detour to buy food. Sui smiled and said, don't be jealous, it's just because there are a lot of people here, and it may be more profitable. Besides, I may not be there every day. In a few days, I will go out with Tony. Sui chatted with Gwen and the others. The three were originally friends, and now they get along very harmoniously. After eating the food, it's almost time. Sui set off with the three of them and went to the bar together. As night fell, there were already fewer pedestrians on the roadside. The bar is extremely lively, with all kinds of people. Sui protected the three beauties and entered the bar all the way. It can only be said that the bar is really noisy. Definitely, it is also really messy. The appearance of the three beauties immediately attracted the attention of many idiots. However, with Su-yi's protection, they still entered the interior smoothly. The three immediately went to get ready for the performance, while Su-yi waited for the three to show up and start performing. Su-yi glanced at it, and the bar looked pretty good, not too chaotic. However, there are already people gnawing at each other in the corner. There are also some people who are already too high to get carried away. Forget it. Let's leave after their performance. I hope no one will be ungrateful. After a while, the three of them appeared on the stage, looking even hotter and more attractive. Su-yi looked at the men beside him shouting and carnivaling, and knew that he had underestimated the charm of the three of them. Tonight, maybe there will be people who are not open-eyed, and they will jump out and be beaten. No way, the three girls are too attractive. The three noticed Su-yi, and Su-yi naturally cheered towards them and shouted for them. They have all shouted for Su-yi so many times, and it is normal for Su-yi to pay them back once. The three got ready and started the performance. Gwen was on drums, Mary Jane was on vocals, and Betty was on bass. The three cooperated quite tacitly, and the atmosphere of the scene was ignited just at the beginning. Although Su-yi doesn't like this style of songs, Mary Jane's singing voice is really nice. What's more, who can refuse the song performance of these three beauties? Looking at the almost crazy men around him, you will know how exaggerated it is. After a song was sung, the atmosphere of the scene was completely mobilized. Many people started tipping and tipping. The performance of the three of them is not over yet. For tonight, the three of them have prepared 5 songs. Because after today, everyone will be busy with their own business again, and there will be fewer and fewer opportunities to get together to perform. So, the trio is ready to put on a show and put an end to the band for now. Fortunately, the owner of the hotel is also very face-saving and gave the three of them a chance. One song after another, 5 songs ended, and the atmosphere at the scene was at an all-time high. Su-yi looked at the three with a smile, happy for them. Thank you all. After this performance, our Mary Jane's band may leave for a while again. Although we are not sure when the next performance will be, we will miss this place and this stage. Goodbye. The male audience is already crazy and they can't wait to rush up. Fortunately, the three of them ran fast and left from the background. Su-yi waited for the three to finish their performance. You guys are amazing and I'm so proud of you. The three of them gave Su-yi a hug one after another, making the men nearby envious. A group of hooligans surrounded Su-yi and others. This bar is already chaotic, and it's normal for things like this to happen. Beauties, do you want to have a few drinks together? My treat. The three deliberately pretended to be weak and hid behind Su-yi. Especially Gwen, immediately said softly, Su, you have to protect us. Su-yi is also very helpless. There are too many people who don't open their eyes. You'd better get out of the way. I have practiced martial arts. 10 people are not my opponent. Unexpectedly, Su-yi's answer elicited wild laughter. That being the case, Su-yi didn't intend to waste any more time, just punched him one by one. Within half a minute, the group of punks all began to howl in pain. I said earlier that I can hit 10, but unfortunately you don't believe it. Su-yi took the 3 girls and left, but because it was too late, they had to go back to their respective homes. As for the idea of basking in the sun and playing volleyball together, it can only be realized in another day. Gwen and Betty both start work tomorrow and need a good rest. So, the 3 of them have decided that tonight, Su-yi belongs to Mary Jane. Su-yi just felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, Mary Jane doesn't have a dress. So Su-yi took Mary Jane to buy clothes on a new day. After sending Mary Jane home, Su-yi has nothing else to do and is going to find Tony. Surprisingly, Tony was not in the villa, but in the research room. After Tony signed Heroine, he immediately set up a laboratory and began to study nanotechnology. Research has only just begun, and it may take a long time to get usable nanotechnology. When Su-yi came outside the laboratory, he found that the laboratory had already taken shape. It seems that a lot of money should have been spent to set up the laboratory in such a short period of time. It's just that there seem to be a little less people. No way, there are too few experts in this field. Su-yi was about to enter the core area to find Tony, but was stopped by someone. Su-yi looked back and saw an oriental face. Zhao Helenov at the moment is wearing the white coat that researchers often wear, and she doesn't know her figure. But this face is indeed very good. It doesn't look very heavy makeup, partial makeup. However, it is surprisingly good-looking. Su-yi recognized it at a glance. This is Zhao Heilun. Unexpectedly, it is even more beautiful than in the photo. Could it be that the knife was used? It doesn't look like it. It is probably a rare pure natural beauty. Heilun Zhao noticed that Su-yi was not wearing a white coat, so she stopped Su-yi. At this moment, when Su-yi turned his head, Zhao Heilun immediately confirmed that Su-yi was not from the laboratory. Although he is handsome, it is in line with his own aesthetics. However, there are still issues of principle. Who are you? This is the area of the laboratory. Non-lab members are not allowed to enter. I'm a friend of Tony Stark's, and I'm here to see him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Heilun didn't give in at all. It's his friends who can't enter the laboratory without authorization. You can call him out. Are you sure he is your boss? Zhao Heilun was extremely stubborn. I have the final say on this laboratory. Su-yi was a little surprised that Zhao Heilun was so confident. It seems that Tony Stark should promise a lot of conditions, including handing over the authority of the laboratory to Zhao Heilun. Su-yi nodded. I see. I will call him out. Only then was Zhao Heilun satisfied. You are also from the East. Which country are you from? From the ancient country. My name is Su-yi. I'm from Bangzi, and my name is Zhao Heilun. Seeing that you are from the East, I thought you and I were from the same village. Zhao Heilun was a little disappointed. She thought she was from her hometown, but it turned out not to be. Although we are not from the same hometown, at least we met here, which is also a kind of fate. You're right. The two of them shook hands politely, and they got to know each other for a while. Zhao Heilun turned around and left, feeling a little excited in her heart. He is indeed a handsome Oriental guy. In line with my aesthetics, maybe we can get to know him. Just about to enter the laboratory, Zhao Heilun suddenly thought of something. Do you need me to help pass this on to Tony? Facing Zhao Heilun's sudden change of attitude, Su-yi was a little surprised. Thank you very much. All right, please wait. Helen Zhao turned around and entered the laboratory. Tony, there is a man named Su-yi looking for you outside the door. Tony stopped busy. Why didn't he come in? I stopped him at the door. Tony was shocked. You stopped him. He's my friend. I remember you also said that I have the final say on this laboratory. He is not from the laboratory, and there is no need to enter the laboratory. Tony is very helpless and can only reveal Su-yi's identity. Do you know? He recommended you, and I invited you to set up this laboratory. Although he is not from the laboratory, he will never disclose any information about the laboratory. Helen Zhao was a little surprised. He recommended me? How did he know me? I don't know, but he recommended you. Okay, let him in. Zhao Heilun also let go and agreed to let Su-yi in. Su-yi was at the door and heard Tony's voice. Come in, Su. After Su-yi came in, he saw Helen Zhao and Tony. Tony, Dr. Helen Zhao. Heilun Zhao looked at Su-yi. I heard from Tony that you recommended me. How did you know me? Definitely because of your talent, I noticed you. After getting to know you, I realized that you are still so young and have unlimited potential. Definitely, you are also very beautiful. Heilun Zhao was very happy to be praised by Su-yi. You have great vision. Su-yi continued to praise. I have never made a mistake when it comes to beauties. Dr. Helen Zhao is indeed knowledgeable, capable, and beautiful. Zhao Heilun has already fallen a little bit. In terms of appearance, Su-yi is completely in line with her aesthetics. Unexpectedly, Su-yi still discovered the bowl of her knowledge and ability. For this, Zhao Heilun's favorability towards Su-yi doubled. Tony saw that the two of them continued to chat, and they might be dating. So, he hastily interrupted the conversation between the two. Su, why are you here? It's nothing, just take advantage of the time today to come over to see the situation of your laboratory. It looks pretty good now. Research on nanotechnology has just begun, and there has been little progress. However, Tony has seen the possibility. In other words, nanotechnology is indeed achievable. If he is allowed to study slowly alone, it is estimated that it will take 7 or 8 years, or even 10 years. With the addition of Zhao Heilun, the start was much faster. Tony was a little excited. Nanotechnology is indeed feasible, but it may take some time to obtain mature nanotechnology. If it goes well, it can be completed in a year. It's been a pretty good year. Zhao Hailuan interjected, without me, he alone may not be able to complete nanotechnology in 10 years. Tony was still stubborn. I don't need 10 years, 5 years at most. Well, maybe 7 years. What a narcissistic person Tony is. He also admitted Zhao Hailuan's excellence in disguise. So, Tony, you have to thank me for recommending Helen Zhao to you. Yes, I thank you. I would have thanked you even more if you hadn't shown up, tried to exchange feelings with her, and wasted our work. Sui smiled and said nothing. Work is not the whole of life. Only when you feel happy can you make your work more efficient. Do you think I'm right? Dr. Helen Zhao. I think it makes sense. Let's have a drink together after get off work. Definitely can. Tony was speechless. As expected, Sui must have had other ideas when he recommended Zhao Hailuan. Sui and Tony chatted privately for a while, and Tony had already gone to Maya Hansen, but the result was not satisfactory. Maya Hansen is full of hatred for Tony, and she is determined to continue developing extremists with Killian. Tony didn't know how to continue for the time being. I don't know what happened to extremists, and I don't know where the other party did the experiment. To solve this problem, there is still a little trouble. However, under Suyi's persuasion, Tony decided to shelve this matter for a long time. After the two of them finished chatting about this matter, Zhao Hailuan got off work and took a rest. After all, the laboratory is hers, and no one else can control her if she wants to get off work. Zhao Hailuan is indeed very interested in Sui, that's why she took the initiative to get to know Sui. The three of them took a short break and drank coffee together. During the period, Hailuan Zhao took the initiative to talk to Sui, wanting to know more about Sui. Sui is already a master at love affairs now. Facing such problems, she can easily deal with them. In just half an hour, Sui had already made preliminary progress with Zhao Hailuan. At least, Sui could tell that Zhao Hailuan had a good first impression of herself. One more goal. Sui is not in a hurry for success, and next time she will spend a little more time on Zhao Hailuan. Finally came the day to go out. Peter was so excited that he made a series of calls early in the morning, waking up Sui. The pair got ready at the Osborne mansion. Passers-by saw the gourmet food truck and saw the two foods that had never been eaten before, such as finger pancakes and egg burgers, and many of them stopped to buy. Sui and Peter are two. One is in charge of finger cakes and the other is in charge of egg burgers. The efficiency is still very good. Customers buy food, passers-by buy food one by one, and then leave satisfied. When Gwen came to work in the Osborne building, she noticed the food truck at a glance. To her surprise, business seemed to be going well. I originally planned to help promote it, but now it seems that there is basically no need for it. After queuing for a while, Gwen came to the two of them. Hi, Gwen. Gwen smiled. I know your food truck is going to open, and I didn't eat anything, just to taste the food you made. Sui is very confident. I won't let you down. The two immediately began to divide the work and made a breakfast for Gwen. Now, how much do I have to pay? Sui replied immediately, you know how to pay. Gwen looked at the food truck. I think you have to come out first. When Sui came out, Gwen had already put the food aside first, and then paid for it with a special kiss. Gwen looked at Sui, who was right in front of her eyes, and said tenderly, good morning. Sui looked at the enthusiastic Gwen and really wanted to find something to do. But he could only calm down temporarily and replied affectionately, good morning, my love. Gwen let go of Sui. I have to go to the company. Good luck. I also wish your business better and better. Gwen was about to leave with the food. Peter hurriedly reminded, Gwen, remember to help us promote it. Definitely. Gwen entered the company, and the customers behind Gwen watched Sui and Gwen distribute dog food and instantly felt that the egg burger in front of them was not delicious. Fortunately, whether to buy or not, Sui and Peter continued to be busy. In this way, some customers were attracted here and there. This morning was relatively relaxed. There were not many customers, but it was much better than expected. After waiting for 2 days, after gaining popularity, the income may be even more. The income this morning is mediocre. According to this situation, we may not be able to make any money during the entire holiday. Don't worry, it will get better and better next time. By the way, Sue, are you going to the party at Liz's house tonight? Definitely, I promised. I will definitely go. Peter looked a little agitated, a little overexcited even. Sue looked at Peter with a premonition. Could it be that Peter likes Liz? Sue, you're better at dating matters. Can you give me some advice on how should I pursue Liz? Peter likes Liz, but it is also a plot in CU, which is reasonable. What's more, Betty, Gwen, and Mary Jane were all taken away by Sue, so there are not many beautiful girls left. It was reasonable for Peter to like Liz. You like Liz? Peter was a little shy. I found Liz to be pretty good, so I want to try. But then you're going to be separated. Do you know where she's going to go to college? I've inquired. She's also here, but at New York University. Oh, that's not very far. Peter was very excited. Sue, would you help me? Seeing Peter's excited and happy expression, Sue was also thinking about her own thoughts. Liz is also quite beautiful. As Vulture's daughter, if she becomes Peter's girlfriend. If she changes her fate, she should also get some fate points. However, Peter is almost bald by me. Let him have one. Peter looked at Sue lost in thought. Sue, do you have a plan? I don't actually have any good plans. I'm very sincere to Gwen and the others. You just need to show your kind and true side, and then be a little bolder and take the initiative to dance with her. I think you should get her favor. Peter looked at Sue and said so, but Mary Jane was snatched by you in this way. It may also be because of his timidity that Sue took the lead. This time, if he took the initiative to attack, he should have a chance. Sue, you are right. I should be bolder and take the initiative to ask her to dance. Come on and do it. The two chatted for a while, and after confirming that there were no customers, the two decided to close the stall and go home. After all, it is more appropriate to sell finger pies and egg burgers in the morning and afternoon tea. The two closed the booth early to prepare for the evening party. For the party, Peter was extremely nervous. Aunt May took the initiative to make suggestions and prepare suits for Peter. Aunt May, how do I look? Aunt May was also very pleased to see Peter's handsome appearance. You look great. You just need to show your sincerity and take the initiative to approach her. It will definitely impress Liz. Sue said the same thing, but he's better than me, so I'm a little worried. There's no need to worry about this. When you like someone, it's not just about whether he's perfect. Your uncle isn't perfect, but he's a good guy. That part is my favorite. After hearing Aunt May's short story, Peter couldn't help asking, Aunt May, have you considered finding another one? Now that I'm older, I can try to take care of myself. I think you can enjoy your own life instead of continuing to pay for me. Speaking of this topic, the figure of Sue appeared in May's mind. Immediately panicked, I'm already old. Let's just let this matter go. You look great. Time to go and enjoy the party. In the evening, Sue arrived at Liz's house as scheduled. Still outside the house, Sue felt something was wrong. Liz's house is somewhat luxurious compared to Peter's and Gwen's. If it is said that Liz's parents are just ordinary laborers, this house seems a bit beyond the affordability. Sue looked at the house in a daze. Hey Sue, what are you looking at? Sue turned her head and saw Hannah. It was the petite beauty with black hair and chow fan. Sue doesn't have much interaction with her because this girl is very quiet and doesn't talk much. I am usually very serious, take classes seriously, and paint seriously. When Sue went to chat with her, she would get angry and shy easily. When it comes to grooming, Hannah tends to dress more tightly. Today was a bit of a surprise. It seemed that he had dressed up seriously. Wearing a dress, her figure is still a bit petite. Still wearing glasses, blocking the delicate and beautiful face, adding a bit of confusion. I actually underestimated her a little bit. Hannah noticed Sue's gaze and was suddenly a little angry. Sue, you are too ungentlemanly. Sue was not embarrassed at all. It's not my fault, Hannah. You must not have noticed how beautiful you are tonight. I believe that tonight, there must be many boys who will be attracted by you like me. Hannah's anger disappeared, and there was a trace of joy and expectation in her eyes, but her face was full of shyness. Real? Definitely, I don't need to lie to you. I told you a long time ago that if you dress up carefully, you will definitely be no worse than Gwen and the others. Hannah also asked playfully at this time, really, aren't you afraid of being heard by Gwen? Not afraid. With Su-Yi's hearing ability, he can naturally hear no one nearby. If you say such things boldly, you are not afraid of being caught on the spot. Let's go in. Su-Yi stretched out his hand to invite Hannah to go in together. Hannah hesitated for a while and actually took the initiative to hold Su-Yi's hand and came outside the house. The gate to the yard was open, and Liz was at the gate to greet her classmates. Seeing Su-Yi appearing with Hannah, I felt a little surprised. Sue, you and Hannah? We met at the door, so we walked in together. Liz also noticed Hannah today. Hannah, you are so beautiful today. Thanks, Liz, you're beautiful too. Hannah is the petite and cute type, while Liz is the cheerleader and the absolute hottie. It's just that hot girls are more popular here. A beauty like Hannah is not particularly popular. However, Su-Yi is open to anyone, as long as she is beautiful. Therefore, Su-Yi is also thinking about whether to take down Hannah, the little beauty. If you wear white or Lolita, it will probably make you feel better. Definitely, if you hug it, it will be very easy. Su-Yi took the opportunity to praise, you are all beautiful. If I want to praise you at the door, I can praise you for half an hour. Liz was also very happy. Really? Gwen is already inside. I'd say the same thing if Gwen was around. It's the truth. Both of them couldn't believe it. Su-Yi immediately said half-jokingly, I have to go in. I'm going to praise Gwen now. The two were amused by Su-Yi's joke. You go quickly. Su-Yi entered Liz's house, and there were classmates chatting in the kitchen, living room, and dining room. Gwen had already heard Su-Yi's voice, so when Su-Yi came in, Gwen took the initiative to greet Su-Yi. Gwen also dressed up tonight, showing off her shoulders and her long legs. Gwen, you look so pretty tonight. Gwen took the initiative to approach Su-Yi. I heard what you said just now at the door. Su-Yi threw out an earthy love line directly. You know, I can praise you every day until the end of my life. Gwen smiled and said, that's about it. The two kissed without caring about the eyes of outsiders. Most of the students in the class turned a blind eye, and definitely, a small number of them started booing. Oh, Sue, Gwen, you can't do this. Damn it, Sue actually managed to catch Gwen. Tonight, Sue must have a few more drinks. I agree. Su-Yi readily agreed, no problem. After Su-Yi's 6-dimensional attributes are all upgraded by 1 level, all aspects will be greatly improved. Including the internal organs, it seems that they will all get strengthening. For example, Su-Yi can hold her breath for more than half an hour with 1 breath. Also, the totally worthwhile ability is the benefit after body strengthening. Su-Yi can imagine that after all his attributes reach LV10, he will be absolutely invincible. Even though there are many enemies, Su-Yi is not afraid at all. From day to night, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, absolutely no problem. As for not getting drunk after 1,000 cups, it is just a normal ability. Su-Yi doesn't have much time to chat with these rough guys, just order a bottle with them and it's over. Gwen was still a little worried. Sue, you can't drink like this. Su-Yi whispered in Gwen's ear, it's okay, I drink like water. During this time, the students came to Liz's house one after another, and Mary Jane and Betty also came to the house one after another. Mary Jane is now a cast member of the musical, and she looked like a star in a simple but star-studded look today. That silly boy Peter also came, and he looked a bit grown up in a suit. Just when facing Liz, I was a little nervous. Seeing Peter's appearance, Su-Yi couldn't help shaking her head secretly. Hey, this kid is still not brave enough. Su-Yi didn't pay much attention to Peter. He wanted to pursue Liz, so let him do it himself. Su-Yi's mission must be to accompany the 3 beauties. There is also an additional target, that is Hannah, the little beauty. Su-Yi pays attention to Hannah occasionally, and Hannah can't let go in this environment. Also, very bad at drinking. Even if I drink a low-alcohol drink, I feel a little flushed and dazed. So, after a while, Hannah went to the yard to get some fresh air. Su-Yi knew that her chance had come. After greeting Gwen and the others, he left the house by himself and came to the yard. In the yard, Hannah was sitting on a chair under the tree, looking at the night dazed. Su-Yi quietly came to Hannah and sat down. What are you looking at? Hannah was taken aback. Sue, why did you come out? I found that you seemed to be drinking a little too much, so I was a little worried, so I followed you out to see the situation. Hannah explained, I'm not good at drinking, but I didn't drink much. You're just a little uncomfortable with the lively environment, aren't you? Hannah seemed to be enjoying the quiet feeling outside. Sui suddenly had an idea and came up with an idea. The two of us are going to play truth or dare. Hannah had some hesitation, but still agreed, okay. Sui didn't know if it was an illusion, as if Hannah wasn't as shy as before. Maybe it's because he drank a little wine and became more courageous. Sui suggested, it's just the two of us, so let's change the rules too. This time Hannah has no hesitation, yes. That's how it is, we take turns to come, the truth or the big adventure also takes turns. It is good. Then Hannah, you should start asking questions first. Hannah paused and asked a question. Gwen is your girlfriend, but I see that you seem to be very close to Mary Jane. Sui didn't hide it either. They and Betty are my confidant. Hannah couldn't believe that the three beauties were all Sui's girlfriends. How can you deceive them like this? Sui didn't answer. Hannah, that's another question. Hannah reacted, okay, I'll ask later, now it's your turn. Sui looked at Hannah's appearance. Since you have asked me such a private question, I will also choose a more private question. Hannah started to get nervous, not knowing what question Sui would ask. Do you think I fit your aesthetics? Hannah relaxed a little. This question is not very private. Okay. Sui got this answer and was very satisfied. It seems that he is one step closer to success. Now it's your turn, but this round is a big adventure. Hannah started hesitation. A big adventure, not too much, but not too simple. You beat Flash and you said you learned martial arts. So, can you do push-ups with one hand? Hannah's big adventure is still very simple. Sui was very relaxed, is that so? I can even carry you behind my back and do push-ups with one hand. Don't try to fool around like this. Okay, then I'll start acting. Sui directly left, performing with one hand. For Sui, one-handed push-ups are not stressful at all. You can do it with your own strength. In addition, Sui can also use ability. In short, this is completely stress-free for Sui. Hannah was extremely surprised that Sui could do so easily, doing several one-handed push-ups in succession. Then it's my turn. I said that even if you sit on me, it's fine. Would you like to try? Hannah had some hesitation. If this is your big adventure, I choose to accept it. Hannah sat easily on Sui, and Sui didn't feel any pressure. Not only because Sui is too strong, but also because Hannah is already petite. Mary Jane, Gwen, and others are all about 170 tall, while Hannah is only in her early 160s. I fixed it. Sui did 2 push-ups, but had other plans in mind. At the moment, sit on my back, another day, you'll be down there. Sui deliberately pretended to be unbalanced so that Hannah could not sit still and was about to fall. Sui simply asked the ground to protect Hannah. Hannah panicked, but fortunately Sui protected her. Sorry, I threw you off balance. Hannah recovered and found herself leaning against Sui's arms. I didn't sit still. The two returned to their seats and continued the conversation. Hannah, now it's your turn to ask questions. Hannah asked Gwen and the others, did you deceive them? Sui shook her head and said sincerely, no, they all know I didn't hide them and I didn't deceive them. I am sincere to them, I really like them, and I want to spend the rest of my life with them. They also had hesitation and finally chose to ignore it and stay with me. Hannah found it incredible, but now the opportunity to ask questions is over. Sui is also ready to attack. If I pursue you instead of Gwen and the others, will you agree to me? What? Hannah froze for a moment, but still hadn't reacted. Sui continued talking as if confessing. Hannah, do you know? You are also very beautiful. Although you are not that hot and beautiful, you are very beautiful in terms of appearance and figure. I don't want to lie, actually, I like you a little too. Hannah seemed flustered and nervous. She never expected that Sui would take advantage of this moment to confess his love. Subconsciously wanted to dodge, but was stopped by Sui. Hannah, you forgot that truth or dare isn't over yet. I just answered your question, and you have to answer it. Hannah forced herself to calm down, recalling Sui's question. In the end, I followed my heart and gave the answer. Maybe. Just when Hannah gave the answer, Sui was already close. Gently lifting Hannah's chin, the two looked at each other. Hannah saw a lot in Sui's eyes. Sui also found that Hannah still had some expectations amidst her nervousness. Hannah looked at Sui, who was close in front of her eyes, not knowing what Sui would do next. Sui did not disappoint Hannah either, and took the initiative to attack. Facing such reserved girls, one must take the initiative. If it continues like this, I'm afraid I will really miss it. Hannah is a bit unfamiliar, but under the guidance of Sui, she slowly realized the beauty of it. After a long kiss, Hannah's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Adjusting his glasses, he looked at Sui right in front of him. Sue, you can't do this. There is still a party in the house, and you will be found. Besides, Gwen and the others are here. Sui showed a smirk. Then, without these people, can it be all right? Only then did Hannah realize that Sui took advantage of her own words. I didn't mean that. Sui went further. Hannah, be my girlfriend. Don't worry, Gwen and the others won't mind. I'll treat you like I treated Gwen. Seeing Sui getting closer and closer, Hannah felt extremely complicated and did not give an answer. Sui decided to be more domineering. Hannah, if you don't refuse, then I will take it as if you agreed. Hannah is hesitation, no answer. And Sui didn't give Hannah a chance to refuse, blocking Hannah. Hannah has completely fallen. Hannah, you didn't refuse. Hannah recovered a bit. You don't give me a chance to refuse at all. Then you will refuse? Seeing Sui approaching again, Hannah finally gave in. We can't be here. It's all right, I won't be found out. My hearing is very good. If someone comes, I will hear it. And we can find a more secluded corner. Hannah's cheeks flushed even more after she finally recovered after hearing these words. This time it was not because of alcohol, but because of shyness. Sui took Hannah to find a more hidden place. It was a good night, and everyone found their own fun. The party inside the house was very lively, but outside the house was not peaceful. Inside, the party continued. Mary Jane discovered that Sui had disappeared. Wanting to find Sui's figure, but met Gwen. Gwen, have you seen Sue? Gwen noticed that Sui had gone to the backyard before and seemed to have not come back. I'll go to the backyard and have a look. Okay then, I'll look elsewhere. Gwen pushed open the door and came to the backyard. The hustle and bustle in the house was still there, but it didn't bother Gwen much. With the senses beyond ordinary people, Gwen heard some subtle movements. You are simply crazy. After making complaints in a low voice, Gwen returned to the house. Facing Mary Jane, I don't seem to see Sue. Don't worry, he will be fine. Or, are you planning to do something with Sue secretly? Mary Jane immediately denies. I'm not crazy enough to be at a party. Gwen didn't answer. Just because you can't, doesn't mean Sui can't. Let's continue. Don't worry about him. Maybe after a while, he will appear. Indeed, only a few 100 million minutes later, the two returned to the bench to rest for a while. Not long after the two sat down, Gwen opened the back door and appeared in sight of the two. Hannah was extremely nervous, as if she had been caught stealing food. Sui was very calm and got up to meet Gwen. Gwen lowered her voice. You must be too courageous. This is someone else's house, and there is still a party in the house. It's not that I'm brave, it's that Hannah misunderstood. You go in first. Mary Jane and Betty are still looking for you. I'll talk to Hannah. Sui was very relieved of Gwen, not worried that Hannah would be bullied at all. Okay, I say goodbye to Hannah. Sien returned to Hannah, and Hannah was very nervous at the moment. After all, Sui was Gwen's boyfriend on the surface. Sui could see Hannah's thoughts and gently held Hannah's little hand. Don't worry, Gwen is very nice and won't bully you. Seeing that Hannah was still nervous, Sui decided to speak with action. So gently kneaded Hannah's cheek and then kissed him goodbye. You are also my confidant, you know? This operation really made Hannah feel a lot easier. I'm going back, you guys talk slowly. Sui turned and left. Gwen also sat on the bench, and the two started chatting. Sui didn't even think about inquiring, so she left it to Gwen. Sui believes that Gwen will not do anything excessive and believes that the two can live in harmony. Back in the house, loud music and loud conversations immediately came to my ears. Sui easily found Mary Jane and Betty, who were dancing together. Sui feasted his eyes on the two of them. Two beauties, are you dancing? Can you add me? Mary Jane saw Sui. Sue, where did you go just now? Just wandering around. Sue dances with Mary Jane while Betty prepares to take a break. Sue, in a few days, the opera I participated in will be staged. Will you come to see it? Definitely. This is an important day. We will definitely not miss it. Not only me, but Gwen and Betty will also try their best to spare time. Mary Jane said bitterly, you know, the person I care about most is you. Don't worry, I will definitely come. Nobody can stop me from going to your show. Neither can Jesus, I said. I'm looking forward to your performance, and I also believe that you can definitely gain the audience's recognition with your own strength. Mary Jane was overwhelmed by Sue. Thank you, Sue. In Bully Maguire's version of the movie, Peter has a conflict because he has repeatedly failed to go to Mary Jane's performance. Sue will definitely not make such a low-level mistake and will arrange everything well. If something happens, as long as it is not a major event, it will be handed over to law enforcement officers like George to deal with it. If it doesn't work, there are two tool people, Peter and Tony. Sue and Mary Jane continued dancing and chatting. During this process, Sue also noticed something was wrong. My good brother Peter doesn't seem to be with Liz. Liz was entertaining her classmates at the moment, but she didn't see Peter. Mary Jane, have you seen Peter? Oh, he might be sad. What happened? He asked Liz to dance, but Liz refused. Sue was taken aback. Is there something wrong? It shouldn't be. How could Liz refuse Peter's invitation? What's more, it's just a dance, and it's not a confession, so there's no reason to refuse it directly. Did Liz agree to the invitation of other boys? Mary Jane pondered for a moment. I don't seem to have seen Liz dancing. She seems to have been busy entertaining her classmates. Maybe Liz is very busy. Peter doesn't need to be sad. I don't know. I haven't seen Peter since then anyway. Sue didn't know what happened. Well, I'll go and see him later. I hope he won't be hit. Sue didn't leave immediately. After all, she still had a girlfriend to accompany her. Girlfriend and brother, is there a choice? Sue decisively chose a girlfriend. Dancing with Mary Jane and chatting with Betty. Betty, did you know that Liz rejected Peter just now? Betty and Liz have a very good relationship and can be regarded as best friends. Sure enough, Betty knew something too. I saw it. I was there at the time. What the hell happened? If Liz just turned down Peter's invitation to dance, it shouldn't have disappeared. Liz rejected Peter and told Peter that she has someone she likes, so Peter was very disappointed. It turned out that Peter was cut off 3 times by Sue. This time, I mustered up the courage to pursue Liz, but unexpectedly, I was cut off again. It's normal to be hit. Sue also started gossip, not only for Peter, but also to satisfy her own curiosity. Sue is also a little curious. Besides herself, who else can intercept Peter? Flash, that brainless burly guy? Fat little Ned? Or someone else? There is no one in the class who can compare to Peter. Peter was handsome, kind, and good at studying. After obtaining the super ability, I became more confident and optimistic. Not to mention perfect, but it is definitely the type that is popular with girls. Why was it cut off by a little guy again? Isn't it someone from the class? It's possible. Liz has someone she likes. Betty, do you know who it is? Betty shook her head. I don't know either. Betty, you are Liz's best friend and a reporter. You have to believe in your abilities. You can definitely get a few words of information and guess the answer. For example, has she ever said what type of boys she likes? Or, who is the boy she discusses most often? After Betty became one of Sue's confidant, the relationship with Liz remained the same as before. After thinking about it carefully, he turned to look at Sue. Sue looked at Betty's eyes and had a premonition in her heart. Does Liz like me? Is there something wrong? Just when Sue was wondering, Liz came to Sue. Sue, may I ask you to dance? Sue heard the voice. Before she looked up, she saw Liz's long legs appearing in front of her eyes. As the captain of the cheerleading team, Liz's figure and appearance are worth mentioning. Because of dancing for a long time, it also has a sense of strength and beauty. Invite me to dance? With Betty and Mary Jane by her side, Sue also noticed that Gwen and Hannah were back. At this time, invite yourself to dance, isn't it terrible? But it seems inappropriate to reject Liz. After all, Liz is the host of the party. As a guest, it's really inappropriate to sweep the host's face like this. Without too much hesitation, Sui chose to agree. After it's over, explain to Gwen and the others slowly. It's my honor. Sui still doesn't know what's going on with Liz, so she can't be affectionate. However, the answer that Betty gave just now and Liz's sudden invitation to herself always felt a bit wrong. Although Sui is not a narcissistic person, she still has some confidence in her own charm. Sui and Liz danced, which attracted the attention of many people. Liz is also very popular as the hot girl in the class and the cheerleader. You know, not long ago Liz turned down Peter's invitation to dance. Unexpectedly, he turned around and invited Sui to dance. If Peter knew, he should have passed out crying in the toilet. Sui took Liz's hand, and the two began to dance, both of which were relatively basic and normal dance steps. While dancing, Liz also took the initiative to talk to Sui. Sue, the relationship between you and Betty seems to be pretty good. It's okay. She and Gwen have a good relationship. We often drink coffee together. Liz continued to ask, I'm not talking about drinking coffee, but a more intimate relationship. Seeing that Liz is so sure, it seems that she has discovered something, and Sui no longer hides it. Indeed, what are you asking for? Liz did not answer directly, but continued to ask, your relationship with Gwen and Mary Jane. Sui is not worried about the exposure of the relationship, and Liz doesn't seem to want to make a big fuss about this information. So, Sui decided to try it out. Yes, they all are. When Sui was answering, the hand on Liz's waist accidentally slipped aside. Liz noticed Sui's movements and didn't stop her, but just glanced at Sui. They're all around. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Find what? Sui pretended not to know, and then asked rhetorically, then Liz, why do you ask these questions? Liz raised her head slightly and met Sui's gaze. Sui unexpectedly found that Liz's eyes were full of temptation, which was a little hot, as if she wanted to eat Sui on the spot. Sui has seen this kind of look a lot. Hiss. Could it be that Betty's guess is true? My charm is so powerful? Sui was a little puzzled, because Sui was sure that she never flirted with Liz. At school, Sui's main targets were the trio of Gwen, Mary Jane, and Betty. Occasionally tease Hannah, a shy little beauty. As for Liz, Sui really didn't have much contact with her, and they didn't speak a few times. However, looking at Liz's appearance, it is completely free. Peter, I really can't blame me for cutting off the beard. She just gave it for nothing. Facing the beauties delivered to her door, Sui has no reason to reject them. Liz finally gave an answer. Could it be that I am much worse than Gwen and the others? Sui doesn't need to look at Liz at all at this moment, because she has already observed Liz many times. Fair skin and beautiful appearance, high-quality appearance. He should be a little taller than Gwen, and his legs should be longer than Gwen. It may also be because of his slightly taller height that his figure is not as perfect as Gwen. However, this problem is nothing at all, and it does not prevent Liz from becoming a hot girl recognized by the whole school. Hearing Liz's question, Sui felt a little puzzled. Could it be because of that damned desire to win? Are you doing this just to prove that you are beautiful? You are definitely beautiful and hot. This is recognized by all boys in the school. Liz replied, definitely not, because you're good and I'm attracted to you. The other party is so proactive. What else can Sui say? Oh shit, how could I miss such a hot beauty? Liz didn't answer and just continued dancing with Sui, ending the dance. Thank you, Sue, for dancing this dance with me. It's an honor to dance with a beauty like you. Sui was just about to take a break, but was pulled aside by Gwen. I've seen it all. Your hands are unruly. Maybe it's just a slip of the hand? And what about your conversation? It seems that Gwen knows it all. It seems that there are disadvantages to having a girlfriend with super abilities. Then you should have heard it too. I didn't take the initiative. But you didn't refuse. Sui asked rhetorically, Gwen, if you were a man, could you refuse Liz? Gwen didn't intend to continue arguing. She thought that there would be one more Hannah and one sister, but she didn't expect that there would be one more Liz. Now it seems that all the beauties in the class are in the bag. Explain to Mary Jane and Betty yourself, Hannah and Liz. Gwen looked a little angry, and Mary Jane knew it, and probably wouldn't accept it so calmly. Sui had no choice but to think hard and talk, and finally got Gwen to Mary Jane. It was not too early, and people chose to leave one after another. Sue rested for a while, and then noticed that little Spider-Man Peter was among those who left. Sue rushed over to stop Peter. "Hey, Peter, are you okay?" Peter was a little reluctant. "I'm fine, I have to go back first. Aunt May is still waiting for me at home." Seeing Peter's appearance, Sue knew that Peter should have noticed something. At least, he knew that Liz took the initiative to invite him to dance. With Peter's wisdom, he probably guessed it. Liz refused, most likely because of Sue. Sue hurriedly stopped Peter. "I think we can have a chat." Peter showed a forced smile, pretending to be very calm. "I'm fine, it's not the first time anyway. It's normal for Liz to like you. You are better than me, more attractive than me, and better at communicating with girls than me. I swear I don't have much communication with her, and I have absolutely no idea what Liz is thinking. If I knew, I wouldn't support you in pursuing her. I believe you, maybe I should be in college. Oh shit, we're in the same school. Don't worry, Peter, you will meet your true love. Thank you, Sue, I have to go back first. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sue." Peter fell out of love again, this time because of Sue. The difference is that Sue is Mary Jane, who took the initiative to cut off her beard, while Liz took the initiative to deliver it to her door. Sue also returned to the house, ready to find a chance to have a private chat with Liz. Sue went back to the house because the classmates left one after another, and it was not as lively as it was at first. However, it was precisely because of this that Liz was a little more relaxed. Sue found Liz. "Liz, I think we should talk alone for a while." Seeing that it was Sue, Liz immediately smiled. "Definitely yes, you can go upstairs with me." Row. As soon as the two came upstairs, Liz opened a room and directly pulled Sue in. Sue also took advantage of the trend and went in. Sue could tell at a glance that this should be a girl's bedroom. "Don't think too much, it must be Liz's bedroom." Actually, Sue didn't have time to think too much. Liz threw herself on Sue decisively and put her arms around Sue's neck. With Sue's reaction, he can definitely dodge. However, there is no need for this. There is no need to hide at all. And Liz is also on the road of free, going further and further. Take the initiative to attack directly, use practical actions, and give it at the speed of light. Sue gently hugged Liz, waiting for Liz to calm down. Liz was indeed calm, but not completely calm. Looking at those fiery eyes, Sue could completely predict what would happen next. "Liz, the time is not right now. The party is coming to an end, and everyone will leave one after another. You are needed at this time." However, Liz felt like she had no choice but to send it. "It's okay. We'll leave for 10 minutes. Nothing will happen." Sue became serious. 10 minutes? "Liz, you seem to look down on me." Liz seemed to have succeeded in her plan. "Then, show it to me." Sue couldn't help but gasped. Seeing this posture, Liz was planning to carry by to the end. Now that this is the case, Sue can still withdraw. Who do you look down on? Before Sue had time to agree, Liz had already continued to give it for free. "I think Betty should help take care of the classmates so that no one will disturb us." Liz didn't stop. "Then you should contact Betty." Before Sue made a call, Liz had already started to act. The phone rang for a while, but Gwen noticed it and reminded Betty. Seeing that it was actually Sue's call, Betty was a little curious. "Obviously Sue is still here. If there is anything you need, you can talk to her face to face. There is no need to make a phone call." "Sue, what's the matter?" Sue looked at Liz, who was already in action, and Sue found a reason that was completely unreasonable. "Liz is a little drunk, and I'm taking care of her. However, during this period of time, students may need to take care of them. If there are students who want to leave, you should take responsibility." As Liz's best friend, Betty was a little puzzled. "Is Liz drinking too much?" "I'll..." Before Betty could finish her sentence, she was stopped by Gwen. "Let me tell him." Betty was still a little confused, but still believed Gwen. Gwen took the phone and said lightly, "We know, you'd better keep quiet." Sue looked at Liz, who was gradually going crazy. "I may not be able to decide this." Gwen hung up the phone resolutely, and the following content was somewhat inappropriate. Although Gwen has accepted this fact, she is inevitably a little emotional. Only then did Betty realize Gwen. Could it be Sue and Liz? Otherwise? Liz drank too much and needs someone to take care of her. It should be your best friend, not him. Betty didn't care about that. For Betty, she was just a witness at first. At the coffee shop, witness Soo-Yi's relationship entanglement with Gwen and Mary Jane. She always felt that Soo-Yi's target was Gwen or Mary Jane. For herself, Betty only considers herself very lucky. Because I promised to go to Soo-Yi's swimming pool to bask in the sun that day, I also had the following things and was forced to get involved in the water volleyball competition. Later, Soo-Yi also helped save her mother. From then on, Betty also devoted herself to Soo-Yi. As for the entanglement between Soo-Yi and other confidant, Betty doesn't care about it. As long as I still have a place, I am content. Besides, Liz is also my best friend. It's better to get Soo-Yi cheaper than others. Betty also became serious and responsible, helping Liz take care of her classmates. As time went by, another group of classmates left. The party is also drawing to a close. Almost all the classmates have left, only a few of Soo-Yi's confidant have not left. Almost an hour has passed, and the party is over. In less than half an hour, Liz's parents will be back. However, Soo-Yi has not gone downstairs yet. Finally, Gwen didn't have the patience to wait any longer. Let's go first. Anyway, the classmates are gone, and we have nothing to do. Betty was still a little curious. Don't you wait for Sue? What are you waiting for him to do? I'm going back first, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Gwen was leaving, and Mary Jane had no intention of staying. Hannah hesitated for a while and decided to go back. Only Betty, I'll wait for Liz. The three left, and Betty was the only one left in the whole house except Soo-Yi and Liz. Betty looked at the stairs with some hesitation. In the end, he chose to go up the stairs and came outside Liz's room. It seemed that there was no strange sound coming out. The door was opened, and Soo-Yi's smug smile was seen. Sue. Soo-Yi naturally heard Betty's voice and was not surprised to see Betty at all. Betty, we should go. Betty was going to see the situation inside the house through the crack of the door. Liz, are you feeling better? It should be much better, just rest for a while. Betty also knew that it might not be convenient for her to go in, so she said goodbye to Liz at the door. Liz, I'm Betty. The other students have left, and I'm leaving now too. Liz's feeble voice came from the room. Good night, Betty. Good night, Liz. Betty naturally knew what was going on. Sue, are you too crazy? It's not me, it's Liz who is too crazy. I originally wanted to do it another day, but I didn't stop her from doing it to the end. After Soo-Yi explained, she also said to Liz in the room, Liz, I have to go too. Liz showed up at the door and kissed Soo-Yi goodbye. Good night, Sue. Looking at the scene in front of her, Betty was not jealous, but felt a little regretful. I came too late. If I came earlier, maybe I could hear some interesting content. Soo-Yi put her arms around Betty's waist and left Liz's house together. Betty, let me take you home. Soo-Yi sent Betty back home, but didn't stay for long. Although Gwen is not jealous, she must be a little emotional. Therefore, Soo-Yi has to coax Gwen. Go, Sue. Betty, it's very kind of you. I'm very lucky to have shared with you from Gwen and the others. Besides, I know you like me too, and that's enough. Soo-Yi was very happy. I will reward you another day. After saying goodbye to Betty, Soo-Yi chose to teleport and appear outside the window of Gwen's bedroom, acting as a window thief again. Soo-Yi also sighed, although her body is fine, but there is not enough time. Time management is indeed a profound knowledge. My knowledge, which is infinitely close to LV7, is unexpectedly unable to fully grasp this subject. To be able to be a manager like Lao Luo is indeed at the level of a master. Accompanying Peter to continue working on the gourmet food truck for 2 days, Soo-Yi is going to Monaco with Pepper and the others. Therefore, Soo-Yi plans to take 2 days off and let Peter rest for 2 days. But Peter had nothing to do, so he decided to invite Ned to help. Soo-Yi didn't refuse either, since she was just playing for fun anyway. It would be best to have Ned to help. Soo-Yi can also do other things. Christine hasn't won yet. Soo-Yi plans to go to Jane Foster to learn about astronomy and hope to learn about the quantum field. Forget it. Time is really not enough. Soo-Yi is not in a hurry. She will deal with each item one by one, and there will be a day when it will be finished. Early in the morning, Soo-Yi boarded the plane with Pepper and Tony, ready to go to Monaco. Pepper has a job, while Tony is going to take part in a racing competition. Sui went to spend a vacation with Pepper. Before boarding the plane, Sui planned to send Tony away. Tony, don't you have a steel armor? I think you can fly there. Just give me and Pepper the plane. How could Tony not know Sui's thoughts? This is my plane. Sue, don't try to mess around. Sui felt a little regretful. What a great opportunity and experience it was. Unfortunately, the plane is not his own. Could it be that he wants to buy an airplane in the future? Or go to the space carrier to experience it? It's just that the space carrier is too big, like walking on flat ground. It may feel a little less bumpy and ups and downs. Without this feeling, there is a lack of soul. Am I messing around? I'm afraid you've already done this before. Tony didn't answer and got on the plane first. Sui can think of the answer to this question without guessing. As a playboy, how could this experience be missed? Since Tony doesn't intend to leave, let's abuse this single dog. Sui and Pepper boarded the plane together, and the two sat very closely. Pepper was looking at documents and materials, and Sui also brought a few books and was reading them. Only then did Tony realize what it meant to have Sui on this plane. Dog food. I have to eat dog food all the way. But the plane had already taken off, so Tony had no choice but to pretend he couldn't see the two of them. When I was bored, I found that Sui was reading a book. Tony finally found something to do. Sue, are you actually reading or astronomy? Could it be that you plan to major in astronomy? Sui simply replied, no, it's just to increase my knowledge, so just take a look. I still have a book on quantum mechanics here. Do you want to pass the time? I heard that there is a Dr. Pym who used to be a colleague of your father. He has a deep understanding of the quantum field and even developed a Pym particle. Dr. Pym, I've heard of him. He also started a Pym technology company, but it's not as good as my family's Stark company. That's definitely, and weapons are definitely the most profitable. In terms of making money, it is natural that the Stark company, which sells weapons, makes a lot of money. However, Dr. Pym's technology is indeed very powerful in the research of the quantum field. It's just that Tony has no interest in this technology at all, only fascinated by nanotechnology. I have encountered problems recently, and I have to think about these problems quietly. Don't go too far. Sui knew what Tony meant. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Pepper also has something to do. Pepper didn't answer, but just looked at the information intently. Sui quickly flipped through the books, reaching the speed of 10 lines at a glance. Pepper was shocked at Sui's speed of flipping through the pages. Sue, what are you doing? Reading. But you turn the pages too fast. Sui now has a speed of 10 times the speed of sound and the spirit of LV7. Sui's dynamic vision, memory ability, and comprehension ability are all exaggerated. Coupled with good wisdom, learning ability will only become more and more exaggerated in the future. Maybe there will be a day when we will reach the realm of omniscience and omnipotence. All the way leisurely to the destination. After checking into the hotel, Sui and Pepper started their romantic getaway. As for work and racing, it's tomorrow. Sui and Pepper enjoyed a romantic dinner by the sea and then naturally rested. On a new day, Pepper started to work seriously while Tony was preparing to go racing. Sui was bored alone and continued to read. During the period, Sui also met Justin Hammer and the female reporter Christine. Sui compared the female reporter in front of her with the Dr. Christine. Sui found that the two Christinas were both pretty. This female reporter is indeed glamorous. Her beauty is written all over her face. But Dr. Christine is kind-hearted, more attractive, and never tired of watching. Sui thinks she can watch it for a lifetime. Sui didn't care much about these, just continued reading, waiting for the whip to appear. Tony has begun to enjoy life, and Pepper is also very helpless to see this scene. Unlike in the movie, Pepper in the movie is very worried about this. Now Pepper has calmed down a lot. Although he is also worried about Tony, he will not be so exaggerated. Moreover, Happy is just outside the arena, with a portable steel armor, ready to support Tony at any time. Sue, are you sure nothing will happen to him? Ever since you gave him the water of life, I feel that he has become more and more indulgent. No, with Happy and me here, he can support him at any time. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, He should be able to be rescued. Only then did Pepper relax a bit. For Sue, she trusted Sue unconditionally. The racing has started, and Tony has also started the drag racing journey. Although drag racing is not as exciting as wearing a steel armor flight, it is still a very exciting project. Tony was very happy and galloped away immediately after the race started. The racers began to compete, but danger also followed. A man in overalls approached the arena. Under the eyes of everyone, broke into the track. The audience was very surprised. This is a racing track. If it is hit by a racing car, it will definitely not survive. This scene was also recorded. Everyone has a bad feeling. Sure enough, the man stood in the middle of the track. His clothes were ripped off, revealing the arc reactor. This person also has 2 long whips powered by the arc reactor as weapons, which look very powerful. Oh, karma. Something's going to happen. What is this person going to do? Pepper hurriedly contacted Happy. Happy, hurry up. Give the box to Tony. Pepper was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Sue, this person owns the arc reactor. He must be here for Tony. We have to go to the scene. Okay, you go first. If there is a problem, I can go over at any time. Pepper took a step ahead, while Sue continued to stare at the TV screen and pay attention to the scene. At the same time, Sue also noticed that Justin Hammer was licking a lollipop, looking at the arc reactor on Whiplash, showing a greedy smile. Sue didn't intend to help at all, although she could get some fate points by paying the whip. However, it shouldn't be many. It's better to leave it to Tony and let him handle it himself. If even a whip can't be done, then what's the future? Whiplash stood in the middle of the track, holding a pair of whips, looking terrifying. Not long after, the racer who had completed a lap returned to the starting point, only to find that there was an extra person in the middle of the road here. Although I don't know what kind of situation this person is, but he definitely can't bump into him. Some racers turned in a hurry, but accidentally bumped into the protective measures on the side of the road. Although it would not be fatal on the spot, it was definitely more dangerous. Definitely, there are also racers who have no time to dodge, so they can only rush straight towards the whip rope. With a swish of the whip, the racing car was split in half. This power cannot be underestimated. The racing car, which was split in half, fell out from both sides. But the whip in the middle has no effect at all. Sue looked at these and frowned slightly. It's really not an accident. It's outrageous if it's not scratched. It can only be said that the villain's buff is also a buff. With the buff added, it really is not so easy to get into trouble. Cars passing by have accidents. Tony had just turned around when he saw an accident in the vehicle ahead. Immediately, I felt that something was wrong, so I hurriedly dealt with it. Fortunately, Tony bumped into the side protective equipment. Difficult to climb out of the car, but have to face the whip. The opponent's 2 big whips can still see the electric current, and he is unarmed, so he is not an opponent at all. If this is hit by a whip, the consequences can be imagined. Tony hurriedly got out of the car, ready to think about how to deal with it. The whip rope pressed on step by step, one whip after another. Tony could only run away in a hurry and accidentally fell to the ground. Looking at the defective vehicle in front of him and the gasoline leaking from the fuel tank, Tony thought of a way. Taking advantage of the whip not paying attention, Tony hastily dodged away. When the long whip of the whip hit the gasoline with lightning, it caused a small explosion in an instant. Fortunately, Tony escaped quickly and nothing happened. The whip rope was naturally unharmed, but the explosion hindered the pace of pursuit. Tony knew that these things would not stop the opponent for long. He had to find a way to put on his armor. At this moment, Happy drove the car into the track. Tony cheered up when he saw Happy appear. With the armor, I have nothing to fear. Happy watched the whip swinging the whip and was about to chase Tony and immediately ran towards the whip. Happy was still soft-hearted, his speed was not fast, and he even slowed down on his own initiative. I thought it would be fine to just knock people away, but if I was really going to be killed, the problem would be serious. The whip was hit by the protective net and was temporarily unable to move. Tony also took the opportunity to run over. Happy, are you okay? Happy recovered a bit. I'm fine. He was knocked down by me. Happy was still babbling, but Tony noticed that the whip had stood up. If I don't put on the battle armor again, I'm afraid my life will have to be explained here. Where's my suitcase? Suitcase. Happy was yelled by Tony and came back to his senses in the back seat. Tony hurried to find the suitcase, and the whip was whipped again. Tony hurriedly dodged, only to see that the car door was cut off directly. Tony held the car door, just like the captain back then. Tony didn't have the consciousness to use the car door as a shield. He just threw the car door over to block the footsteps of the whip. Just as he was about to get his suitcase, Happy noticed the movement of the whip. He backed up in a hurry, ready to hit it again. The impact was stronger this time, and the airbag deployed, knocking Happy's head a little dizzy. As a result, whiplash is naturally a more serious problem. Tony hastily pulled the suitcase out of the back seat and started putting on his armor. Put your feet on your feet and lift your breastplate with your hands. Soon, the battle armor will be worn automatically. As long as you put on the battle armor, everything is not a problem. Whiplash came to his senses and immediately swung the whip in his hand. With the electric current long whip, he cut the vehicle in half. Happy sat in the driver's seat, watching the car being cut in half with lingering fear. If this whip falls on him, he will definitely be split in two. In 10 seconds or so, Tony had put on his armor, kicked Happy's vehicle away, freed Happy, and released the whip at the same time. Tony raised his hand, palm cannon at the ready. But the whip wouldn't give Tony the chance at all. Immediately waved the whip and tied Tony's arms so that Tony could not release the palm cannon. The two sides were back and forth, but Tony fell into a disadvantage and was tied tightly with double whips. And the long whip carrying the electric current actually damaged Tony's portable armor with many scars. Seeing Tony's miserable state, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't bear to look directly at him. Tony, there is something wrong with your style of play. Although you are wearing steel armor, you are a long-range man. The whip's weapon is a long whip, no matter how long it is. The distance is only a few meters, which belongs to the range of close combat. You are an ADC who hits a fighter in the face, isn't this a gift? Are you rebellious? Pull, you have to learn to pull. Tony finally held the whip hard and walked up to the whip rope. At this moment, the long whip of the whip was useless. Tony punched and punched, and the whip was so painful. Finally, he grabbed the whip and dropped it on the ground. Looking at the arc reactor on the whip rope, he grabbed it, and after a brief scan, crushed the arc reactor. Someone has their own technology, which means that they can imitate themselves and make steel armor. This also means that the iron armor is no longer unique. You know, not long ago, Tony was invited to conduct a round of questioning. After Tony spent all his time talking, his armor was not confiscated by the authorities. And now, the arc reactor appeared, which made Tony's situation very embarrassing. Fortunately, nothing happened. Tony Stark, you lost. Haha, you lose. Tony looked at Ivan Wink, who was taken away from the whip, and fell silent. The surrounding staff rushed to deal with the scene, and Tony also came back to take a break, and then asked how this person got the arc reactor technology. However, when S.H.I.E.L.D saw Tony's first words, he completely stunned Tony. Tony, have you reached the stage of rebellion after taking the S.H.I.E.L.D to rejuvenate? Tony was criticized by S.H.I.E.L.D. He looked puzzled, Walter. S.H.I.E.L.D continued, Tony, you have to learn to pull. Tony was even more confused and didn't understand. Pull? What do you mean? It means that you can increase the distance and use your attack distance advantage to prevent him from harming you. Tony was about to argue, but was interrupted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't try to quibble. I watched it live, you didn't drag it at all. You are like a brainless, reckless man who chooses to fight him in close combat. If you didn't have this armor, you'd probably be dead. To be honest, your fighting style is really stupid. Tony was speechless by what S.H.I.E.L.D said. I can only accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pointing and criticism, okay? Okay, you are right. After Tony was criticized by S.H.I.E.L.D., he also realized the problem and didn't argue too much. He owns the arc reactor. I have to ask about it. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't reveal too much information. Anyway, even if she revealed the information, Tony would still go. Let Tony do it then. Tony is going to visit Ivan Vink. S.H.I.E.L.D is waiting for Tony to come back with Pepper and Happy. Pepper was still a little nervous, such a thing happened. It wasn't that long ago that Tony assured MPs that in 10 years, nobody would have the same technology. And now, someone has created the arc reactor. It's not a good thing for Tony and Stark Corporation. Sue gently hugged Pepper's shoulder and comforted. It's okay, trust Tony. He can handle it well. Definitely, and you're sure to be able to handle it all. Although Pepper was tired, there was nothing he could do. He could only prepare for the possible disturbances that might arise next. Under the leadership of the law enforcement officers, Tony met Ivan Wink, who was locked up. Tony opened up the topic. It's a pretty good technology, but it's a bit low to catch Sue. Your imitation is a bit clumsy. Tony commented a lot on the opponent's arc reactor. I don't understand. If you adjust it a little bit, you can sell it for a good price, and a lot of people are willing to buy it. I don't understand. Why are you challenging me? Ivan Wink looked at Tony coldly. Your family is thieves and butchers. You, like every sinner, want to rewrite your history and want to forget the lives killed by the Stark family. Tony only cared about one thing. Where did you get the blueprint for the arc reactor? Ivan gave the answer, my father, Anton Vank. Tony recalled the information he had read, and it seemed that this person was also the one who studied arc reactor back then. I've heard of it. Ivan Vank continued, you didn't die because of my father. Tony choked back, I didn't die because you tried to kill me but failed. Ivan didn't care at all, really? Did I fail? Tony doesn't understand Ivan's intentions, but Tony believes that he can thwart the other party's plot. Ivan continued, if you could make God bleed, people wouldn't believe him. When there's blood in the water, it attracts sharks. I just have to sit here and watch, and you're going to be consumed by the world. Tony understood Ivan's plan, pulled himself off the altar, and let others deal with him. This plan is sinister, and Ivan has already succeeded in half. Even if there was a crisis, Tony would not change his character and continued to tease. Where do you want to see me being devoured by the world? Oh, yes, in the cell. I'll send you a bar of soap. After Tony finished speaking, he was about to leave. Ivan finally reminded, Tony, before you leave, I have to remind you. Palladium poisoning death is very painful. You can't wait for this day. I have already solved this problem. Tony left the cell and went back to the hotel. Pepper was still a little nervous when he saw Tony back. Tony, how's the situation? Tony pretended to be relaxed. It's okay. His father was also a member of the research team, so he can get the design drawings. However, he has already been defeated by me, and he has been locked up, so there is nothing to worry about. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, so it seems that Ivan has been resolved, and then only need to deal with Ivan's influence. Sue reminded, do you really think this cell can hold him? Tony was extremely confident, definitely. He's just a nobody, not a local, and has no connections here at all. He is a nobody, but he can create the arc reactor, which is enough to attract many people with connections. Tony realized this too, recalling what Ivan had said. Ivan pulled himself off the altar, bleeding himself. And those who want to devour themselves are not in the minority. It's just that this is not his own territory after all. Tony was able to go in and see Ivan, which was already the result of the operation. If you want to bring people back or do other things, you can only cross the line. But here, I can't do anything more. However, even if Ivan appears again, he cannot defeat me. Sue was not worried about Ivan Vank at all, and asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate after returning. As long as it is confirmed that Justin Hammer and Ivan Vank are in collusion, it can be easily resolved. It will not give Ivan a chance to create a battle frame at all. Even if it is produced, Sue is not worried. It's just a steel battle armor, and I can definitely fight it physically now. What Sue is looking forward to more is the arrival of Thor. As an Asgardian, Thor's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, and he even has the title of Thor. Sue is looking forward to it. How strong is the so-called god? How far is there from God? Sue has been planning to conquer Hela, the goddess of death. To understand Hela's true combat power, Thor is definitely a good reference. Or rather, units of measure. Okay, we can go back. Ivan's matter is easy to settle. Pepper was a little curious. Is it easy to solve? Ivan is a criminal now in prison. Someone wants to rescue him, We just need to seize the evidence, and the two of us can clean it up together. What's more, even if they can't grasp the evidence, the opponent's goal is to attack Tony's steel armor. In the field of steel armor, no one can match Tony. Tony is still very confident in this field. Apart from being unable to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D, a monster who is obviously human but not strong like a human, his steel armor is absolutely perfect. Sue is right, there is no need to worry too much. Let's go back first. Pepper also believed in S.H.I.E.L.D very much. Okay, that's fine. After the discussion, the group boarded the plane and went straight home. S.H.I.E.L.D naturally chose to take Pepper away to help Pepper relax. It's just a new day, and Pepper sees head-scratching news. There was an accident in the prison where Ivan Wink was located, and Ivan Wink died in an explosion. Sue, your guess is absolutely right. Someone must have saved him. Sue hurriedly comforted. It's okay, I'll send someone to investigate now, and it won't be long before we can find evidence and end all of this. In order to let Pepper relax, Sue had to find a good old Phil Coulson. Although S.H.I.E.L.D has not been pulled out yet, people from S.H.I.E.L.D can still do this little thing. Hi, Mr. Sue. Call me early in the morning. I think there must be something important. Yes, you should know about Tony's attack yesterday, right? Yes, we know. That Ivan Vink was rescued. It should be done by Justin Hammer. I think you can easily collect evidence and catch these two people in one go, right? Although Phil Coulson was very upset, he couldn't refute it. I'll report to Commissioner Nick. By the way, if a hammer falls in New Mexico, remember to let me know. I'm very interested in this matter. Phil Coulson didn't realize it was serious, but he still wrote it down and planned to report it to Braised Egg Man. I will. Sue handed over the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. Only need to obtain evidence. S.H.I.E.L.D can work with Tony to deal with Ivan and Justin Hammer together. After all, Ivan Vank is already a veritable criminal, and Justin Hammer will definitely be punished for doing such a thing. Sue didn't have much thought to take care of these things. Today, Sue is going to chat with Jane Foster about literature. After this period of cramming, Sue can be considered to have a certain understanding of astronomy. At least in terms of theoretical knowledge, Sue can say something. Just in time, Sue knew the current location of Jane Foster and others, which was in this city. Before they left, Sue decided to chat with Jane Foster first, and then go find the hammer together. Hey, it seems that there is no need for Phil Coulson to remind me. Forget it, let's remind them. After Sue sent Pepper to the company, she set off to find Jane Foster. Although Dr. Eric Savig is not a university lecturer, as an expert in the field of astronomy, in addition to research, he also gives lectures from time to make money to support his research. This time, of course, I was invited by the university to give a speech. After the speech, Sue naturally took the opportunity to find Jane Foster and then chatted about astronomy. As the doctor's assistant, Jane Foster is also very capable in the field of astronomy. At first, I thought Sue was just an ordinary student or came to strike up a conversation. Unexpectedly, after a simple exchange, I found that Sue had indeed read a lot of books on astronomy. Not only that, but there are also some unique understandings. In an instant, Jane Foster has a different opinion of Sue. Just because of the limited time, Jane Foster has to follow the doctor to go to the south. Because the doctor found that the South seems to be discovering in the near future, so after finishing this last speech, he prepared to drive the RV and set off for the South. It's a pleasure to discuss astronomy with you, but we're going to the South soon. According to predictions, rare astronomical sights may be observed in the next month. We cannot miss this opportunity. Sue watched the three of them prepare to drive the RV. Why don't you take the plane? Jane Foster is not easy to say directly. Oh, we are used to traveling all the way and observing all the way. Sue couldn't help sighing. No wonder you have such profound knowledge. Daisy Louise has been observing Sue and found that Sue is extremely handsome, so she took a few glances secretly. At this moment, I couldn't help complaining. It's obviously because I don't have money. Jane Foster was slightly embarrassed, and it was because you can't make much money just giving lectures, especially PhDs prefer to do research. Once a discovery is made, the lecture or anything doesn't matter. It is also true that the three of them are indeed a little poor. Sui smiled and said nothing. Jane Foster flicked her hair. You know, it's difficult to convert such research into commodities and generate value. Sui nodded. That's why your research is worthy of respect. I want to go with you, can I? Jane Foster was even more embarrassed. Well, our RV may not be able to accommodate so many people. I can go with you in the car and live in a tent. Or I can buy an RV. Are you in a hurry to go? I just need a day to be ready. Jane Foster had some hesitation, but Daisy's eyes lit up. Sorry, I have a few words with Jian alone. Daisy quietly pulled Jane aside. Jane, I don't think you can miss this opportunity. What chance? Daisy adjusted her glasses and glanced at Sui. Jane, he's obviously interested in you. Can't you see it? You see, he is so handsome and he is also very interested in astronomy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Or, do you intend to die alone? Jane didn't know how to argue, but we've only met for the first time. So, take him with you and you can continue to understand him. If you don't like him, just leave him to me. I'm very happy with him. The two were discussing at the side. Sui didn't want to eavesdrop, but after strengthening her hearing, she could hear. Hearing Daisy's perfect assist, the corners of Sui's mouth couldn't help showing some arcs. Daisy, I'm very pleased with you too. Not only is he in good shape, but he also takes the initiative to be a wingman. When the time comes, I will definitely reward you well. Under Daisy's persuasion, Jane finally determined the answer. When the two came back, Jane smiled and said, You have to be prepared. The journey may be very hard. No problem. I believe that the harvest along the way will be more than the hard work. Then let's exchange contact information, and we will persuade the doctor to leave tomorrow. Okay. The plan has been more than half successful. As long as you set out with a few people, you just need to follow the trend and you will definitely win the two of them easily. Sui watched Jane leave and turned to say goodbye to herself, looking at Jane Foster's beautiful face. Sui will not let Jane die in the end. In the comics, Jane Foster transforms into Thor, the majestic woman. Sui is also very moved by this part. It's just that the movie was shot in a mess, and the charm of Jane Foster was not captured at all. Jane, I will not let such a tragedy happen. Sui also made a decision. The last drop of water of life will most likely be used on Jane. Anyway, there is still a chance to get it in the future, so Sui is not worried. After saying goodbye to the two, Sui quickly started preparations. Buy an RV, buy a tent, and more. In one day, Sui easily prepared most of the things. As for other items, they can be purchased on the road. It's not always on the road, passing through towns. It is definitely necessary to stop for a while. In the evening, Sui also greeted everyone, saying that he was going to travel for a while. Everything is ready for departure the next day. Sui drove the RV to the agreed place. Seeing Sui, Dr. Savage was a little wary. This young man is a little too handsome, and it seems that his purpose is not pure. However, Savage still believed in Jane's judgment. Some of the content of the conversation between Jane and Sui, and some ideas of Sui, also inspired Jane and Savage. Hello, Dr. Savage, I'm Sui. You can call me Mr. Sue, or Sue. Daisy was a little excited. Hello, Sue. Hi, Daisy. Jane also emerged from the RV, only wrapped in a blanket. He still looked a little confused, and his hair was a little messy. Sue. Daisy hurriedly explained. Jane was studying last night, so she forgot the time. I can tell. Jane, if you don't mind, you can rest in my car. Jane quickly refused. No need. I'll just rest in the original car. Sui looked at Daisy. What about you, Daisy? You can take a break and take over the driving from Dr. Savage later. It will be safer. I'm very energetic, and I don't need to rest for the time being. But, can I sit in the co-pilot? Definitely can. After a brief discussion, a group of 4 set off in 2 RVs. The 4 set off and headed for New Mexico. Daisy sat in the co-pilot, and the two quickly became acquainted. Daisy, who is a face control party, betrayed her sister Jane without any hesitation, and began to help Sui make suggestions. Suyi's response was also very good, which doubled Daisy's affection for her. After driving for a day, I rested on the side of the road at night. Several people surrounded the bonfire and started communicating. The content of the exchange is all about astronomy. Although Sui is not very interested, Dr. Shawage and Jane are both obsessed. Sui naturally wants to participate in it and discuss it with the two of them. Daisy is a little transparent most of the time. It's getting late, and it's time to rest. Jane, you and Daisy can sleep in my RV. I can sleep in a tent. Jane was still a little embarrassed. How is this possible? Dr. Savage is getting old. It would be better to sleep in the RV. Daisy immediately assisted. Then let's take turns. Wait until tomorrow, and we'll sleep in a tent. Dr. Savage also joined in the fun. I can share an RV with Sue. No, I'd rather sleep in a tent. Sue also started to set up the tent, and Jane felt a little sorry, so she immediately helped. Daisy is also very witty and comes to help. After being busy for a while, Sue took a rest in the tent. With Sue Yi's current physical fitness, she can go without sleep for a few days. If it doesn't work, you can teleport home and rest. It's just that Sue is worried about the safety of Jane and others. That's the end of the first day, and this is just the beginning. From here, it is estimated that it will take about half a month. This half month is enough for Sue to attack Jane. A few days passed in a flash, and several people were still on the road. Jane watched the starry sky until midnight. Sue didn't rest either, and stayed by Jane's side. I also want to observe. Sue leaned closer on purpose, and the two observed together. Jane doesn't care and has accepted such a move by Sue. Before they knew it, the two had become much closer. Daisy noticed the scene in the RV, tapped the CP, and smiled as her aunt. Yes, that's it. It seems that Jane and Sue are about to succeed. It's just a pity. Sue is also my favorite type, so I can only give it to Jane. Daisy couldn't help feeling a little sleepy seeing the two of them continuing to watch the starry sky. Forget it, it's time to rest. Just when Daisy was about to rest, Sue also made a move. Jane, it's getting late. I think it's time for you to rest. Jane was extremely energetic at the moment and didn't feel sleepy at all. I still have some thoughts about that theory you mentioned. Sue also suggested, it's better to pack up the equipment first, and then we go into the tent and chat slowly. It's quite windy outside. Jane didn't notice at all that she fell into Sue-Yi's design. He just smiled and agreed, okay. The two packed up their things, and Daisy also noticed the movement. Jane, are you going to rest? I'm going to Sue's tent. Jane had only spoken half of her words, and Daisy suddenly became energetic. Only then did Jane realize that there was something wrong with her words. We still have a problem to discuss, and I may come back later. You rest first, I promise. I will speak softly when I come back, and won't disturb you. Go, go, go. Jane felt that Daisy seemed a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Jane didn't think much, but put all her thoughts on the issues to be discussed next. Good night, Daisy. Good night. Jane got out of the RV, and the night wind blew, and Jane felt a little chilly. After entering the tent, there was no wind and it was warmer. Sue. The two started a discussion, but Jane didn't know it. Daisy quietly wrapped in a blanket, left the RV, and came outside the tent. Listening to the movement of the conversation between the two, even though they couldn't hear it clearly, they could vaguely hear it, as if they were really having an academic exchange. Couldn't help complaining in a low voice. Walter. Sue, are you kidding me? At this time, are you discussing these with Jane? Come on, take the initiative. Sue heard Daisy's complaints, but didn't do anything. Although they quietly narrowed the distance between the two, they were still discussing academic issues. More than an hour passed in a flash. Jane looked at the documents and finally felt sleepy and fell into Sue-Yi's arms. Sue looked at the academic Jane and smiled. But it wasn't a wretched smile. Jane stayed here tonight, proving that she had a good impression of herself and was defenseless. Don't worry yourself. This piece of hot tofu will definitely not escape. Gently let Jane lie down, pack up the documents, help cover the quilt, and let Jane sleep peacefully. Next, it's Daisy. Sue really didn't expect that Daisy would be so persistent. I eavesdropped outside the tent for more than an hour, but I still haven't returned. So, Sue decided to reward Daisy well. Coming out of the tent, Sue saw Daisy next to her, already a little drowsy. Sue approached quietly, came to Daisy's side, and asked in a low voice, Daisy, what are you doing here? Although the voice was small, to Daisy, it was like a thunderbolt, which woke Daisy up instantly. Daisy was flustered, her thoughts racing, trying to figure out how to answer. I found out that Jane hasn't come back yet. Sue exposed Daisy's lie without any hesitation. Just as Jane entered my tent, you eavesdropped outside. It's been an hour, aren't you tired? The eavesdropping was caught at the scene, and Daisy simply broke the can and decisively showed her cards. Anyway, usually, Daisy is also matching the two. At this moment, there is nothing to hide. I'm definitely tired. Just such a good opportunity. What are you doing? You should take your chances and... Instead of talking about astronomy with her, Sue couldn't help laughing at Daisy's look of hating iron. I've seen people selling sisters, and Daisy selling is too aggressive. So, you were expecting to hear something different? Definitely, otherwise you think I'm listening to boring content like you're chatting about literature? Daisy was a little disappointed that she didn't wait for what she hoped to happen. At this moment, the time was even later and Daisy was going back to rest. Before he could go out, he was hugged by Sue. Daisy was stunned, only to hear Sue whisper, "Why do you want to listen? I think you can experience it for yourself." Daisy felt a little short of breath and didn't know how to answer. "Do you think that my target is only Jane?" Daisy was about to exclaim, but was stopped by Sue. "Keep your voice down. Jane just fell asleep. We're all normal people, don't you think, Daisy?" Daisy understood what Sue meant, but there was still some hesitation. Therefore, the most critical step is for Sue to take the initiative. "If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, Jane won't know. Just take what you need." Daisy didn't suppress herself anymore and spent years doing research outside with the two of them, so she didn't have time to fall in love at all. Not even a normal male. Looking at Sue in front of her, she happened to be her favorite type. Daisy decided to stop hesitation and take the initiative. "You're right." The cold wind at night became stronger, the tents whistled, and even the vehicles swayed in the wind. On a beautiful morning, Jian Yuyu woke up. Found something was wrong. He actually slept in the tent, and Sue was beside him. He was leaning against Sue, and Sue was hugging him. The clothes are complete, but in this state, it looks a little intimate. Jane woke up instantly, and her heart began to beat wildly. For so many years, Jian has never been in love. Seeing Sue close in front of her eyes, Jane was completely moved. "Last night, I should have fallen asleep. Sue doesn't seem to have done anything to me. He was such a gentleman." Although Sue was awake, she couldn't help complaining when she heard Jane's whispering. "What gentleman? It's just that someone replaced you." Jane didn't know whether she should leave quietly or pretend to be asleep. If Sue wakes up, it will be embarrassing. What to worry about? What will come? Just at the moment of Jane's hesitation, Sue opened his eyes. Looking at each other, Jane felt that the temperature in the tent seemed to heat up a little. "Jane, good morning." Jane thought that there would be some awkward conversation, but it was okay. It was just good morning. It was normal. "Good morning. Last night, I was a little too sleepy. I thought I should leave." Sue didn't let go, but sat up, and the two really hugged each other. "Jane, you should understand what I mean. I like you." Jane fell into a blanket the moment, and could only hear her own heartbeat. Sue waited for Jane's answer and looked at Jane quietly. A few seconds is extremely long. After holding back for a long time, Jane also gave her own answer. "Me too." Hearing this sentence, Sue took the initiative to attack. He hugged Jane tighter and kissed her. Jane is also a woman who dares to love and hate, and she is also actively expressing her emotions at this moment. Sue knew that it was already morning. Although Daisy would definitely not be able to get up at the moment, Dr. Savage usually got up quite early. In other words, there is not enough time to complete academic exchanges. Therefore, the academic exchanges between the two can only stay in the verbal dispute. Definitely Sue didn't pay much attention to martial arts, so he went about sneak attacking. Fortunately, Jane is very generous and doesn't care about these things. For the current progress, Sue is still very satisfied. Before the Hammer God came, I would definitely be able to intercept Hu Jian Foster first, settle the fate points, and then go to beat the Hammer God violently. The two were not in a hurry to leave the tent, but talked to each other, telling love words. It wasn't until Dr. Savage found that everyone was getting up later than usual that he couldn't help but wake up Sue. Seeing Sue and Jane coming out of the tent together, Dr. Savage realized that he should probably take a little more rest. Dr. Savage, I was just discussing academic matters with Sue last night, and then I was too sleepy and fell asleep. Savage didn't say much. We should also eat something, and then set off. Since Sue joined the team, Daisy has become more and more lazy recently, and she hasn't gotten up yet. Sue pretended not to know anything, just took Jane's hand and went to have breakfast together. I think we can leave some food for Daisy. Anyway, let her rest for a while I'm driving. After listening to Sue's words, Jane felt that Sue was more gentle and considerate. I think so. This is just a small problem, and it did not delay the journey on the road. After driving for a day, it was night before I knew it. Because of the distance, I happened to pass by a small town. Under the arrangement of Dr. Savage, everyone planned to stay in the town for one night. I want to replenish supplies and relax for a night, by the way. Dr. Savage also took Sue and others to the bar for drinks, but fortunately Sue was there, so nothing happened. After returning to the hotel, Sue invited Jane to discuss academics. Jane will naturally not refuse. System, I want to settle the reward. Ding, host Jane Foster succeeded. Ding, Jane Foster's fate has been changed, and she has obtained 500,000 fate points. Ding, Thor's fate has been changed, and he has obtained 200,000 fate points. An extra chance to win a lottery. Sue was completely stunned, and Jane offered 500,000 by himself. This value is very exaggerated. Sue took stock of the events that Jane appeared in the Marvel Universe. The first is naturally to become Thor's girlfriend. Secondly, it should be to obtain TIE particles. The other is to get the approval of Mjolnir, incarnation of the goddess Thor, Krypton life transformation. In this way, Jane can also be regarded as a superhero. It seems reasonable to change her fate by herself and get 500,000 fate points. System, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting a special ability, duplication. Duplication. Sue took a quick look and found out that this duplication technique is a bit awesome. Consume its own energy to create an energy duplication. This duplication can persist for a long time until the energy is exhausted. Even have consciousness. Although I can't duplication tease girls or learn knowledge, I can still complete many tasks. This skill is a bit powerful. As a functional skill, the function is excellent, and this is enough. Successful cutting off who, coupled with the academic exchanges during this period, also raised my intelligence to LV7. Now, my data has improved a lot. Almighty Evolution System. Host, Sue. Age, 19. Fate points, 2.34 million. Intelligence, LV7. Power, LV7, 100,000 tons. Speed, LV7, Mach 30. Endurance, LV7. Spirit, LV7. Energy, LV7. Battle skill, LV5. Special abilities, teleportation, flight, wind blade, danger warning, hearing strengthening, energy devour, duplication. Special items, 1 kryptonite, 1 drop of water of life. Special props, none. Looking at the data, Sue is quite satisfied. But if you want to continue to improve, it will be very troublesome. Next, it will be a bit difficult to upgrade to LV8. 10 million destiny points. Sue has a headache. When will I have to save it? A Jane Foster is only 500,000. How many beards do I have to cut? Even if all the space carriers are included in the bag, that is not enough. After all, it's not an important role, and everyone can't provide many fate points. When Sue was worrying, he suddenly thought of something. I seem to have walked into a misunderstanding. Quantity is one, but quality is also important. I helped Gwen obtain super ability and destiny points before. Give the horse charm to Natasha Romanoff, also gaining fate points. Helping Tony regain his youth also gained fate points. However, these were ignored by Sue. If Jane becomes the Wonder Woman Thor, she should be able to make a fortune too. However, Jane's goal is not to become a superhero. Then help Gwen, Natasha Romanoff and the others become stronger. More than 2,000,000, 10,000 times, I can draw more than 200 times. S.H.I.E.L.D. used the intelligence of LV7 to make a simple estimate. Judging from the current situation, slowly accumulating fate points is not enough. The best way is to draw a lottery to get special items and improve the people around you. In this way, more fate points can be obtained in feedback. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have any hesitation either and made a decision immediately. Then smoke. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Jane beside him. It was still early. That being the case, S.H.I.E.L.D. decided to draw directly. 10 consecutive draws or something is too boring, so go directly to 100 consecutive draws. System, draw 100 times in a row. System, block the reminder, I will take a look at it myself. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't want to be annoyed by the system's notification sound. The next thing is to see the harvest. 100 consecutive draws cost 1,000,000 fate points. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s requirements are not high, at least 3 practical ones. The best thing is to be able to get special items for others to use. Only in this way can S.H.I.E.L.D. get feedback and make a fortune. Look at the special items first. Special items are drawn the most, and they are also an important way to help S.H.I.E.L.D. improve. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked over one by one and found that most of them were rubbish. Dark matter detector, useless. The Marvel Universe does not play this. Rubbish. Waste. Useless things. A cyclotron research manuscript can be used to improve intelligence. Looking around, S.H.I.E.L.D. saw 2 good things. The first one, the spell. This time I got a snake charm, which can make me invisible. This, for Natasha Romanoff, is definitely a very practical ability. Nice stuff for Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L.D. has made up her mind to help Natasha Romanoff collect 12 charms. When the time comes, Natasha Romanoff's ability will definitely not be weak. As for the second useful item, it's called the Fire Spirit Orb. Fire Spirit beads, people have the ability to control fire and be immune to fire damage. How powerful it is, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never tried. Who should this Fire Spirit bead be given to? Natasha Romanoff. Just give her 12 spells. Gwen's strength is strong enough to cooperate with the symbiosis. Wanda's wife. This Fire Spirit Orb is useless to her. Others don't necessarily want to be superheroes. By the way, there is also Yelena and Sharon Carter. S.H.I.E.L.D. put away the Fire Lingju and prepared to distribute it when the time comes. If you give these 2 items out, you should be able to get a certain amount of fate points. A conservative estimate, 400,000 must be there. That's 600,000 yuan to pay back. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. It's all rubbish. Now I can only look at the special abilities to see if there are any good things. A total of 6 special abilities were drawn. Qilin Arm. After integrating the arm can exert 7 times the strength, increased with the strength level. S.H.I.E.L.D. remembered that this was the first month, a special ability refreshed in the discount mall, but S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't buy it. The things in the discount mall are discounted. But basically nothing S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to buy. This Qilin Arm, it can be regarded as tasteless. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current strength of 100,000 tons, most opponents can't handle it. But if it can withstand the 100,000 tons of force, it is estimated that there are only a few people. It may not be a sure win if it is increased to 700,000 tons. Therefore, this ability is very embarrassing. Spiritual perception. You can perceive mental fluctuations within a certain range. One word, weak. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hearing strengthening is enough. The mental perception is worthless. At most, it can only perceive the emotion of the target, but not the mind. Compared with the perception ability of Professor X and Phoenix, it is far worse. Teleportation ability. Strengthening teleportation ability after strengthening can span the distance of stars. It's barely okay. I used to use the defective version of teleportation before. I have judgment, one of Ghost Rider's abilities. Finally, a working ability. This ability can be called an attack-type ability, but definitely a function-type ability. There is still something to attack the soul directly. Radiation immunity, passive immune to radiation damage. Solar radiation, nuclear radiation, all immunity. Energy barrier, use energy to form a barrier. The 6 abilities don't mean much to S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey, it's all rubbish. It depends on the props. System props, 5 were drawn this time. Sui looked at the 5 system props and was instantly attracted by one of them. World travel card, one time, including round trip. You can randomly travel to other worlds once, and the duration is 1 month. Going to other worlds filled Suyi's heart. System, can I also get destiny points in other worlds? Yes! Sui can't wait to go to other worlds to do things. But soon, Sui calmed down. Because of his own strength, he cannot be considered invincible. Take the next door as an example. There are quite a few talented people next door. The Flash is faster than himself, and Superman is invincible in all aspects. In addition, there seems to be a god. The all-knowing and all-powerful god made Sui feel a little complacent. Why don't you go surfing after you've all improved to LV10? Sui decided to calm down and deal with the matter in front of her first. When you are free, go to other worlds for a while. Sui looked at the price of this thing, 300 million destiny points. I made it. I made a lot of money. Sui was very excited and set his sights on the other 4 system props. Even if it's all rubbish, this time the Bailien draw has already made a lot of money. Double fate card, deposit fate points. After 2 months, you can double fate points and additional rewards. Sui looked at it. 2 times the fate card. The more you save, the more you will gain, and the extra rewards will be more lucrative. If you deposit 1 million destiny points, you can get 2 million destiny points after 2 months, and you will also get 1 to 3 ordinary lucky draw opportunities. Save it now. Sui hesitated for a while and decided not to keep. Next, Sui plans to make another fortune and save a little more. There are 3 more props. Choose one of 3. Summoning card. 3 characters from other worlds are randomly given, and the host can choose one of them to summon to this world. Challenge card. Select a target. Defeat the target to get fate points. Discount Mall Refresh Coupon 2. Refresh the discount mall. Only then did Sui show a satisfied smile. The special items and special abilities are very common, but the special props are stunned. Of these 5 props, 3 of them are good things. Challenge cards, challenge goals, win, and earn fate points. Rewards will be settled based on the strength and influence of the target. Sui already has a target, and that is Thor. Defeating Thor, the income should not be low. Summoning cards, if they can summon useful characters, that would be the best. The most important thing is that the world travel card allows you to go to other worlds, get opportunities, and get destiny points. System. This world traversing card, after using it, do I have to travel through it? The host can first use the traversal card to randomly determine the target world. Whether to travel or not, the host can decide on his own. No time limit. Only after the host chooses to travel, the host will be restricted to stay in other worlds for 1 month. Well, you can start with a random world, then let's see first, which world will it be? Ding, the target world has been determined. The target world is the world of the Black Robe drama series. It's not bad, you can go and play in the future. Asgard, Bifrost's control room. Odin was furious. Because of his stupid son just now, he ran to Jotunheim, the lair of Frost Titan, and made a big fuss. Moreover, they also arrogantly planned to destroy all the Frost Titans. This move is tantamount to suicidal. Fortunately, he arrived in time and saved him. However, Thor's move will definitely challenge the dispute. Conflict means death. Odin has fought in the 9 realms for thousands of years and has seen too many. Now Odin has changed his mind. The process of unifying the 9 realms is bound to bring more chaos. What's more, after ruling the 9 realms, can it really be stable for a long time? Do the 9 realms really have no complaints and are willing to accept the rule? After I get old, can the new king of gods suppress the 9 realms? Even the arrival of Ragnarok. Odin's thinking has changed, and he has stopped taking the initiative to fight in recent years. However, his son Thor is in a rebellious period. This is a headache for Odin. The eldest daughter Hela is powerful and tries to conquer everything. His son Thor is also a reckless man, thinking that with a Meow hammer, he can be invincible. The youngest son Loki has some brains, but he is all clever and has no vision of the world at all. All in all, none of the 3 are qualified successors. Thor still looks dissatisfied and wants to argue with Odin. Those frost titans must learn to fear me, just like they once feared you. Odin immediately retorted, pride and vanity, these are not the words of a leader. You have completely forgotten my lesson, patience as a fighter. While you were waiting patiently, people from the 9-star regions were laughing at us. Your style of conduct is outdated. You plan to make a tirade when Asgard falls? Odin is very angry with Thor, a 1,500-year-old boy who is still in the rebellious stage. You are a vain, cruel, greedy child. Not to be outdone, Thor responded directly. And you are an old fool. Odin was stunned into silence. At this moment, Odin finally made up his mind. Yes, I'm confused. Be confused to be ready for you. Seeing this situation, Loki knew that Odin was disappointed with Thor and was ready to add another fire. Father. But before Loki could speak, he was interrupted by Odin's annoyed voice. With just one look and raising his hand, Loki was scared away and didn't dare to go forward. Odin looked again at Thor, his own son. Thor Odinson. You betrayed the king's edict. Because of your arrogance and ignorance, these stable star fields, as well as innocent lives, will be poisoned by the flames of war. Odin put the eternal gun on the Bifrost's trigger and walked slowly to Thor. Grabbing the honor represented by Thor's armor, he took it off. You are not worthy of the trust of these star domains. You are not worthy of your name. You are unworthy of those who love you that you betrayed. Having said that, Odin also gradually calmed down, and his heart was full of grief. For this son, Odin is also very reluctant, but he must be punished and he must be tempered. Resolutely turned around and began the trial of Thor. I will take away your power. The armor on Thor's body faded away little by little, and Thor looked at all this in disbelief. In the name of my father and all the ancestors, I, Odin, the father of God, order you to be expelled. Thor still couldn't believe it. All his battle armor was scattered into pieces, and his strength gradually weakened and disappeared. Suddenly, he was knocked away by a force, and then teleported by the power of Bifrost. Looking at the scene in front of him, Loki secretly rejoiced. Without Thor as a competitor, he can sit on the throne and become the father of God. Definitely, Odin also didn't give up on Thor completely, but grabbed Mjolnir and Mjolnir, began to chant the spell. Whoever lifts this hammer, as long as it is recognized, will receive the power of Thor. The spell was successfully cast, and Odin also dropped Mjolnir and was teleported to Midgard by the Rainbow Bridge. After more than a week of rushing, S.H.I.E.L.D and others have arrived in New Mexico. In New Mexico at the moment, it's not too late, but it's not too early either. Daisy drove Dr. Savage, while S.H.I.E.L.D was with Jane. The two cars are still moving forward, ready to find a place ahead and stop to rest. Suddenly, something strange appeared in the sky. Such anomalies immediately attracted the attention of Dr. Savage and Jane. Dr. Savage couldn't sit still immediately. Daisy, hurry up, drive over, we're going to check it out. Daisy immediately drove off the road, ready to investigate. It's just that the RV can't drive fast on such sandy soil. Fortunately, it's not far, and we'll be there soon. The speed of the car also slowed down, and when it was about to stop, suddenly, it seemed that a figure fell in front of the car and was knocked out. Daisy braked hastily, with an innocent look on her face. Dr. Savage recovered immediately. We seem to have hit something. The two immediately got out of the car to check and saw Thor, who was knocked to the ground. The flashlight shines on Thor, checking the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D and Jane also rushed over and saw the situation. Daisy was still explaining, I've almost stopped, I definitely didn't hit him. Jane didn't want to listen to this at all. In her eyes, there were only traces left on the ground not far away. Doctor, look here. Savage saw that Thor was still alive, and it didn't seem to be a big problem. Daisy, take care of him, we will take him to the hospital later. I'll go and have a look first. Daisy is also very helpless, so she can only stay where she is and take care of Thor. Sue, you should believe me, right? I definitely believe in you. Thor also gradually woke up. Looking at the light of the flashlight and headlights, he couldn't keep his eyes open. Standing up unsteadily, Daisy was very worried. Are you okay? Did you drink too much? Thor stood up and looked around, at the desolate scene. My hammer? Daisy complained, It seems that the hammer may have been hammered hard. Thor has regained some mobility as well as consciousness. Immediately circled around and saw the imprint left by Bifrost. Around the mark of Bifrost, Thor began to shout into the sky. Har, hammer. Father. Seeing Thor at the moment's unclear appearance at the moment, the three were speechless. Daisy continued to complain. He doesn't know how to take medicine. Does he lose his mind? Savage and Jane have already recorded the imprint left by Bifrost, and they are going to study it carefully when the time comes. Thor is still shouting to the sky. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Turn on Bifrost and let me go back. Jane was a little speechless. It seems that we have to send him to the hospital. Maybe it should be a mental hospital. S.H.I.E.L.D is not in a hurry and is going to watch the famous scene where Daisy kills Thor solo. Who are you? What star field is this? Alfheim? Nornheim? Daisy replied bluntly, New Mexico. Thor was a little dazzled by Daisy's flashlight, covering his eyes with one hand and pointing at Daisy with the other. You're threatening me, Thor, with such a small weapon? It's just that before Thor finished speaking, Daisy had already shot, and the stun gun directly stunned Thor. Daisy single-handedly kills Thor. The achievement is achieved. Thor was shocked by Daisy and passed out directly. Jane was going crazy. Daisy, what are you doing? Daisy is very innocent. He scared me. S.H.I.E.L.D finally made a move. Don't worry, it looks like he should be fine. Let him rest for a night and recover. I think it should be sent to a mental hospital. Anyway, you have to take people away first. S.H.I.E.L.D easily threw Thor into the RV, laying him flat. And after everyone left, not too far away, a hammer fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole. S.H.I.E.L.D noticed it naturally, but Jane, Daisy, and the others didn't notice it at all. They are worried that someone is dead, and they have to hurry to get Thor to the hospital. There is also the mysterious pattern left by Bifrost, which fascinates Jane. In the end, Thor was sent to the hospital. After a simple inspection, it was confirmed that there was nothing serious, so he was allowed to stay in the hospital. S.H.I.E.L.D settled Thor, and Jane was still obsessed with studying the pattern. S.H.I.E.L.D is not easy to bother. Sue, what do you think this is? I think, if you ask that mysterious man tomorrow, you will know the answer. You mean, it has something to do with him? Probably. Jane still couldn't understand the secret of the pattern, so she had to give up temporarily in the end. On the other side, Phil Coulson had arrived in time and saw a hammer in the huge hole. The hammer was so heavy that it was impossible to pick it up. Boss, S.H.I.E.L.D's prediction was right. A hammer fell from the sky. When Nick heard the report, he immediately had an idea. Isn't he just here? You can go to him and find out more information. I see. Nick Fury felt a headache, more and more problems. Although he has come into contact with some superpowers, such as Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D, there are still many that he has never been in contact with. For example, the person who took Wanda, according to Sharon's report, seems to be called Ancient One Magician, and S.H.I.E.L.D respects him very much. Now suddenly a hammer fell from the sky. It seems that there is also a big problem. Damn it, the world is getting more and more complicated. There are still so many problems waiting for me to deal with. Nick Fury has already suspected that his head Pierce Alexander has also become a member of HYDRA. Definitely, Pierce also discovered the Cobweb Horse Trail. Neither of the two old foxes had a showdown. They were still testing each other. This made Nick Fury feel even more stressed. In the final analysis, there are still too few people who can use him as the bureau chief. If you find a Hydra agent by your side, then everything will be exposed. Previously, HYDRA was developed under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now he, the S.H.I.E.L.D director, has been emptied, and Pierce has been following him. If you want to find a way to break the situation under the nose of HYDRA, the difficulty will be doubled. Fortunately, Nick Fury is not alone. Arranged Natasha Romanoff, subdued the Black Widows of the Red House, and also avoided the surveillance of HYDRA. In addition, there are Hawkeye Clint, Hill Agent, and Sharon Agent, the few people who can be trusted. Definitely, foreign players like S.H.I.E.L.D can help. On a new day, S.H.I.E.L.D, Jane, and others are preparing to visit Thor in the hospital. Unexpectedly, Thor has woken up and made a fuss in the hospital. I am Thor, son of Odin. You mortals. Do you think this will trap me? The doctors and nurses, all of them helping out, were going to hold Thor down, give him an injection, and calm him down. Seeing this scene, Jane and Daisy both had a bad premonition in their hearts. Oh, should we make compensation for these losses? S.H.I.E.L.D. also hurriedly said, "Stop. Thor, do you want your hammer back? Better be quiet, we'll take you now." Thor frowned, not believing S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are you? Why should I believe you? I'm probably one of the few people in this world who knows your origin. Would you rather stay here and waste time, or come with me to find your beloved hammer? Thor is not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. After all, he is just a mortal, and he is the great Thor. You'd better promise not to lie to me, or I'll show you Thor's wrath. Okay. S.H.I.E.L.D. greeted the doctor to pay for the compensation and settle the matter here. Jane was a little curious. "Sue, do you know his origin? Didn't he say it? He's Thor. You believe that too?" Daisy was also a little curious. After so many days, she was very sure that S.H.I.E.L.D. must not be crazy. However, there is no reason to believe such outrageous remarks. Dr. Savage was not interested at all. "Jane, I think we have had breakfast. We should go back and have a look. Maybe we will gain something new." I agree. However, as soon as they left the hospital, they were stopped by Phil Coulson and a group of agents. "Hello, Mr. Sue. Long time no see, Phil Coulson." Jane and the others looked puzzled, not knowing where Phil Coulson and the others came from. But looking at this posture, it seems that he is not a good person. "Sue, who are they?" "A friend of mine. Let me chat with him." S.H.I.E.L.D. and Phil Coulson stepped aside, and Phil Coulson went straight to the point. "As you might expect, a hammer fell from the sky. You seem to know the origin of this hammer. We need to know more information. This hammer is called Mjolnir, and it was the weapon of Thor. If you want to know more, you can check Norse mythology. Phil Coulson is not a fool, myth. So, you have to tell me that there are really gods in this world. The so-called gods may just be more powerful aliens. Didn't you also experience the alien incident?" Phil Coulson understood. "That hammer has appeared. What are you going to do?" "Me? Take him over there to see if I can pick up the hammer." Phil Coulson doesn't understand S.H.I.E.L.D.'s brain circuit, but he is still willing to respect S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still on their side and can provide them with a lot of information. When to set off? After breakfast? Phil Coulson, want to join? Phil Coulson hesitated. No problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. is back, and Phil Coulson is taking the opportunity to report. Jane looked at Phil Coulson and the others vigilantly. "Sue, they look like people from a secret department. People like this are usually not good people." "That's right, Sue. How could you have anything to do with them?" S.H.I.E.L.D. explained. "Phil Coulson is my friend. He is a good guy. I trust him." Thor got impatient and stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. "Mortal, I'm going to get my hammer now." S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite polite, and she is a little patient with this 1,500-year-old brat. "In the name of Thor, I will take you to get your hammer, only now, we need to replenish food. One more thing, I think you should be more polite to us." Thor also felt his own weakness, with no power left, just like a mortal. Even the hunger is like a tidal wave. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. took the initiative to treat guests, otherwise, with Thor's heirs, he probably wouldn't bother to eat. During breakfast, Jane and Savig paid more attention to the patterns left on the ground. Phil Coulson, on the other hand, is probing for more information. As an agent, Phil Coulson is not as good at handling people's psychology as Natasha Romanoff, but he is also a serious agent, and his ability to spy on intelligence is not weak. "So, you are Thor. You have disappeared from this world for so many years. This time, why are you here?" Bringing up the subject made Thor angry. "Because my father, the father of God, Odin, is old and confused. He exiled me just because I was going to wipe out all the Frost Titans in Jotunheim." Hearing this, Phil Coulson became wary. This Thor is still a militant. If the other party also poses a threat to the world, then it is necessary to deal with it. "I want to know, why do you want to eliminate them?" "Because of the kindness of the father and Asgard, they have lost their respect for us. I must revive Asgard and let them fear me and the father." Thor got excited and downed his breakfast special in one gulp. "I like this drink very much." Daisy was about to show off when Thor dropped the cup directly. Continued cup. This movement startled the people around. Daisy looked puzzled and said directly, "Is there something wrong with you? You shouldn't drop the glass." Sui said to the boss, "Sorry, please clean it up, and I will compensate you later. Also, give him another drink." Sui reminded, "You should be more friendly. This kind of behavior would be considered impolite here. As the Prince of Asgard, you probably don't want to ruin Asgard's image outside, right?" "That definitely." Sui held Thor easily, and Jane took the opportunity to ask questions. "Take out the photos of the traces left on the ground last night, and a figure that appeared in the magnetic storm." "May I ask you a few questions, Thor?" "Definitely can." "There is a figure in the center of this magnetic storm. It seems to be you. How did you get in?" "There are also traces on the ground, which don't seem to be formed naturally." Thor proudly explained, "This is Bifrost, our Asgardian teleportation device, which can teleport people to other star fields." After listening to Jane, she just couldn't believe it. All of this is so outrageous. Mythological characters turned into aliens. This miraculous phenomenon is due to technology, not some unexplainable natural phenomenon. But it's a technology she can't understand now. Thor became the center of the conversation, and Phil Coulson took the opportunity to find out a lot of news. There is also a preliminary judgment on Thor. A vain, lofty god. Definitely, just an ordinary person right now. Phil Coulson was extremely worried. Are you sure he won't endanger the world? Sui also thought about it. After all, in the movie, Thor finally gave up his ego to save the world because of Jane Foster. Now that he cut off Jane Foster in advance, Sui is not sure whether Thor can still feel benevolence. It's okay, he's just an ordinary person now. Odin stripped him of his powers just to train him. If he still can't wake up and repent, he won't be able to obtain divine power. That is, he is a strong ordinary person, and a stun gun can pay him. When he gains strength, it means that he has awakened and understood his own mistakes, and he will no longer have the idea of sabotaging and provoking disputes. Phil Coulson was still a little worried. Are you sure? The other party is a god on high. He still believes in justice in his heart, and will become a member of the Avengers Alliance in the future. However, he is still a 1,500-year-old child and needs some growth. Phil Coulson doesn't know whether Sui is helping to defend or complaining about Thor. A 1,500-year-old child does look immature psychologically. So, next, we're going to take him to get the hammer back? He still can't hold the hammer. Only when he completes the experience and finally wakes up can he hold the hammer and gain divine power. If he doesn't repent and gains strength again, can you stop him? I'm not sure. After all, I haven't seen his full strength. After he recovers, I plan to find a time to challenge him. Sui saw Phil Coulson's nervousness. It was a god. Phil Coulson was just worried that the two gods were fighting and hurting innocent people. In case of angering the other party, lowering the punishment is not something ordinary people can bear. Don't worry, I will go to Asgard with him, choose a barren planet to fight, and avoid harming ordinary people in this world. Sui also intends to use the challenge card to defeat Thor and gain a wave of destiny. Phil Coulson, it's time for us to go. Okay. Phil Coulson led the way, reporting to Nick Fury along the way. Sui and others followed behind, ready to see the hammer. Daisy was sitting in the co-pilot. Sue, you must not be an ordinary person, right? You can know Thor's message, and you have a good relationship with this group of seemingly mysterious guys. Jane should have noticed it too. If you're hiding something, it's best to tell her frankly. Sui didn't intend to hide it either. I'm actually a superhero. I plan to find a time to confess to Jane after tonight. Sui reveals her true identity, which surprises Daisy. No wonder, you are so strong. Sui smiled knowingly and didn't answer too much. In another car, Jane was driving, and Dr. Savage and Thor were exchanging astronomical knowledge about the 9 realms. It's just that all of this is somewhat beyond Dr. Savage's knowledge, and Dr. Savage needs to understand it for a while. After a long journey, we finally arrived at the location of the hammer. Here, it has been surrounded and is ready for further research. Phil Coulson revealed his identity and led Sui and others close to the hammer. And when Thor saw the hammer, he was very excited. Mjolnir excitedly ran over as if seeing a lover. Seeing Thor like this, Daisy couldn't help complaining, is he really Thor, not the god of the hammer? Since we met him, he's been talking about his hammer. Others looked at Daisy one after another, but Daisy looked innocent. Don't you think there is something wrong with what I said? Thor gets stunned by my stun gun? Seeing how much he likes hammers, I think he is more like the god of hammers. S.H.I.E.L.D. agreed. Daisy, you are right. S.H.I.E.L.D. and others continued to move forward, but Thor had come to the center of the pit and came to Mjolnir. Looking at the hammer, Thor was so excited that he grabbed the hammer with one hand and was about to grab it. Phil Coulson and others stared at this scene, wondering if Thor would succeed. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that Thor would definitely not succeed. Although Odin is old, his power is still there, and his strength should not be underestimated. His spell is not easy to break. Thor held Mjolnir, but lost the original feeling. You know, Thor can already sense Mjolnir, and he can control the hammer with his thoughts. At this moment, he couldn't perceive Mjolnir. Thor already had a little worry in his heart, but still couldn't believe it. Odin, his father, even took back the hammer. There is no way but to use the oldest way, to lift the hammer with strength. He raised it lightly with one hand, but the hammer did not respond. Thor still doesn't believe in evil, so he can only continue to increase his strength. If one hand is not enough, use the other. Using both hands together, it can even be said that the strength of the whole body has been exhausted. Thor still can't shake Mjolnir, not one iota. Thor looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling wronged and painful. My love will never be lost, and my eyes will be broken. Thor yelled at the sky unwillingly, wanting to question Odin why he did this to himself. In the end, he could only kneel powerlessly in front of the hammer. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Daisy turned into a Tutso machine. Looking at him, he seems to have lost his love. I'm right, he is the god of hammers. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't lift the hammer. However, Phil Coulson was not at ease, so what should we do? Thor, and this hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D. ordered, it's fine to have someone protect the hammer, but there's no need to be too exaggerated. For Thor, just follow us, and you can continue to learn from him. It won't be long before there will be new changes. Phil Coulson was a little worried. What changes? His younger brother, Loki, the god of intrigue, covets the throne. What do you think will happen? Jane was full of curiosity, but she didn't ask too much and planned to find a time to have a good chat with S.H.I.E.L.D. After listening to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s explanation, Daisy became even more curious. It turns out that mythological characters will also compete for the throne, and the TV dramas are all real. Gods seem to be no different from humans. S.H.I.E.L.D. and others came to Thor, looking at Thor who was distraught. S.H.I.E.L.D. reminded Thor, this is Odin's training for you. When you learn how to be a human being, how to become a god, you will gain Mjolnir's approval. That's when you can regain your power and become the real Thor. Now, you need to learn to reflect and learn to grow. Although Thor listened to it at the moment, he was immersed in sadness, and he couldn't get out of it for a while. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Mjolnir, lost in thought. In the cinematic universe, there are only a handful of people who can lift a hammer. Odin, Thor, Hela, Captain, and Jane Foster. In the comics, slightly more, Natasha Romanoff, Horseface Thor, and others have all lifted the hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D. said to Jane, do you want to try to see if you can lift this hammer? Jane was a little surprised. Water? Sue, what are you talking about? I want you to try. Jane blinked, unable to believe it. But with the encouragement of S.H.I.E.L.D., I still gave it a try. Holding the hammer with both hands, Mjolnir seemed to sense something. S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed that Mjolnir had a very slight reaction. But in the end, Jane still couldn't lift the hammer. Jane smiled. This hammer is too heavy. This is Odin's incantation. Noble virtue is required to be recognized by the hammer. Jane asked rhetorically, you think I can lift a hammer? Perhaps not now or in the future, you may be a female Thor. Although Thor was grieving, he couldn't help but speak out at the moment. Mjolnir is no ordinary hammer. You mortals are not qualified to lift it. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't intend to argue with Thor. Maybe the time hadn't come yet, and Jane didn't have that kind of determination, so she couldn't really lift the hammer. Daisy retorted, you, Thor, don't seem to be qualified either. I just... For a moment, Thor couldn't think of a good response. Sui surrounded Mjolnir, ready to try it herself. Sui also has a doubt in his heart, that is, whether he has such qualifications. Sui thinks her 3 views are quite normal. In this world, we are also working hard to protect this world. Let's talk about the determination to give up yourself and save the world. There are still Sui, but not many. What's more, wouldn't it be better to save the world while ensuring your own safety? With such doubts, Sui decided to try and see if he could lift Mjolnir. The moment Sui held Mjolnir, Sui seemed to see his own heart clearly. Every question has an answer from the heart. Will you protect the world? Although this is not my hometown, my home is here and my lover is here. I will firmly protect this world. If possible, I hope that the universe will be peaceful. If it was really a last resort, and you had to sacrifice yourself in order to save the world, would you do it? Many people's faces flashed in Sui's mind: Gwen, Mary Jane, Betty, and Jane Foster. Although Sui has the idea of playing for the sake of fate. However, when treating them, Sui also gave a little sincerity and reaped their sincerity. For them, Sui is definitely willing to work hard and do her best. If possible, Sui will be fully prepared to deal with possible crises. But if it really exceeds her expectations, Sui will also do her best for the sake of the world and her confidants, and even more. The answer in Sui's heart was approved by Mjolnir. In just a split second, Mjolnir began to gather the power of thunder. In the sky, the situation suddenly changed. Thor looked at it all in disbelief. I am not qualified and cannot lift Mjolnir. An immortal has actually been recognized by Mjolnir. No, it's impossible. Thor is devastated that he is inferior to a mortal. Although Phil Coulson didn't know what was going on, it seemed that something was wrong. Go, let's get out of here first. Jane was extremely worried. Will something happen to him? Daisy knew Sui's true identity, and she also chose to believe Sui at this moment. Pulling Jane away, Jane, trust him. Everyone retreated one after another, and Thor was pulled aside as if he was an old soul. Several people watched this scene from a distance. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and thunder landed on Sui. However, Sui was not injured. These thunders seemed to crown Sui and cast a set of thunder armor for Sui. Sui hurriedly put away the symbiote battle suit to avoid damage. Far away in Asgard, in Bifrost's control room, Heimdall quietly observed all this. Thor couldn't lift Mjolnir until now. Sui got Mjolnir's approval, all in sight. Odin, who had just quarreled with Loki and fell into eternal sleep, seemed to sense it too. Someone has been approved by Mjolnir, and this person is not his own son, but an ordinary mortal. Thunder-forged armor, Sui put on a new set of armor, which was born from thunder. After a while, Sui landed from the sky and landed in front of Jane and the others. Jane immediately flew onto Sui and was hugged by Sui with one hand. Sue, are you okay? I'm fine. I just got its approval, and it shared part of the thunder power with me. Then you are the real god of thunder now? Sui shook his head. I'm not interested in being Thor at all. I just want to accompany you and spend my life. I want to protect the world and make it safe. Thor couldn't believe that such a mortal could be recognized by Mjolnir. How is this possible? Why would Mjolnir recognize you? Thor, you don't even understand the responsibilities of a god, let alone fulfill them. When you really understand, you will be recognized by Mjolnir, and I will return it to you. Mjolnir is yours, and I won't take it. But it will be disappointed if you don't deserve it. So, Thor, think hard and reflect on yourself. Thor was very depressed and seemed to be touched. However, these are not enough to make Thor fully awakened. It can only be said that Thor has started to use his brain to reflect, which is a good thing. Sui also dissipated the thunder armor, revealing his original clothes. Phil Coulson, it seems that there is no need for protection here. I took this Mjolnir first, and when Thor is recognized, I will return the hammer to him. What else could Phil Coulson say? He could only smile politely. This doesn't belong to us in the first place. If it can be returned to its original owner, that would be the best. Sui continued, Phil Coulson, there is one more thing. In the near future, there may be some changes here. You send some people, ready to transfer the people in the town at any time. Phil Coulson was extremely worried. Do we need to send more people? This is a battle in the realm of the gods. Ordinary people may not be able to handle it. Just leave it to Thor. If he can't take on Thor's heavy responsibility, leave it to me. I will fix the problem, but I need your help to reduce the damage. Phil Coulson suggested, if necessary, I can move the towns now. It's not necessary, so don't let everyone panic. I will control the scope of influence and avoid unnecessary losses. Phil Coulson did not refuse. I have to ask my superiors. Go. S.H.I.E.L.D led the people back to the town, and then Loki showed up. Thor is still thinking, but doesn't have an answer yet. S.H.I.E.L.D is also a little helpless. It seems that after becoming Spider-Man's guide, he will become Thor's instructor next. In the royal palace of Asgard, Loki temporarily replaced Odin and became the king of Asgard. However, Loki wasn't satisfied. Because it's only temporary, not permanent. Loki wants to be the real king and wants Odin's permission. So, Loki started his own plan. Eliminate his opponent Thor, and Jotunheim by the way, so that Odin will recognize his ability. Only in this way can the throne be firmly established. To this end, Loki made a series of plans and then started to act. Everything is as Loki expected, but Loki doesn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D has lifted Mjolnir. After preparing everything, Loki came to this world by night. However, no trace of Mjolnir was found. Finally, in a nearby town, Loki spots Thor. Thor is alone in his room, thinking about life, when Loki appears in front of him. Loki, why are you here? I have to come and see you. Thor sees that Loki seems to be hiding something and feels bad. What happened? Tell me, is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain it to my father. After this period of thinking, coupled with Su-Yi's teaching, Thor has initially realized the problem. However, metamorphosis is not complete yet. Father is dead. Loki's words were astonishing, and Thor fell into boundless grief. Lost the hammer, now even his father is dead, but he can't see him for the last time. Thor couldn't believe it, Walter. Loki continued to deceive Thor. The expulsion of you, the threat of war, is too much for him to bear. Because of losing one after another, Thor is only now beginning to realize his stupidity. However, Loki does not intend to let Thor go like this. He wants to continue to destroy Thor's heart. I know you love him, and I have persuaded him, but he won't listen. Now, I take the throne. All hope was lost for Thor. Only a little extravagant hope. Can I go home? The condition of the truce with Jotunheim is to banish you forever. Mother doesn't want to see you either. I'm here to say goodbye to you, big brother. I'm very sorry. Thor was devastated, but could only suffer in silence. At this moment, Thor took another step on the road of growth. No, it's all my fault. Thank you for coming to see me. Take care of Mother and Asgard. Loki's acting skills are superb, and he easily fools Thor. It's also because Thor is a fool, and he doesn't know what his brother's virtues have been for so many years. With a few words, I was deceived into a daze. Father also threw Mjolnir over. You know, this is an item from Asgard, and I have to take it back. Thor thought of S.H.I.E.L.D and was about to speak. S.H.I.E.L.D pushes the door open and enters. Do you want to take it back? Loki looked at S.H.I.E.L.D holding Mjolnir with ease, a little surprised. However, seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D is just a mortal, Loki doesn't care at all. You're just a mortal. How dare you contaminate the gods? S.H.I.E.L.D put Mjolnir on the ground. If you can lift it, you can take it back. You're smart. It was just that Loki, after a brief attempt, found himself unable to lift Mjolnir at all. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Loki, recalling the famous scene where Loki was thrown around by Hulk, couldn't help laughing, puny god. Laughed at by S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki couldn't bear it anymore. Show your true body and yell. Enough. Humble mortal, I am a god, kneel down. Loki's attack had no effect and was easily blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D with the power of his hammer. Loki suddenly fell into impotent rage. I will let you witness the wrath of God. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the angry Loki jokingly and started spoiling. Loki, do you think you can claim the throne by defeating Thor? It's really stupid. You two probably don't know it yet. In fact, you have a sister. Goddess of death, Hela. She's stronger and more conquering than Thor. So, she was banished by Odin long ago. The powerful Valkyrie at the beginning was to stop Hela, and was completely wiped out by Hela. If Hela shows up, can you still defeat her? Both Thor and Loki are shocked because neither of them has heard of this. Mortal, do you think I will be deceived by you? Sui said with a smile, if you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your mother. Loki, you are indeed clever and full of tricks. It's just that they are all clever. In the face of absolute strength, they are as ridiculous as children playing house. To become the real king of God, you need great wisdom and great strength. You also need to have a long-term vision and have the 9 realms in mind. You simply can't do this. Although Loki still didn't believe it, he also planted the seeds of doubt and was going to ask his mother when he went back. At the moment, it is natural to teach this mortal in front of him a lesson. This mortal not only took Mjolnir, but even made a mockery of himself. As a high god, he cannot accept such an insult. Your news is really surprising. However, even so, it cannot offset your guilt. Those who insult God will be condemned by God. Loki was just about to raise his staff and continue to attack Sui, but was caught by Sui directly, and then teleported to the outskirts with the two of them. Facing Sui's teleportation ability, both of them were obviously surprised. This mortal seems to be a little powerful. If there's a fight, it's here. Sui just plans to use Loki to try his own strength. If he can defeat Loki, then he can challenge Thor with a challenge card. Otherwise, if Thor's strength exceeds imagination, and he fails to use the challenge card, it will be wasted. Sui looked at Loki, now you can do it. Loki was provoked and mocked one after another. At this moment, already desperate. As a high god, Loki would never allow anyone to provoke him like this. Humble mortal, you will be punished by God for provoking me. Loki raised his staff and began to strike. By Yubi. However, such an attack could not hurt Sui at all. Sui was also speechless. This Loki doesn't look very powerful. Except for his physical fitness surpassing ordinary people, he doesn't seem to be very powerful in other aspects. This kind of energy attack is simply weak. According to the system division, it may be around level 4. Soon, Sui thought of an answer. Probably Asgardians. Even people in this world don't like to attack with energy. The most obvious, definitely Hela, Thor, and Loki 3 siblings. Hela, the goddess of death, didn't see how to use energy to attack. She likes to use swords, which is normal. Thor, obviously a magician, but plays as a warrior. Loki, the god of trickery, as the top magician of the 9 realms, likes to play with daggers. There are also the 3 warriors of Asgard, plus Sif, and the Valkyrie that appears later are also melee. Not only Asgard, but also the people on this planet. Tony was playing close combat with Whip Rope not long ago. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is also a melee magician. It seems that Doctor Strange is a little more normal and uses a little more spells. Sui defended Loki's attack easily, and when he was about to counterattack, he realized that he didn't seem to have any energy to attack. Damn, it turns out that I'm also a melee fighter. There is also a gap between close combat. Sui suddenly exerted force, and his kick exploded. His whole body was like an arrow from the string. He sprinted out. The ground under his feet seemed to have experienced an explosion, leaving a small crater. Sui simply punched Loki. As a noble god, Loki despised Sui. When Sui punched, Loki's reaction was half a beat behind. It was just this tiny moment that Sui's fist landed on Loki's body first. Huge amounts of power fell on Loki's body, and Loki only felt that his body had suffered quite a bit of trauma. Afterwards, the whole person was thrown into the air and rolled on the ground. Loki couldn't believe that this mortal man had so much power to hurt himself. Just when Loki doubted his life, Sui had already flown to Loki's side and stopped steadily. Loki reacted, stood up, and roared enough. You and this planet will definitely pay a painful price. Sui suddenly smiled evilly and decided to reenact the classic scene. Although Loki blocked the sudden shot, but as the god of tricks, how could he beat Sui in a frontal fight? Sui defeated Loki again. Loki lay in the pit, his armor disappeared, and he doubted his life. Is this the god of Asgard? It seems that he is not very strong. Could it be that I can torture Hela? Sui was still not sure, and finally chose Wenjian. After all, Hela, who is extremely weak, can crush the Meow Meow hammer with one hand, but Sui can't do it now. It is more reliable to challenge Thor. Just when Sui was slightly dazed, a Loki suddenly appeared beside him, picking up a dagger and preparing to give Sui a kidney blow. However, Sui was also aware of such spells. Sui didn't defend and planned to test his defense. Seeing that Sui didn't have time to defend, Loki smiled triumphantly. However, the development of things was a bit unexpected. The dagger pierced Sui's skin with difficulty, but could not continue to penetrate. Loki's smile froze instantly. This dagger was specially made. It could definitely stab Thor, but it couldn't hurt Sui at this moment. How can that be? Sui grabbed Loki's arm and admitted his carelessness. After all, it is Asgard's weapon, not an ordinary dagger. Loki wanted to get away, but was caught by Sui. At this moment, Sui seemed to be possessed by Hulk. Looking at Sui's smile, Loki suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you going to do? Just when Loki was flustered, Sui had already brought Loki down and grabbed Loki's ankle. 3 princesses? If you're really a princess, maybe I'll be gentler. Unfortunately, you are a man. Left and right explosion technique. Soon, 2 large pits appeared on Sui's left and right sides. In one of the pits, Loki was lying in it, his hands in front of him, very peaceful. Thor came over to see the scene, very angry. How could you do this? He is the god of Asgard and my younger brother. Sui showed the wound. He was going to kill me just now. I was just defending myself. Thor still doesn't know that Loki is not his own brother, so he doesn't say the line he was adopted. I just didn't know how to explain it, so I said casually, maybe it was just an accident. Loki wanted to die. God damn, it was a legitimate defense. God damn, it was just an accident. Loki knew it too, couldn't stay. Heimdall, send me back. Bifrost's energy instantly enveloped Loki, ready to take Loki away. Sui felt this energy, flew over, grabbed Loki, and prepared to go to Asgard together to have a look. Thor saw this and wanted to follow. However, the two disappeared in the same place in an instant, leaving only one pattern. Thor watched the Bifrost's energy disappear and yelled to the sky. Heimdall and me. However, Heimdall didn't answer, but stood ready and looked at Bifrost vigilantly. Loki was held tightly, unable to break free at all. Sui didn't let go until he passed through Bifrost. Stop. This is God's domain, you shouldn't trespass on Asgard. Loki was furious. Heimdall, guard, catch this intruder. Sui just came over to identify the way and mark it so that he could teleport over next time. Facing Heimdall and the incoming guards, Sui wasn't worried. Loki, since you're back, stay here and play your house. That planet is covered by me. If you dare to cause trouble, I promise, you will lose even worse. After Sui finished his harsh words, he teleported away. Only a distraught Loki remained. Damn mortals, you will pay for your stupidity. When the guards arrived, they had no idea what had happened. All I saw was Loki roaring crazily. Heimdall, where is he? Heimdall really easily found Sui's trace. I think I should have gone back. How is this possible? Bifrost is not working at all. Heimdall also took the opportunity to ask. He didn't go back through Bifrost, but other abilities. Loki, you didn't go through Bifrost, but quietly came to Midgard. How did you do it? Loki ignored him and yelled at Heimdall, I'm the king of Asgard now, you just have to obey. Loki turned and left, leaving everyone with a confused look on their faces. Heimdall was also surprised that Loki was able to go to other star fields without going through Bifrost. Not only that, but even blocked his observation. If it wasn't because Loki was brought out by Sui and beaten up, maybe he didn't realize that Loki actually went to Thor. The 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif are also very curious. Heimdall, what's going on here? A mortal has broken into Bifrost, but he has gone back. Sif immediately said, how dare a mortal trespass on Asgard? He must be punished. I'll go and get him back. Heimdall was unimpressed and did not open Bifrost to transmit their thoughts. Without the king's order, you cannot leave at will. There is nothing they can do about it, but there is nothing they can do. Heimdall guards Bifrost, and his status is very high, which is not comparable to them. Loki, on the other hand, was furious. Unexpectedly, He went to Midgard and was defeated by S.H.I.E.L.D, immortal. My dagger can't pierce him? It seems that I need to refine some more powerful daggers. Distraught, Loki returned to the palace. I saw Odin in eternal sleep, and I saw Frigg, the queen of God, who accompanied Odin. Loki immediately changed his expression, calm and breezy, as if nothing had happened. Queen. Frigg also didn't seem to notice Loki's abnormality. Loki. Father, how is it? He fell into eternal sleep and needed rest. After a moment of hesitation, Loki still asked a question. Mother, Thor and I, do we still have a sister? Goddess of death, Hela. Frigga was a little surprised when she heard Loki mentioning this matter. All of Hela's information has been erased and sealed. Even Odin and she gradually seldom mentioned Hela. Recently, because of a series of events, Frigga has forgotten about Hela. After Loki reminded her, Frigga remembered something. If Odin dies, then Hela is bound to return. Hela's strength is not something Thor and Loki can handle. At that time, Hela will dominate Asgard, and the 9 realms will once again fall into disputes. All this is completely contrary to Odin's idea. How did you know about Hela? Frigg's answer has already proved that she really has a sister. Originally thought that if Thor was settled, the throne would belong to him, but unexpectedly, a sister came out halfway. It's not important. What's important is, Mother, what kind of person is she? Will she come back? Frigga sighed and talked about Hela's past. From a series of stories, Loki saw the power of Hela. That is to say, only Odin at his peak can block Hela. If at the moment, Hela shows up, Odin may not be able to suppress her. This opponent is too strong, even more difficult to deal with than his silly big brother Thor. Your father is already old, and he probably won't be able to seal her for a long time. Loki doesn't want to accept this fact. When Hela appeared, his throne would definitely be lost. Thor, that mortal, and the sudden appearance of his sister Hela are all obstacles to his throne and must be removed. The plan must be carried out in advance. Start with Thor and the mortal, destroy them. Then, slay the Frost Titan and claim glory as the King of God. As for Hela, it's still a few years away. After much deliberation, Loki has a way to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Just destroying one S.H.I.E.L.D. is not enough. He wants to destroy, no, to make the whole planet submit to his rule. Loki prepares to attack Midgard. Mother, just now, someone broke into Midgard. Frigga was a little puzzled. Midgard. The man who robbed Mjolnir and captured Thor. He came on behalf of Midgard, which was to be freed from the control of the god realm. While my father wants to be safe, the world has indeed changed. Mom, what should I do? Loki pretended to be embarrassed, but in fact, he swept Midgard just to send out Asgardian warriors. With this group of fighters, cooperate with the destroyer. Definitely beat S.H.I.E.L.D. and let him dominate Midgard. Frigga didn't see through Loki's lies, but was only worried about Thor's safety. Thor, is he really in danger? He was deprived of divine power, just an ordinary person. That mortal was surprisingly powerful and even snatched Mjolnir away. I think I should send someone to bring Thor back. Loki's intentionally vague answer made Frigga believe that Thor was in danger. It is said to send people to bring back Thor, but in fact, it is naturally to eradicate Thor, eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D., and rule the entire planet. After a moment of hesitation, Frigga chose to trust Loki. Loki, you can lead a small bodyguard and fetch Thor back. However, try to be as friendly as possible rather than fighting. Loki smiled. Definitely, Queen. Frigga never expected that this time Loki was not as simple as being naughty. But for the throne, for revenge. With Frigga's permission, Loki has the right to do whatever he wants. Loki sprang into action, forging a new dagger, and then notified the king of the Frost Titans to continue with his plan. On Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor are ignorant of Loki's actions and plans. S.H.I.E.L.D. can only guess that with Loki's character, revenge is bound to be revenged, and he will not let him go easily. After returning from God's domain, Thor looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. in bewilderment. How did you come back? S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't explain. It looks like it's going to be unsafe here soon. If Loki brought the warriors of Asgard to kill him, what would you choose? Thor was a little angry and accused S.H.I.E.L.D. This is what you will end up with if you offend a god. Before you act, you should think clearly. Sui smiled instead of anger. It seems that you realized some of your mistakes. However, I don't think I did anything wrong. Loki is not worthy to be the lord of the 9 realms at all. Let him become the king of God and bring only disasters to this planet and the 9 realms. I don't believe in gods. If there are gods who want to destroy this place, I don't mind being a godslayer. Thor didn't speak either because he could see that Sui was no weaker than him. Easily overwhelmed Loki with strength and got Mjolnir's approval. Such a powerful force really has the ability to kill gods. Loki had already made a good plan. First of all, he got a new dagger, which promises to give Sui a complete peace of mind. Secondly, in order to solve Thor, the Frost Titan was arranged. The purpose of going to Midgard this time is to rescue Thor. In front of the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif and others, he can't do anything to Thor. It would be best if we could take advantage of the chaos and eliminate Thor. If not, Loki has backup. Loki has contacted the Frost Titans to lurk near Bifrost. When Loki and others return to Asgard, let the lurking Frost Titan do it and destroy Thor. And at that time, Loki will go to save Odin, and when Thor is dead, it has nothing to do with him. Finally, arrived in time to kill Lauf, who is about to assassinate Odin, a great achievement. The plan is connected one by one, and all obstacles to the throne can be cleared. After formulating the plan, Loki began to implement the plan. Lead the warriors into Midgard. This time, among other things, Sui must be eliminated. Therefore, Loki directly brought a few people close to Thor, as well as hundreds of warriors, and the Destroyer. The Destroyer is extremely powerful, and it is also Loki's biggest hole card. In his opinion, although Sui is powerful, he is completely vulnerable to the Destroyer. Looking at the Asgardian warrior in front of him, Loki was extremely confident. Yesterday, a mortal from Midgard broke into God's domain. This mortal not only took Mjolnir, but even Thor. We must respond to this. Rescue Thor, kill that daring mortal, and make them pay. The majesty of God's domain cannot be challenged. For Asgard, Loki's mobilization before the battle mobilized the emotions of all Asgardian fighters. The 3 little friends around Thor also felt something was wrong. There must be something wrong with Loki taking the initiative to save Thor. However, Sif has a bad temper. Thor was stripped of his powers and turned into a mortal. Now he was caught and was in danger. Sif must have been unbearable, full of killing intent, and vowed to rescue Thor. Everyone set out to rescue Thor, and there was the will of the Queen of God. Heimdall didn't stop him, but just persuaded Loki, "You have to be careful not to stir up disputes." Loki holds Gungnir with confidence. "Heimdall, you are a loyal man. Now I am the king of Asgard, and you should learn to obey orders. Open Bifrost and follow my orders." Heimdall had no choice but to hope things didn't get any worse. Eventually, Heimdall opened Bifrost, teleporting Loki and others to Midgard. A beam of energy descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, figures appeared in the beam of light one by one. Suyi's duplication opened his eyes, quietly watching everything in front of him. In the distance behind, there are some people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who are on guard. Sui expected that Loki would never give up easily, so he had already made preparations in advance. Although it did not transfer the residents of the town, it also prepared S.H.I.E.L.D. When Phil Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. saw the figure appearing in the energy beam, they knew that what Sui said was right, and fortunately they had prepared in advance. Sui in the town also knew about this through duplication. Loki is here, and he brought the warriors of Asgard. I have to teach Loki a lesson. Jane was extremely worried. "Sue, are you going to have an accident?" "Definitely, I'm strong." Thor also knows that Sui is very powerful, but if there is a real fight, it will not be a good thing for both parties. Thor decided to stop the dispute. As long as there is no fight, maybe there is still a chance. "I'm going too. I can persuade Loki. I'll take you there." Sui comforted Jane, gave Daisy a confident look, and then left with Thor. In just an instant, Sui and Thor appeared in front of Loki and others. Loki said loudly towards Sui with an air of aloofness, "Humble mortal, you have blasphemed the gods, and you will be punished by the gods." Hand over Thor and Mjolnir, and I will forgive your crimes. Otherwise, the world will pay the price for your disrespect. Loki's official accent is indeed very good, but S.H.I.E.L.D is not afraid at all. Sif was extremely excited when he saw Thor, and even took the lead and rushed out. Mortals, let go of Thor. While shouting loudly, he has already rushed over. Thor's 3 good friends also rushed out together. Seeing this, Loki smiled. Bringing these people along was indeed the right decision. With them there will be a fight. As long as there is a fight, the scene becomes chaotic, but it's hard to say. Thor immediately persuades Sif, "What are you doing?" "I'm saving you." Thor looked confused. "I'm fine, I don't need you to save me." However, Sif has already raised his sword and shield and killed him. Facing the menacing Sif, S.H.I.E.L.D easily grabbed Sif's arm and disarmed. "Thor, I leave it to you." Sif was easily defeated by S.H.I.E.L.D, very unwilling, ready to fight again, but was held back by Thor. "Sif, calm down." Sif looked at Thor. "Thor, are you really okay? Loki said you were captured, and the Queen of Gods sent us to take you back." Thor knew that this must be Loki's conspiracy, and was about to explain, but he heard that Loki had already issued orders. "Everyone, strike and free Thor." Thor has a bad feeling in his heart. If there is a large-scale war, there will be no room for redemption. "I have to stop this." S.H.I.E.L.D held Mjolnir and easily defeated Thor's 3 good brothers. Through the hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D also felt the change of Thor. The current Thor is almost qualified, but he is still a little bit short. Facing the charging Asgardian warriors, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't stand it anymore. "Phil Coulson, are we just watching? Leave it to them. If they can't stop it, we'll take another shot." This is an order. Phil Coulson knew that if they were involved, it would be really difficult to control. Now, only by trusting S.H.I.E.L.D I can handle this well. Thor rushed up to the Asgardian warrior, shouting, "Stop. In the name of Thor, son of Odin, I command you to stop. I was banished by Odin, and this is my punishment." "I was not coerced at all. I stayed here voluntarily." Asgard's warriors fell into hesitation and stopped moving. However, Loki would not let go of this opportunity. Thor has been controlled by this mortal. When Thor is rescued, I will take him back and let the Queen Mother heal him. Now, as the King of God, I command you to attack. Destroyer, attack. The warriors of Asgard, under Loki's command, marched on. Thor just convinced Sif and his 3 good brothers. As for the hundreds of Asgardian warriors, Thor could do nothing. "I have to do something, otherwise, the warriors of Asgard will be seriously injured." Sif still couldn't believe it. Asgardian warriors never fear death. Thor also thought so at the beginning, but after this period of reflection, Thor has realized something. Yes, but these casualties were unnecessary. We could have handled this matter amicably instead of turning it into turmoil and disputes. We have to stop Loki. The 3 good brothers can only trust Thor. What should I do? Thor didn't know either, but he knew he had to show up. "I don't know, maybe I have to defeat Loki before I can command these warriors." Thor has already made up his mind and is ready to take action himself to stop Loki. Sif and others can only support Thor. "This is your decision, Thor. We will help you." The 4 decided to protect Thor, return to the direction of Asgard, and persuade or defeat Loki. In S.H.I.E.L.D's case, he still had to deal with Asgard's warriors. In order to cause unnecessary casualties, S.H.I.E.L.D has tried his best to control himself. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D shuttled among hundreds of people, just like Uchiha Madara. "I became the king of dancing?" S.H.I.E.L.D has already prepared the lines for herself in her mind. "Do you want to dance too?" Asgardian warriors were defeated one by one. S.H.I.E.L.D was like an invincible god of war, which made even the Asgardian warriors a little afraid. In the distance, Phil Coulson watched the battle with binoculars and couldn't believe it. The magical and powerful god, the battle is so ancient. The most terrifying thing is S.H.I.E.L.D. One person is an army, it is simply invincible. But at this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D held up Mjolnir high and thousands of thunder surged in the sky. The power of thunder landed and instantly knocked back and defeated the nearby Asgardian warriors with a radius of tens of meters. Now, there are only a few fighters left. These fighters still charge fearlessly, not afraid of death at all. They are not afraid, but Sui has to think about the whole world and wants to be a virgin. These people try to let them go back alive. It is not a good thing for this world to cause irreconcilable conflicts. Sui also wants to bask in the sun with his wives, play volleyball, paint together, and study academics. How can he have time to fight with these people? Loki's face was very ugly. The warrior of Asgard was vulnerable in front of Sui. But fortunately, I still have the whole card Destroyer. He knows how powerful the Destroyer is. Huge power, powerful energy, indestructible. Destroyer attack. Sui was preparing to defeat the remaining Asgardian warriors when the Destroyer attacked. In the empty eyes of the Destroyer, heat gathered, as if burning with flames. A beam of high-temperature beams jetted out, heading towards Sui. This kind of attack, regardless of enemy and friend, is extremely dangerous. Damn, this thing is really an artificial mental retardation. Sui throws Mjolnir straight to the Destroyer's jaw. Although for this iron lump, there is no pain. However, the impact of huge amounts of power directly caused the Destroyer's line of sight to shoot into the air. Sui flew over in a hurry, from bottom to top, dragging huge amounts of Destroyer several hundred meters away. Leaving the home ground of the Asgardian warriors, there are only Sui and the Destroyer here. In this way, innocent people will not be hurt. However, Sui was helpless in the face of this iron lump. My own strength is very strong, but this thing is not afraid of physical attacks at all. As for the spiritual, soul-level attack, I will have an eye of judgment. Could it be, let yourself say to this thing, look into my eyes, and your soul will be judged? Sui is not the captain ready to strangle the robot. In the end, it was the means of energy. Even normal energy couldn't destroy the Destroyer. After all, this is made of Asgard Yoryu metal material and Odin's magic bonus. Seeing that the Destroyer in front of him was about to emit high-temperature beams again, Sui decided to take a risk and absorb these energies. Energy Devour. Faced with a high-temperature beam, Sui felt the pain caused by the high temperature. My own body cannot withstand such extreme temperatures. Loki also noticed the scene, smiling like a 1,000-year-old child. It's not like this feeling. Destroyer, burn him to ashes. Fortunately, Sui's body can still hold on. This high-temperature light beam is indeed energy. Sui can absorb part of it, but cannot completely absorb it. Most of the energy still hits the body. By the way, I still want the Fire Spirit Orb. Sui took out the Fire Spirit Orb, ready to see if it would work. This is one of the treasures in the world of Sword and Sword, extremely powerful. Sui was going to give the Fire Spirit Orb to someone else, so she didn't completely control the Fire Spirit Orb. However, as the host of the system, after extracting the Fire Spirit Orb, it can still be used simply. When the Fire Spirit Orb appeared, the high-temperature beam of the Destroyer didn't hurt at all. Sui revealed a look of joy, as expected of a treasure made by God Nuwa. It's amazing. Loki stopped smiling because Sui survived. The initial pain was gone at all, and it even seemed quite comfortable. How can that be? Without much time to be surprised, Thor has rushed back under the leadership of Sif and others. Loki, you have to stop. We have to stop before the casualties spread. How could Loki listen to Thor at this moment? For the sake of the throne, for revenge, it must continue. Anyone who dares to provoke God will pay the price. Thor is not as stupid as before, at least his IQ has increased a little bit. Loki, I know what you want. If it's for the throne, I can give up the throne. Sif and others couldn't believe that Thor was willing to give up the throne. That is the position of the King of God. This position represents the supremacy, represents everything. Loki was dumbfounded. Are you willing to give up the throne? Thor was silent for a moment, then seriously replied, I'm not a qualified king. I'm not worthy of this throne. These words are entirely out of Thor's sincerity. During this period of time, he was learning to reflect and gained a lot of insights. Definitely, just because Thor relinquishes the throne doesn't mean he'll give up the throne to Loki. Because Thor also knows that Loki can't afford the title of the King of God. Loki was a little surprised by Thor's choice. You actually gave up the throne for what? For Asgard's warriors to survive. For God's domain and Midgard, there will be no disputes. For you, my brother. Also for the father. With tears in Loki's eyes, he was touched for a moment. Someone to give up the plan to eradicate Thor and plan to let Thor help him conquer the 9 realms. However, Loki reigned in the Brotherhood and decided to destroy Thor. Loki hesitated again and again, and after finding that the destroyer had nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D, Loki changed his mind. In this way, Bifrost can only be used to destroy the planet. Okay, I can forgive their crimes. However, you must go back with me and announce your renunciation of the throne in front of everyone. Loki agrees to Thor's request, but also puts forward his own conditions. At this moment, Thor didn't have the slightest hesitation and chose to agree. Compared to being exiled on this planet, Thor also hopes to return to Asgard. As for the detention, it will not be isolated from the world, and you can still see your good brother and mother. I agreed. Loki gets Thor's answer and feigns satisfaction. In fact, there are follow-up plans. In his heart, he was silently mourning for Thor. Thor, my brother, you must die. Asgardian warriors, assemble and prepare to retreat. Destroyer, come back. Most of Asgard's warriors were wounded. Fortunately, they were all moderate injuries. The main reason is that S.H.I.E.L.D controlled the power of Mjolnir, otherwise, the power of thunder could definitely kill them and even leave them without bones. When S.H.I.E.L.D heard that Loki had agreed to Thor's request, he was not sure what Loki was thinking. However, something always felt wrong. I don't know what Loki is planning. I'll follow him to God's domain to see. S.H.I.E.L.D thought of this, and suddenly thought of Loki's follow-up plan. Loki can use Bifrost as a weapon to destroy Jotunheim. Hiss, that's what Loki thought of, right? While S.H.I.E.L.D's thoughts were racing, he saw that Mjolnir had slipped from the destroyer and fell to the ground. It turns out that Mjolnir can't hold this thing down. S.H.I.E.L.D had such an experiment, but it was also a whim. Because of Cap's discussion with Tony at the end of Avengers: Age of Ultron. At the end, the two discussed whether the elevator could lift the hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D tried the destroyer. It turned out that the destroyer couldn't hold the hammer, but he couldn't be suppressed by the hammer either. S.H.I.E.L.D watched the destroyer leave, lost in thought. If Loki really plans to use Bifrost, he must stop it. This is a star-killing weapon, and it does too much harm to this world. S.H.I.E.L.D followed the destroyer to Loki. Loki hated S.H.I.E.L.D very much, but the destroyer couldn't deal with S.H.I.E.L.D, so he could only retreat temporarily. Mortal, my brother Thor pleads for you. As the king of Asgard, I am willing to pardon your crimes. However, you need to return Mjolnir. This is a treasure of my god's domain. S.H.I.E.L.D sneered, but did not answer. Pardon? S.H.I.E.L.D didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Mjolnir can be returned to you, but I have one condition. Loki, you better stop doing stupid plans, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Loki shows a hint of anger, but the acting is very good. Mortal, I forgive your conceit. Don't be an example. Heimdall, take us back. S.H.I.E.L.D threw the hammer into Bifrost and let the hammer go back with Thor and others. As for S.H.I.E.L.D wanting to go, one teleport will be there. After seeing off the plague gods, S.H.I.E.L.D also heaved a sigh of relief. Phil Coulson could finally relax as he watched these people leave. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D come back, he couldn't help asking, they left, so they probably won't come back, right? They should come back. Thor is one of the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D was even more worried about Loki. This kid tried his best to prevent him. Loki led the people and returned in defeat. For Loki, the plan had indeed failed. However, it was more than half successful. Asgard's warriors were badly wounded, and the destroyer was unable to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, Mjolnir flew back and landed at the end of Bifrost, lying quietly here in the control room. Warriors of Asgard, you have lost to a mortal. I don't want to see such a defeat again. Now, you go to the treatment. Turning, Loki looked at Thor and his friends. Come on, imprison Thor first. Sif proposes, we can take Thor there. Loki thought about it. It happened that there were only 4 of them, so it was easier to deal with. I hope you understand that this is the order of the king. After Loki warns them, he tells them to take Thor to prison. Everything is going according to plan and Loki is ready to go. After dismissing everyone nearby, only Loki and Heimdall are left. Heimdall, Mjolnir is here for the time being. Keep an eye on that mortal for me. I don't want him to break into God's domain. Heimdall knew that Loki seemed to have other plans, but couldn't figure it out. His ability can get here without going through Bifrost. I can't stop it. Just as Heimdall let his guard down, Loki suddenly pulled out the casket of ancient winters. A cold force gushed out and enveloped Heimdall in a direct blow. Heimdall didn't expect Loki's sudden attack at all, and he was caught off guard and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Although he won't die on the spot, he will be frozen and unable to move for a short period of time, and he will also be attacked by the power of ice, which will damage his body. Heimdall stares at Loki, but there's nothing he can do. Heimdall froze when he saw the Bifrost activated and the Frost Titan appear. Loki, are you going to betray God's domain? Heimdall couldn't think of a real reason at all, only that Loki had betrayed. In fact, this is only part of the plan. Asgard's palace, the alarm sounded. Loki rushed towards the palace without any hesitation. Continue with your plan, protect Odin, protect Frigga, and kill the invading Lauf. In God's domain, there was a sudden chaos. At the same time, Thor, led by Sif and others, was on his way to the prison when he was suddenly attacked by the Frost Titan. The large number made several people feel uncomfortable. Lots of Frost Titans. How's this possible? With Heimdall guarding Bifrost, how could so many Frost Titans be allowed to enter the domain of God? Now is not the time to discuss this. Several people fought hard, but because Thor became immortal, he couldn't participate in the battle at all. Sif, you protect Thor, get out of here. As a fighter, Sif is naturally unwilling to leave. However, Thor is in danger, and Thor must be protected. Thor felt his own powerlessness at this moment and realized his mistake. Because of his recklessness, he provoked disputes. At this moment, God's domain has become a battlefield, and his friends are in danger. Maybe not only my friends, but also my parents. Thor listened to the alarm in Asgard, distraught, but helpless. Suddenly, Thor hit upon a solution. Stop. I provoked all this. Tell your king I, Thor, am willing to bear it all. I am willing to use my life in exchange for the stability that the two races only care about. Thor stood up, trying to stop the Frost Titan. But where would the Frost Titan listen to Thor? It was this kid who went to show off his power at the beginning. Now, you say you won't fight if you don't fight? Who do you think you are? Not surprisingly, one of the Frost Titans hit Thor with a stick. Thor, Sif, and the others were all stunned, and if this stick went down, it would be more dangerous for Thor. Sure enough, Thor fell to the ground, only half a step away from death. Between life and death, Thor sees more. I saw the tragic death of Sif and others around me. Saw parents die at the hands of Lauf, Lord of the Frost Titans. Seeing that God's domain is full of flames of war, howling everywhere. But he is helpless. Because he is going to die. Thor was on the verge of death and finally got Mjolnir's approval. The hammer flies away and finally falls into Thor's hands. Sif and the others noticed that Mjolnir flew over, saw that Thor was resurrected and caught Mjolnir, and they were relieved. I knew it. Thor is coming back, haha. The power of thunder returned to Thor's body again. In an instant, Thor was fully charged and resurrected with full blood. With Mjolnir and restored thunder powers, these Frost Titans are no match for Thor at all. With a few hammers down and the power of thunder, these Frost Titans were easily wiped out. You go to destroy the invading Frost Titans, those important places, strengthen the guards. I'm going to save my father. After speaking, Thor picked up the hammer and was carried away by the hammer. In the palace, Odin's guards have been wiped out by Lauf and the Frost Titan he brought. Lauf looked at Odin in an eternal sleep, enjoying himself. The old opponent for so many years is about to die in his hands at this moment. At that time, Asgard will be his own. Moreover, I will become the supreme king of God, unifying the 9 realms. Although Frigga had learned some spells, she couldn't stop the Frost Titan king. It was the Frost Titan Lord Lauf who killed you. Just when Lauf was about to strike, Loki arrived just in time. Gungnir fires a blast of energy that hits Lauf. Lauf was immersed in joy. Frigga couldn't stop herself and had already let down her vigilance. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by Loki. Lauf, who was repulsed, suffered only a few minor injuries, which were not fatal. Looking at Loki in front of him, Lauf suddenly lost his mind. Okay, let's join forces and destroy Odin? Are we partners? Moreover, they are still father and son. Before Lauf could figure it out, the Gungnir in Loki's hand gathered a large amount of energy, which was about to kill him. Lauf was very puzzled, but there was no time for him to figure it out. With Gungnir's powerful force, Lauf was killed in one hit. As for the remaining two guards, they are not opponents either. Loki hurriedly checked Frigg's situation. Although Loki knew his identity, he still loved Asgard and respected Frigg. This is also because Loki is young and Frigga has always favored Loki. After Loki made sure that Frigga was fine, he immediately continued with his plan. Mother, I'm late. I didn't expect that Frost Titan would have a way to infiltrate God's domain, giving them a chance. This time, I'm going to activate Bifrost and destroy Jotunheim completely. In this way, future troubles will be eliminated forever, and other star regions will respect us. Although Frigga usually doesn't care about these things, Loki's behavior has exceeded Frigga's imagination. No, Loki, you can't do that. If you do this, it will cause fear and dissatisfaction in other star regions. Your father will not allow you to do this. But Loki spoke righteously and even said a little excitedly, I won't let anyone hurt you and father, no matter who it is. Just as Loki said this, Thor arrived with a hammer. Thor hears Loki's words and sees through Loki's lies. Loki, I promised you that I would renounce the throne, you don't have to. Loki is already close to madness. No one can stop him at this point in his plan. Even with Thor restored to power, Loki will not back down. Thor, in just a few days, you've become cowering and weak. I will prove to my father that I am better than Thor and that I am worthy of the throne. Frigga still wants to stop, but Loki has disappeared. Thor didn't even have time to stop, Mother. Take care of father. I will stop Loki. Frigga is extremely worried, but she can only trust Thor. Go, stop him. The two flew together and came to the end of Bifrost. Loki was one step ahead and got here first. As long as the weapon is activated and the energy is transmitted through Bifrost, huge amounts of energy are enough to destroy the entire planet. However, when Loki arrived, he found Heimdall that had been unsealed. And beside Heimdall, there is another person whom he hates very much, S.H.I.E.L.D. Mortal, why are you here? S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely relaxed, definitely teleported here to stop you. I know your plan to use Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim, and maybe even my planet. So, I have to stop you. Loki was exposed, but he didn't panic, instead he laughed. You are right, your planet must be destroyed too. Because of you, God is insulted. Loki growled, shooting energy directly from Gungnir in his hand. Gungnir is also worthy of being Odin's weapon. The energy emitted has the power of Odin and is extremely powerful. Not what Loki's own staff could compare to before. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to underestimate her and used an energy barrier to protect herself. The energy barrier was broken, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body endured the damage. Fortunately, Loki did not fully control Gungnir and could not exert his full power. If Odin came over in person, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely be unstoppable. Thor flew over with his hammer and stopped Loki. Loki, that's enough. Loki is already frantic. The plan has reached this point. How can Loki stop? Even though the plan was messed up, Loki decided to complete this last step no matter what. You can't stop me. Gungnir's power converged and aimed at the three of S.H.I.E.L.D. The energy of this blow is not as simple as a simple bio. The three hurriedly showed their magical powers to stop Gungnir's energy. Huge amounts of energy collided, causing a big bang. The power of huge amounts of explosion knocked 4 people back. Loki couldn't care less, inserted Gungnir into the starter, and was ready to start planning. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't intend to waste any more time. If it hurts its own planet, it will be a big problem. A teleportation appeared in front of Loki. One hand grabbed Loki's neck, and the other grabbed Gungnir. As Odin's weapon, full of Odin's power. This power is incomparably powerful, and it is transmitted to S.H.I.E.L.D. as if it intends to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not qualified to use Gungnir. But S.H.I.E.L.D. persisted, leaving Gungnir aside. Loki was strangled by S.H.I.E.L.D, struggling hard, and while S.H.I.E.L.D was eroded by Gungnir's power, he broke free from S.H.I.E.L.D. Humble mortal, this time, you must die. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the crazy Loki and couldn't take it anymore. Anyway, this is Asgard anyway. There are only a few people here. A big P*** SY slaps Loki in the face. I gave you a face, didn't I? You think you are the son of the king of gods? You are amazing, don't you? Without Odin, what are you still? God of trickery? A trivial ruse? Just stupid. S.H.I.E.L.D complained and started to fight. Several big fights in succession, heavier punches, and directly hit Loki on the bifrost. After venting, S.H.I.E.L.D finally let go. It's comfortable. It's no wonder that D'Chao has no skills in fighting. It turns out that he is so powerful that he really doesn't need any skills. S.H.I.E.L.D almost pinned Loki to the ground and rubbed it. Thor finally realized that this was his younger brother. I hurried over to check it out, and it was still alive. However, S.H.I.E.L.D was too aggressive. Thor was about to criticize a few words, but a figure appeared in front of him. The king of God, Odin, appears. Like teleportation, Odin suddenly appeared here in Bifrost. It looks like he is dying, but in fact, he is not angry and arrogant. Odin appeared next to Loki, and Loki burst into tears. His plan was perfect, but was destroyed by S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor. Even, S.H.I.E.L.D ran over and beat him, a 1,500-year-old child. Loki lay on the Bifrost, feeling extremely wronged. Father, I just want to prove to you that I am better than Thor. Odin looked at Loki kindly. Whether you are good or not, you are my child. You don't have to be good, but you have to be right. This time, you made a big mistake. Loki went on to explain, I want your approval, I want to lighten your burden. Odin reassured softly, I know. Faced with Odin's tolerance and forgiveness, Loki could no longer bear it and chose to escape. Getting ready to roll over, roll off the Bifrost, exile yourself. By the time Odin and Thor notice, Loki is already in motion. Loki. The two were so worried that they wanted to grab Loki. It's just that Loki has made up his mind. When it was about to fall, it was caught by S.H.I.E.L.D and easily caught it back. Loki's mentality has completely collapsed. This S.H.I.E.L.D is really too lingering. A series of his own plans were destroyed. The man also beat himself up. Now, even if I want to run, I can't. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled, Loki, you don't think you can run away like this, do you? Let you run away. What if you turn around and make trouble? Loki realizes that he is not a god of tricks at all, but S.H.I.E.L.D is the devil. You let me go. S.H.I.E.L.D naturally did not let go, but was going to hand him over to Odin. The king of God, Odin. Odin was also very surprised when he saw S.H.I.E.L.D. In a place like Midgard, there is such a person as S.H.I.E.L.D who is so powerful. Warrior of Midgard, you have Mjolnir's approval and mine. I, Odin, as the king of God, representing the 9 realms, thank you for stopping this strife. I will reward you. S.H.I.E.L.D was neither humble nor overbearing. God King Odin, who has protected the 9 realms for many years and also protected Midgard, I respect you very much. It's just Loki, he still holds a grudge against me, and it may even spread to the whole of Midgard. I hope you can lock him up and educate him. Odin also seemed to notice the difference in S.H.I.E.L.D and said, I agree to your request. S.H.I.E.L.D was very satisfied. I still have 2 conditions. I hope the God King can agree. What conditions? The first condition, I hope to fight Thor. I'm not sure about my true strengths, and in Midgard, it's hard to give it my all. So, I hope to find a deserted place to compete with Thor. Odin looked at Thor, and Thor was not afraid. Thor, accept your challenge. This condition, S.H.I.E.L.D had thought a long time ago Odin and Thor would agree. S.H.I.E.L.D intends to use the challenge card to defeat Thor and earn fate points. One more condition, I hope to meet Hela. Odin didn't change his face, just stared at S.H.I.E.L.D, trying to see through S.H.I.E.L.D's heart. It was you who broke the news about Hela. Why do you want to meet Hela? You should know what her reappearance means to the 9 realms. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, I know, so I hope Odin will send me there and let me out. Odin chose to refuse. I can send you there, but you will not be Hela's opponent. If you are defeated by her or even controlled, I can't let you out. S.H.I.E.L.D knew that it should be that Odin's body was too weak, and now he could barely maintain the seal. If the seal is broken, Hela cannot be exiled again. If I am willing to use this drop of water of life as an exchange. As the king of God, Odin has lived for thousands of years, so he is not omniscient, but he is indeed one of the wisest people in the 9 realms. When I saw this drop of water of life, I was very surprised. This life energy can indeed help me extend my lifespan for a few years. It shouldn't belong to this universe. S.H.I.E.L.D did not deny, I have the ability to obtain items from other universes, and even I am not a person from this universe. Odin has some hesitation and opens the seal, which means that Hela will unseal it in advance. If he could extend his lifespan for a few years, he could temporarily suppress Hela in a short period of time. However, after a long time, it may not be necessarily the case. This condition. Seeing that Odin was about to refuse, S.H.I.E.L.D hurriedly added, God King, you don't have to rush to refuse. I can wait a year or 2 before going to challenge Hela. S.H.I.E.L.D is very confident, even if her luck is not good enough to make money now. After a year or 2, it is still possible to upgrade all of them to level 2. At that time, all attributes will reach LV9, and they should be able to fight Hela. Thank you, God King, for your perfection. Please accept this drop of water of life. S.H.I.E.L.D gave Odin the last drop of water of life. In fact, it is also an attempt to see if you can get the fate point. Odin accepted the water of life, and a few more years meant that he could discipline Loki, train Thor, and even try his best to change Hela. After taking the oaths divine, Odin was in better shape. Although he still looks old-fashioned, he looks at least a little more energetic. This makes Thor and Loki very happy. S.H.I.E.L.D is also very happy, because the rewards from the system have arrived. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't expect that just extending Odin's life for a few years would result in such a huge profit. Odin sensed the change in himself and decided to give S.H.I.E.L.D an extra reward. In the name of my father and ancestors, I bestow upon you the blessing of Odin. In Odin's hand, a ball of light flew out and poured into S.H.I.E.L.D's body. S.H.I.E.L.D felt this gentle energy, which was Odin's divine power. Odin is also worthy of being the king of God, a blessing, as if adding a super buff to S.H.I.E.L.D. This buff allows S.H.I.E.L.D to be recognized by Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D can get energy from Asgard like Thor and Hela. As long as Asgard is alive, the energy is endless. Even S.H.I.E.L.D is qualified to use Gungnir. This buff is a bit powerful. S.H.I.E.L.D was very satisfied. Thank you, God King, for the gift. Next, it's time to fight Thor. With the buff, S.H.I.E.L.D is more confident in defeating Thor. I think, lock up Loki first. Then, my sparring with Thor can begin. Loki was extremely speechless. There were countless words of greeting in his heart, but he couldn't speak. Together with Thor, S.H.I.E.L.D imprisoned Loki in Asgard's prison. This was originally the treatment that Loki only had after the Avengers Alliance, but now it has been arranged in advance. Loki looked extremely depressed, but S.H.I.E.L.D didn't intend to leave. S.H.I.E.L.D plans to chat with Loki to see if his talk therapy and mouth escape technique can change Loki. By the way, a wave of spoilers. Harvest some fate points. Loki, I want to talk to you. You want to talk to me? I don't think we have anything to talk about. S.H.I.E.L.D sat down on her own, with no intention of leaving. Loki, son of Lauf, adopted by Odin. For so many years, as a young prince, you have also been loved and loved. So, do you want to know your fate? Loki showed an incredulous look, looking at S.H.I.E.L.D, feeling unbelievable. S.H.I.E.L.D ignored Loki's expression at all, and just continued, I know your plan, and I also disrupted your plan. Do you think everything is just a coincidence? No, I saw the future. It's just that this future may not be good for you. Loki is still stable. As the god of tricks, his psychological quality is still good. My future? I'd like to hear what kind of stories you can make up. Seeing that Loki was interested, S.H.I.E.L.D also started spoiling. Just start with your plan to drop off Bifrost. Since then, you have met a man, the cosmic overlord from Titan, Thanos. You pretended to succumb to him and helped him complete his plan to collect infinite gems, so as to gain his support and invade the Earth on a large scale. As a result, your plan failed. The end is naturally being imprisoned here. Loki smiled, showing a look of total disbelief. However, Loki was also scheming in his mind. If he really left Asgard and got a chance for revenge, maybe he would really do this. As for failure, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Big deal, plan a little more. And then, naturally, the most painful thing in your life happened. What's up? When the 9 realms converge, TIE particles appear, and the dark elves strike. Loki has heard of this history, but not much. A cursed warrior disguised as a war criminal entered the prison. Not only did you not stop it, but you directed him in the direction and let him escape. With your help, he killed your mother, God Queen Frigga. Loki suddenly couldn't control himself. If he wanted to talk about the entire god's domain, the person he cares about the most must be God Queen Frigg. Frigga has always loved Loki very much and made Loki feel the warmth of family and family. No, it's impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D was not in a hurry to retort, yes or not, it's not up to you. Maybe you will experience it yourself in the future, unless you can change everything. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to tell Loki's fate. The two teamed up to defeat the Dark Elves, and Loki usurped the throne. Later, when Odin died, Hela appeared. Finally, Ragnarok descends and the two brothers prepare to go to Earth. But on the way, he met Thanos. Loki traded the space gem and his own life for Thor's survival. See, spoiler, that's the end of it. Loki just smiled, not revealing his true inner thoughts. Nice story, do you think I'll believe it? S.H.I.E.L.D and Loki have spoiled so much, not for fate points, but for mouth escape to convince Loki. If it can be successful, it is naturally the best. If it fails, and Loki still intends to make troubles, S.H.I.E.L.D is really going to kill him. It does not matter. I can tell you that in the world I live in, there are people I care about, and I like stability. I tell you this, and I tell you my weakness. But I'm not afraid either. I can tell you clearly, if you touch my bottom line, then don't blame me for breaking the bottom line. You also have relatives, people you cherish. If something happened to your loved one, think about what you would do. You should know that I can go too far. This is a threat and a warning. I am willing to tell you this, because I believe that you also have someone you cherish. Just this once. If you insist on trying, then be prepared to lose your loved ones. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, Loki couldn't help feeling a little chilled. He was abused by S.H.I.E.L.D twice and knows S.H.I.E.L.D's strength. Now that Odin is old, Thor may not be able to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D. If it really angered S.H.I.E.L.D and made S.H.I.E.L.D go crazy, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D would really do these things. Thinking of this, Loki felt a little embarrassed. However, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. I'm here now, where else can I go? S.H.I.E.L.D smiled, knowing that Loki meant to show weakness. Now that the goal has been achieved, he can also leave. Loki, cherish those around you. You're 1,500 years old, you're not a child anymore. S.H.I.E.L.D turned and left. Loki wanted to complain, but he didn't say anything because he was afraid of offending S.H.I.E.L.D. Loki was not relieved until it was confirmed that S.H.I.E.L.D had really left. Damn it. Do you really think you can see my fate and know who I am, Loki? Loki vented in the prison and quickly calmed down again. Because S.H.I.E.L.D is right, he does have someone he cares about. He didn't want to see something happen to Frigga. For this, he could pay any price. Loki fussed for a while, calling out loudly. Guard! Guard! Some guards did respond to Loki, but very seriously. Loki, you are now a prisoner. Loki also knew that he couldn't get out now. I want to read a book and have someone help pass the message to my mother. I need to read a book to pass the time. Such a request is indeed not too high. I will send someone to notify the Queen of God. Loki loosened up a bit, the 9 realms, the Dark Elves, and the infinite gems. He couldn't believe all of this information, but he couldn't disbelieve it either. In order to protect Frigg, he must be prepared. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D left the prison and left with Thor. What follows is a battle between the two. Thor is also looking forward to it. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is extremely powerful and a rare opponent. What did you and Loki talk about? I just warned him not to go to my world again. Thor didn't believe it, but didn't pursue it further. You are a strong opponent, and I will try my best to defeat you. Me too. S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor found God King Odin, and Odin had specially prepared the venue for them to perform. And no other viewers. I have prepared a battlefield for you, and you can learn from each other to your heart's content. Thor, be good. Thor was extremely serious. Yes, father. This area is empty, very suitable for two people to fight. S.H.I.E.L.D and Thor face off, ready to fight. S.H.I.E.L.D is not completely sure of defeating Thor now, but he is still 60% sure. Therefore, the challenge card was decisively used. Thor, I'm ready. Me too. Let's begin then. Thor is also very serious, because S.H.I.E.L.D is the most powerful enemy he has ever faced. Mjolnir in his hand circled, and then flew towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The speed is extremely fast, but S.H.I.E.L.D can also react. Mjolnir also recognized S.H.I.E.L.D, so there was no suppression on S.H.I.E.L.D. It could only be regarded as a powerful weapon. Like Hela, S.H.I.E.L.D grabbed Mjolnir, but couldn't crush it. However, stopping the hammer will do. Thor knew that this hammer would definitely not be able to defeat S.H.I.E.L.D, so he also rushed over. The two fought together. In close combat, S.H.I.E.L.D is not afraid of anyone. It's just that Mjolnir is indeed a bit powerful, and it still hurts when it hits the body. However, S.H.I.E.L.D is not a vegetarian either. If you hit me with a hammer, I will pay you back no matter what. The battle between the two became fierce as soon as it came up. After S.H.I.E.L.D's initial temptation was over, he immediately gained the upper hand. Watching Thor hit him with a hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D blocked Thor's arm and then started to fight back. It seems that fighting skills are still useful. Rich experience allowed S.H.I.E.L.D to see through Thor's attack methods. Thor's attack methods are mostly related to hammers. With a hammer in hand, there are a variety of attack methods, and the fighting skills can reach LV6. S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't be a match without a hammer. S.H.I.E.L.D tried his best to restrict Thor so that he could not exert Mjolnir's power and thus suppressed Thor. After these few minutes of fighting, S.H.I.E.L.D also roughly figured out Thor's physical fitness level. In terms of strength and endurance, they're slightly worse than themselves. According to the classification of the system, it should be above LV6 and below LV7. In terms of energy, Thor's thunder power is a bit troublesome. Punch me, Chilin arm, 7 times bonus. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D exploded with strength, and this punch directly sent Thor flying. The whole person smashed a hole in the ground and then rolled into the distance. Mjolnir fell off by accident, and it looked like he was seriously injured. S.H.I.E.L.D hurriedly chased after him, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. Thor was beaten violently by S.H.I.E.L.D, temporarily unable to resist. Looking at this appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D also knew that Thor came here smoothly and did not encounter too many powerful opponents, which slowed down his growth rate. Chasing and fighting all the way, punched Thor more than a dozen times, and Thor was already injured. Odin couldn't stand it anymore and was about to end this discussion. However, S.H.I.E.L.D felt that she was not enjoying herself enough. Thor, tell me, what god are you? God of the hammer? You are Thor, and the power of thunder is always in you, not in the hammer. Stand up and unleash the thunder power in your body. Eon. Thor stood up with difficulty. S.H.I.E.L.D's words stimulated Thor, and there was a gradual change in his eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D can see that Thor has started awakening. But it's not enough, just start awakening. For true awakening, some pressure is needed. Yes, exactly. With a roar, Thor rushed towards S.H.I.E.L.D, and Mjolnir also flew towards S.H.I.E.L.D from behind, forming a double trap. Seeing Thor's appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D was overjoyed. Immediately rushed over and took the initiative to attack. Before Mjolnir flew over, S.H.I.E.L.D had already knocked down Thor and then turned around and grabbed Mjolnir. Thor was defeated again, but his morale remained. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to prod Thor. Thor, stand up. Is this all you have? When Odin dies, who will protect your mother and brother? Who will protect Asgard? Who will protect the 9 realms? Thor listened to S.H.I.E.L.D's words, and the thunder divine power in his body was no longer under control and burst out. I saw the thunder power erupting from Thor's body, and the huge thunder power affected the world. Thor is finally the real Thor at this moment. I swear by Thor. I will protect my family, I will protect Asgard, and I will protect the 9 realms. Odin watched Thor awakening, filled with relief. I am also a little more grateful to S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D, a powerful enemy, if S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't deliberately guided Thor might not have awakened so early. Thor had been abused by S.H.I.E.L.D for so long, and now he exploded completely. Surrounded by endless thunder power, he rushed forward. Sui was also extremely excited. The rewards for defeating Thor in such a state should be even richer. Come on, fight. Thor drops the hammer too, and the two slam into each other quickly. The two fought at close range, and the thunder power spread all around, engulfing Sui. Fortunately, Sui has rough skin and thick flesh, so she can carry it. It's just that Sui didn't expect that Thor's power would actually increase in a short period of time. Damn, hang up, right? I'm the real cheating player. I'm still afraid that you won't succeed. Sui didn't care about anything else and went directly to Thor Mang. On recklessness, who is afraid of whom? The two fought back and forth, and Sui's melee combat skills had the upper hand. The two exchanged punches. Sui's fist was powerful and Thor's fist carried huge amounts of thunder power. With this punch, the two were evenly matched. Come on, Thor, next, this punch will win. For the glory of the god of the north. For Asgard. Sui didn't talk too much nonsense. She gathered all her strength, from feet to punches, from bottom to top. This punch gathers the strength of the whole body, plus the 7 times strength bonus of Qilin's arm. This is definitely Sui's strongest punch ever. The fists of the two collided, and Thor's thunder power seemed to be repelled by Sui's fist. Huge amounts of force collide, burst. With a bang, the energy spread. This power can definitely destroy an entire school. Both of them were pushed back hundreds of meters before falling to the ground. Sui vomited blood and managed to stabilize himself, but there was still some damage to the internal organs. Cool, happy. Sui took out a celestial bean, and after eating it, his body began to recover. Looking at Thor again, Odin has descended to Thor's side, and it seems that he has lost consciousness. Is Thor all right? I have a fairy bean here to heal the wound. He just awakened and used too much force. I will send someone to treat him. Sui recalled that in Thor 3, Thor awakened his power in the battle with Hulk, and then fainted. That's good. Odin was very happy. It was you who helped him reflect and wake up, and you also helped Thor awakening power. Thank you for everything you have done for Thor. Thor will become an Avenger in the future. He will become the protector of my world and the 9 worlds. He will. Sui is also very satisfied with the result. Next, it's time to go back and take stock of the gains from this incident. After Sui fought with Thor, he didn't stay long and chose to return to his own world. Over the past few days, I have gained a lot. Especially today, a lot of things have been done, enough to change the fate of a lot of people. Frustrated Loki's plot and spoiled it. Use the water of life to help God King Odin prolong his life. Defeat Thor with challenge cards and help Thor awakening. This series of operations made Sui a lot of money. Sui can't wait to go back and take stock of what she has gained. However, just after teleporting back, he found that Phil Coulson was still waiting for him. Phil Coulson, are you still here? Only then did Sui realize that it was almost evening, and the day was almost over. We need to know the specific situation as soon as possible. Okay, take me back by car. Don't mind talking slowly in the car. Definitely can. Sui took a ride, and on the way, she also disclosed some information about Asgard to Phil Coulson, asking him to report to Nick Fury. For now, there is a high possibility that Loki will not come over to make trouble. However, the threat of Thanos remains. Sui is very curious about how the Avengers alliance will unfold if Loki does not come. Thor's events come to an end for now. Sui returned to the hotel, and both Jane and Daisy were worried. Seeing that Sui returned safely, he was relieved. Obviously, the two of them were also extremely curious about Sui's going to God's domain. So, Sui briefly described it. In the evening, Jane and Sui took advantage of the darkness to take a stroll outside. Jane is a superhero to Sui, who needs to face various dangers and has some worries. Sue, I'm worried about you, because you need to face such danger. Sui probably guessed Jane's question, so he took the initiative to persuade, Jane, you should know that there is a wider universe beyond this world. Our lives, our world, are at stake. I have to come forward and address these dangers. You know, what I do is for our future, for our life. If you can be safe and sound, then definitely is the best. If I have to come forward to solve it, I will try my best to protect my safety. You don't have to worry too much. My current strength is not much worse than God King Odin. When Jane heard Su-Yi's words, she finally felt relieved. She wasn't making trouble out of no reason. She was just worried about Su-Yi's safety. Under the starry sky, Su-Yi hugged Jane and said quietly, "Want to experience the feeling of flight?" Jane said in surprise, "Flight?" Just when Jane was surprised, she found that she had slowly lifted off into the air, floating in the air with Su-Yi. "I haven't agreed yet." "It's okay, hold on tight." Jane is also very obedient, hugging Su-Yi tightly, worried about falling. Su-Yi took Jane for a flight, and Jane felt extremely miraculous. It feels like flying quite fast, but there is no feeling of howling wind, just like going for a ride. How could this be? We were flying very fast, but I didn't feel the wind. Biological stance. Jane didn't understand very well, and Su-Yi didn't intend to explain too much. "I think we can discuss this academic issue after we go back." "I agree." In the middle of the night, Su-Yi rested and began to take stock of today's harvest. System: take stock of the harvest during this period. The system also quickly gave the statistical results. Ding! The statistics are complete. The host changed the fate of many people and gained a total of 7.7 million fate points. Additional 9 chances for ordinary lottery draws and 3 chances for God-level lottery draws. Su-Yi checked the details, and sure enough, each item had a data description. God King Odin, Thor, because of their powerful combat power, they also have many fate points to feed back. Not only that, but also Loki's transformation, which seriously affected the plot of Avengers Alliance 1, also provided a lot of destiny points. Even it indirectly affected Hela and Ragnarok and other plots. In addition, if you successfully challenge Thor, the rewards of the challenge card will also be accumulated in it. The income from all aspects adds up to 7.7 million, which is not much at all. 7.7 million, that's a lot. If you use the double card and deposit 8 million, you can get 16 million after 2 months. To save or not to save, that is the question. Su-Yi briefly thought about it, and then it seemed that there was no special need to spend fate points. In the world of black-robed pickets, Su-Yi doesn't plan to go so early. After inquiring about the system, Su-Yi found out that it is still possible to bring people there. Therefore, Su-Yi intends to treat the black-robed world as a dungeon and let the Avengers Alliance form a team to clear the dungeon. Captain America and Soldier Boy. Quicksilver and locomotives. Thor can't beat Superman. It should still be possible to beat a pirated version of Homelander. Therefore, this does not need to spend fate points. Su-Yi looked at his fate point, which was close to 9 million, and there was some hesitation. Wait until I send out the talisman and fire spirit beads first, and see if I can get 10 million together. Then let's draw a lottery system, ordinary 10 consecutive draws. The system only gave out 9 lucky draw chances, and the remaining 1 must be purchased with destiny points. The 10 consecutive draws are over, a pile of garbage, only one good thing. Special item: 1 pack of blood orchid seeds. When Su-Yi saw this reward, she couldn't help but be moved. Blood orchid, a magical plant in the world of the plague of pythons. The secreted serum can prolong the life of cells. In simple terms, it can prolong life. Although it is not as easy to use as the water of life, it is definitely something with a heaven-defying effect. However, blood orchid has never been tested on humans. In the 4th part, a scientist uses a young snake to test the efficacy of the blood orchid. As a result, the young snake grows up overnight and becomes a giant. Blood orchid, another magical plant. In any case, it must be studied. Su-Yi immediately thought of Maya Hansen, but she didn't know if Tony could handle the other party now. Next, there are 3 more God-level lottery draws. In the last God-level lottery draw, Su-Yi directly drew a bottle of water of life. This time, with 3 chances, Su-Yi hopes to draw something good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, a complete collection of Super God Divine Body research materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Infinite Devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, a spell of your choice. Su-Yi looked at the reward and couldn't help swallowing. It is indeed a god-level lottery draw, but it is better than ordinary lottery draws. The research data of the divine body means that ordinary people can be transformed into super soldiers. Mass-produced, even stronger than the captain. Infinite devouring is an evolutionary version of energy devouring. The current S.H.I.E.L.D can also bask in the sun and become stronger. Not only that, S.H.I.E.L.D can quickly absorb the power of thunder, power of Odin, planetary energy, etc. Compared with before, it is not twice as strong. The last one, the optional spell, may be a little bit worse, not up to the standard of the god-level lottery draw. But it's okay, just choose one and give it to Natasha Romanoff. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the reward, although she was very excited, but after going through so much, S.H.I.E.L.D has long been able to face it normally. After a good night's sleep, it's time to prepare to go back. Early in the morning, when S.H.I.E.L.D and the others were still having breakfast, Phil Coulson brought his people over. "Good morning, Phil Coulson. Are you still here?" Phil Coulson greeted S.H.I.E.L.D. "Morning, Sue. However, I am here this time not for you, but for Dr. Savage." S.H.I.E.L.D guessed the purpose of Phil Coulson and invited Dr. Savage to join S.H.I.E.L.D to study the cosmic cube. Regarding this matter, S.H.I.E.L.D decided to persuade her. S.H.I.E.L.D has always been unsure whether he can control infinite gems, so he has never had the idea of infinite gems. Now, it has the skill of infinite devour. According to the description, basically all energy can be devoured and turned into its own use. S.H.I.E.L.D is also preparing to start collecting infinite gems when his strength improves a bit. Anyway, the cosmic cube, type particles, psychic scepter, and Eye of Agamotto all appeared on the Earth. In other words, soul gem and power gem have never appeared on the Earth, and they need to be found in the universe. Dr. Savage, we at S.H.I.E.L.D officially invite you to join us. Dr. Savage was a little skeptical about Phil Coulson and others. After all, he was in a suit and black glasses, and he was still in the mystery department. It wasn't a good thing at first glance, and he might be researching something strange. However, during this period of time, the performance of Phil Coulson and others was indeed not bad. Not only that, Phil Coulson is also very sincere, directly indicating what to study. Dr. Savage was finally moved and planned to agree. Both Jane and Daisy were stunned. If the doctor left, there would be only 2 people left in the research team. Daisy was extremely depressed. "Water? Doctor, you promised to go to their place for research, so what shall we do?" Dr. Savage can't help it. After all, the attraction of the cosmic cube is too strong. I will be away for a while. You're all excellent, and you already have the ability to study on your own, and I have nothing to teach you. S.H.I.E.L.D persuaded. How about you go back with me? I can sponsor you to open a research laboratory. Daisy agrees very much. Researching in the laboratory is much better than eating and sleeping like this. Moreover, it is very rare to have your own laboratory. Jane has a different opinion. Many phenomena must be investigated on the spot. S.H.I.E.L.D explained, it's just a small laboratory, which can facilitate your research. If you want to go out to investigate, I definitely support you. Also, Phil Coulson and his department will also pay attention to anomalous phenomena around the world. They can definitely provide a lot of information. They also need the help of scientists like you. Phil Coulson also made sense when he heard it. It is true. There are many phenomena that we cannot understand. If we can have your help, I believe many problems can be solved. Jane is also a little moved, owning a high-end laboratory, which is of great help to research. I agree. While S.H.I.E.L.D was happy, she was also a little worried. Jian and the others don't know about S.H.I.E.L.D's other confidant. If they happen to meet, it will be the Shura field. We still have to find a chance to show our cards. Jane and Daisy are going to go back with themselves, and Dr. Savage is going to be taken away by Phil Coulson. When parting, S.H.I.E.L.D chatted with Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, I know you're working on the cosmic cube. This thing has inexhaustible power. Hydra researched it and invented various weapons. Stark researched it and discovered many new technologies. You are also researching it and making weapons. It's just that you don't know its essence. In the cosmic cube, there is an infinite gems. S.H.I.E.L.D briefly popularized infinite gems. The purpose is to let them understand that their S.H.I.E.L.D can't grasp this thing. You can't control this gem now. Studying it is very likely to attract forces outside the universe. That's all I said. You decide for yourself how to study and use it. Phil Coulson did not have the ability to call the shots. Thank you for the information. I will report it to Director Nick. The matter is over, and everyone goes their separate ways. Sue-yi is ready to return immediately. After all, it has been almost a month since she left. But Jane still intends to continue to study and go back when the time comes. Sue-yi couldn't persuade Jane, so she could only let Jane continue to study. Another day was deliberately stayed to accompany Jane and Daisy. Early the next morning, after saying goodbye to the two, Sue-yi teleported home. Back at the villa, Sue-yi felt the long-lost relaxation. During this journey, many things happened. Finally came back. What should I do today? Sue-yi is not in a hurry to find her confidant, or Tony. By the way, there is another summon card. It's time to use it. Sue-yi took out a bottle of ice cream from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa. System, use the summon card. Let me see who's there. Using the summoning card, 3 characters instantly appeared in front of Sue-yi. And Sue-yi can choose one of 3 to summon into this world. When 3 characters appeared, Sue-yi laughed out loud. Hiss, system, you understand me. First one, Felicity Moku from CW Universe. IT genius, computer expert, hacker. Green Arrow's right-hand woman in the CW Universe, and later became Green Arrow's wife. In terms of appearance, it is naturally not bad. The second one, Nami from the world of One Piece. Thief, surveyor, navigator, combat ability is not bad. The third one is Chilin from Super God Universe. Super soldier, sniper. Sue-yi looked at the 3 beauties, a little dazzled. These 3 people are definitely the goddesses in many people's minds. Sue-yi naturally likes these 3 characters too. System, I want them all. Just tell me, how many fate points do you want? Each summon card can only summon 1 character. The host can buy a summoning card to summon other characters. Sue-yi complained secretly, this is definitely the system's routine. First highlight all the good characters and attract me to buy summoning cards. Then, when the time comes, all the crap comes out. This kind of routine has been played badly by the Pig Factory and Goose Factory, and Sue-yi has also seen it frequently. You can only choose one of the 3, so there is no choice. I choose Chilin's wife. Sue-yi is surrounded by Western beauties, but there is no Oriental beauties. Among the 3, Chilin is a proper Oriental beauty. How could Sue-yi miss it? Choose Chilin, the summoning is successful. A ray of light flashed, and Chilin appeared in front of Sue-yi. Wearing combat armor and equipped with weapons, God's punishment. Seeing himself appearing here, he didn't seem to be surprised or flustered at all. Are you the one who summoned me to this world? Sue-yi smiled and said, Welcome to the Marvel world, Chilin. Sue-yi looked at Chilin in front of her. She was really pretty. The face value and figure are both beautiful. The most important thing is that this is the beauty of the East. Sue-yi had a brief exchange with Chilin and got to know Chilin a little bit better. Chilin has no memory of the previous world at all. It's just that in the dark, I heard the call and came to this world. Although Chilin was summoned by Sue-yi, she has a natural liking for and obedience to Sue-yi. However, Sue-yi still can't really regard Chilin as his wife directly. However, the system has sent people to the door. If Sue-yi can't take it down, it will really be a waste. Chilin, from now on, you should stay here. Chilin is not one to be coy, yes? By the way, do you have any more normal clothes? Chilin looked at her combat uniform, no. Sue-yi nodded. Looks like I have to go buy some clothes for you first. I'll bring you a set of my clothes first. You can change them on first, wait for me to go out, and then buy some women's clothes. Maybe it won't fit you well, but it's okay. I'll take you to buy it in person later. It is good. Sue-yi definitely took the opportunity to ask about Chilin's size so that it is convenient to buy clothes. Although Chilin was a little shy, she still told Sue-yi this relatively secret matter. Sue-yi drove out, and after more than an hour, she bought a carload of clothes and came back. After Sue-yi handed the clothes to Chilin, it took half an hour for Chilin to change into casual clothes and appear in front of Sue-yi. A white t-shirt and a pleated skirt that didn't reach the knee showed off her long legs. Sue-yi sized it up and made sure that Chilin was missing a few pairs of socks. Whether it's white or black, Qilin should be able to handle it. Qilin didn't dislike Suyi's gaze. I want to ask, what's the situation with the lace pajamas? Is there a problem? I just saw it, so I bought it. Don't waste time, let's go shopping together. Your daily necessities are not ready yet. Qilin didn't pursue it either, and it was normal to have a few sets of pajamas. Even if Sui doesn't buy it, she will buy a few sets herself. Maybe it's not as beautiful as the one Sui bought. Took Qilin out shopping and then had a meal out. When returning home, Qilin sat in the co-pilot, admiring the scenery outside. I just feel that such a time is very leisurely, as if I haven't experienced it for a long time. Being summoned by Sui and coming to this world seems to be a good thing. Shopping is cool for a while, and shopping is always cool. It's just that there are too many things, and it takes some time to pack them up. The two of them bought a bunch of clothes. Although they didn't fill the entire closet, they took up at least half of it. In addition, there are toiletries, mobile phones, and computers, and other items. It can be seen that Qilin needs a long time to clean up. Qilin, I'm going out for a while. Do you want to go with me? Sui intends to find Natasha Romanoff. Qilin is also a super soldier in the world of super gods. I think it will take me another hour or so to finish packing. Well, I'll go first. If I don't come back at night, there is food in the refrigerator at home, and you can make dinner yourself. It is good. Sui disappeared in an instant and appeared in the command room of the space carrier. The sudden appearance of Sui immediately aroused Melina's vigilance. However, Melina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Sui. Hi Melina, where is Natasha Romanoff? Melina knew Sui's ability and probably guessed the relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Sui. Natasha Romanoff is in the training room. Natasha Romanoff has always felt that she is not suitable for management, so she handed over most of the management work to Melina. And I keep training, ready to go out at any time. It is also because Dreykov has made countless fortunes over the years, so he stayed. Otherwise, this group of Black Widows and this sky carrier really can't stand such consumption. When Sui came to the training room, she saw sisters Natasha Romanoff and Yelena fighting. Fighting with beautiful women is something to watch. Definitely, Sui was also quickly discovered. Both Natasha Romanoff and Yelena are top agents, and they will always observe their surroundings during the battle. Although he was training, he relaxed his vigilance. However, habits are not easy to change. The two finished training, and Natasha Romanoff appeared in front of Sui dripping with sweat. Didn't you go on a trip with the beautiful astronomer? Sui lifted Natasha Romanoff's chin. What? Are you jealous? Natasha Romanoff said affectionately, I'm really jealous because I can't leave here and stay by your side. This alluring look caught Sui in an instant. Regardless of Natasha Romanoff's state at the moment, Sui took the initiative to kiss her. You won't stay here forever, I'll take you home, and you know I need your help. Natasha Romanoff knew what Sui meant, and it was nothing more than asking Natasha Romanoff to help adjust the relationship in the backyard to avoid a fire in the backyard. Natasha Romanoff is definitely the best wingman when it comes to dealing with relationships. I brought you a gift. Do you plan to read it now or later? I have to go clean first. Sui showed a smirk. No problem. Yelena looked at the two with great interest, without any intention of disturbing them. I have prepared 2 new spells for you. The first spell, the snake spell, can make you invisible. Natasha Romanoff looked at the talisman in Suyi's hand, not feeling strange at all. After all, the horse charm was obtained last time. Also, Natasha Romanoff has cured most of the Black Widows under the horse charm. There are also some Black Widows who don't care about it at the moment. Anyway, they don't have the idea of retiring. At worst, it would not be too late for treatment until the time of retirement. And one more. There's another one you choose. Natasha Romanoff is very smart. Although she doesn't know the specific method for Sui to obtain the charm, she can guess that it should be difficult to obtain. It is good. Sui told Natasha Romanoff the abilities of the remaining 10 spells, and Natasha Romanoff began to think about which spell to choose. Considering that she already had 2 support spells, Natasha Romanoff chose an offensive spell, Dragon Charm. In this way, there are offensive and powerful attack abilities, as well as life-saving abilities such as invisibility and healing. Sui also chose the Dragon Charm and gave it to Natasha Romanoff. Instantly obtained fate point feedback, but his own fate point still did not break through 10 million. I also have a fire spirit bead, which can give people the ability to control fire and be immune to fire damage. I plan to give it to Yelena. What do you think? Natasha Romanoff can foresee the dangers ahead. This fire spirit bead is also unusual. It can make Yelena stronger and have more self-protection abilities. Although his horse charm can heal others, if something goes wrong, he is not by Yelena's side. I agree. Sui and Natasha Romanoff found Yelena and planned to give Yelena the fire Lingju. Definitely, let Natasha Romanoff and Yelena communicate in advance. With stronger strength, you can also protect those around you. Yelena did not have the slightest hesitation and chose to agree. Sui took out the fire Lingju and prepared to give it to Yelena. Yelena stretched out her hand lightly and took the fire Lingju. Through the simple method of dripping blood, let the fire spirit bead recognize its owner. I saw the fire spirit bead emitting a dazzling red light and then submerged into Yelena's body. After integrating for the first time, the fire spirit bead exudes a powerful force and begins to improve Yelena's body. The fiery power of the fire spirit orb enveloped Yelena. Yelena felt the strength of this force and felt even more the damage it caused to her body. To transform and strengthen the body, the first step is naturally to cause damage and damage. This will bring huge amounts of pain, which is unbearable for Yelena. The surrounding temperature is getting higher and higher, hotter than the steam room. Yelena's yang was dripping with sweat, but was quickly evaporated by the high temperature. Seeing Yelena's slightly painful appearance and this situation, which has exceeded the limit that ordinary people can bear, Natasha Romanoff was extremely worried. Sue, can we help Yelena? Sui thought for a while and expressed his own analysis. The fire dragon ball is improving Yelena's body because the power of fire is too violent. If you want to improve your body, you must destroy it first, and then you can be reborn. The fire Lingzu will protect her, but these pains must be experienced. Natasha Romanoff continued, "Can I heal her with a horse charm and help her relieve her pain? It's probably not suitable. Your horse charm will purify the abnormal power in the body." Now the power of the fire spirit orb hasn't fully integrated with Yelena. It will be cleared by the horse charm. This will cause the power of the fire Lingju to counterattack, and the burst of energy will be more violent. If so, Yelena's pain will be doubled. After listening to Sui's analysis, Natasha Romanoff chose to believe Sui. However, seeing Yelena in such pain, Natasha Romanoff was restless. Yelena, you can do it. Yelena has experienced the training of the Red House since she was a child, and she has also experienced so many hardships. Not to say that the heart is as strong as iron, but it is definitely a person with a firm mind. At this moment, in the severe pain, I can still keep awake. I'm fine, I can hold on. Just as Yelena finished speaking this sentence, suddenly, a huge amount of power erupted. Yelena only felt as if her body was on fire, and her whole body seemed to be burnt into red steel. Huge amounts of pain hit, and Yelena couldn't help but scream in pain. What? More than half an hour passed, and Yelena's voice gradually became quieter. It is clear that the most painful stage is over. Yelena also gradually got used to the high temperature, as well as the pain caused by energy-strengthening body. Next, the power of the fire Lingju will slowly repair and strengthen Yelena's body. It seems that Yelena has adapted. Are you going to continue to guard Yelena? Natasha Romanoff knew that Sui might have something else to do. Definitely, if you want to see Pietro's training, I can ask Antonia to take you there. Okay. Sister-in-law Yelena doesn't need her anymore, so Sui decides to visit brother-in-law Pietro. Sui met Antonia again. When we first met, we were completely two people. When I first met Antonia, she was Drykoff's daughter, implanted with a chip, and her face was terrified. After being treated with the Ozdevai, Antonia regained her original appearance. A hairy lowly under 20. This image looks 1,000 times more beautiful than when they first met. Antonia also fully recovered after Drykoff's death. Antonia has mixed feelings about Natasha Romanoff. On the one hand, Natasha Romanoff made her hurt. On the other hand, Natasha Romanoff saved her again. And Dreykov. Natasha Romanoff killed her father, but from the point of view of Natasha Romanoff and many Black Widows, Dreykov has committed a heinous crime. Finally, Antonia challenged Natasha Romanoff. The two fought, but there was no winner. Persuaded by Natasha Romanoff, she stayed and became a member of this big family. After this period of time, Antonia still feels pretty good, at least gradually adapting to life after recovery. Antonia, you look fine. Facing Su-Yi's slightly frivolous attitude, Antonia was not angry. Because the water of life that healed her was provided by Su-Yi. Such a good thing, the value is definitely not cheap. Besides, it is naturally Su-Yi's identity. Not only is Su-Yi powerful, she's also Natasha Romanoff's man. Antonia replied indifferently, Pietro is in the other training room. He has made rapid progress, but it is not enough. Speaking of Pietro, Su-Yi thought of Wanda. I've been busy with S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, so I haven't visited Wanda for a while. Wanda is a goal that must be achieved, and the progress has not been made, which is a bit unreasonable. Su-Yi was a little skeptical. She made her original decision. You should keep Wanda by your side now, play with it first, and brush it up to be moved. It should be much better to send it to learn magic when it is almost raised. Now this will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the strategy. But Su-Yi didn't panic at all. Su-Yi still had a way to handle Wanda. The way Su-Yi handles Wanda is naturally Pietro. Su-Yi came outside the training room and saw Pietro's situation. It seems that the training during this period of time is still somewhat effective. It's just that, as Antonia said, the progress is fast, but it's not enough to watch. The Black Widows here are all raised from childhood and have experienced more. Pietro's current training, although hard, is not life-threatening after all. Pietro, look who's here. The training was interrupted, and the instructor responsible for training Pietro was a little angry. However, when she saw that it was Su-Yi and Antonia, the female instructor suppressed her anger. Pietro is very hostile to Su-Yi. Because Su-Yi has always had thoughts about Wanda, Pietro is naturally very vigilant against this kind of person who plays his sister's idea. What's more, Su-Yi is still a scumbag. What are you doing here? I just happened to have time, so I stopped by to see you. I heard that you are training well. Now you can go, I have to continue training. Don't you want to visit your sister Wanda? I still miss her very much, and I am going to visit her. If you don't want to go, then I will go alone. Pietro became excited when he heard Wanda's name. I'm going to see Wanda. Maybe you should say, please, and add a thank you. Pietro suppressed the anger in his heart. Please take me to meet Wanda, thank you. Su-Yi was very satisfied with Pietro's attitude. No problem, I agree. Kelly, I'm going to take Pietro away. After he comes back, continue to increase his training volume. Walter. Su-Yi asked back, can't you hold on? I don't want you to drag Wanda down. But to be honest, if you die unexpectedly, Wanda will definitely be very sad. At that time, I will take the opportunity to comfort Wanda, and the chance of success will be very high. Pietro gritted his teeth angrily, but there was nothing he could do. I agree with increasing the volume of training. Su-Yi took Pietro to see Wanda. Wanda and Pietro brothers and sisters, there are still many topics to talk about. Ancient One Magician took the opportunity to chat with Su-Yi for a while. What Su-Yi did in Asgard this time has completely messed up the timeline. Ancient One Magician can't predict what will happen in the Avengers Alliance with Time Gem. It now appears that Natasha Romanoff will not be an initial member of the Avengers Alliance. Loki is locked up and most likely won't be involved in a major event in the Avengers Alliance. Because of Su-Yi's change, the future has completely deviated from the established destiny. To sum it up in one simple word, it is outrageous. Su-Yi stayed in Camartage for a while and saw Wanda's progress. Wanda has gradually developed her own power through meditation practice. In this way, the cultivation of Xinqing is the main thing. Gaining power will be much slower, but more controllable. When Wanda comes out, it will definitely be stronger than direct awakening. As for spells, Wanda doesn't learn much. Most of them are basic knowledge of magic and only learned one portal. Wanda, it looks like you're making rapid progress. Wanda is living well here now and has learned magic. However, given the relationship between Sui and Tony, there is always some wariness on Sui. Thank you for sending me here to learn magic, but I hope that Tony Stark has prepared the materials and cleared himself of his guilt. Wanda has been learning more information and thinking for so long. Although it has not completely given up, it is not as extreme as it was at first. It's probably coming soon. I'll let you know when he's ready. Wanda smiled. I'm waiting for his explanation, and thank you for taking care of Pietro, but I don't want him to become an unscrupulous agent. Definitely, I'm just cultivating his ability. It's up to him to choose what kind of person he wants to be. As the elder brother, Pietro's self-esteem was a little frustrated after being so protected by Wanda. You know, I was born a few minutes earlier than you. I'm the big brother, and I know what I'm doing. Facing her big brother, Wanda was also very helpless. Okay. Then, don't bother me much, I'll take him back first. Although Wanda has learned the portal, she can't. Therefore, this kind of thing still has to be done by Sui. After leaving the helicarrier, Sui returned home, ready to continue her time management plan. When I got home, I found S.H.I.E.L.D was busy in the kitchen. S.H.I.E.L.D was wearing casual home clothes and was cooking while listening to music. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's graceful back, Sui was a little surprised. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D is still a beautiful cook? Sui moved closer and asked aloud, S.H.I.E.L.D, are you making dinner? S.H.I.E.L.D was startled when she heard Suyi's voice. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D is new here and she hasn't gotten used to Suyi's existence yet. Even more uncomfortable, Suyi's teleportation ability. However, after confirming that it was Sui, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly calmed down. As you said, I'll prepare dinner myself. Sui originally planned to go out to find a girl for dinner, but she won't come back at night. However, smelling the aroma of the dishes and seeing S.H.I.E.L.D cooking, I was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D is still a beautiful cook. In the super god world, S.H.I.E.L.D seems to live independently, and it is normal to be able to cook. Thinking of this, Sui temporarily decided to take care of the beauties around her first. He leaned near the kitchen and watched S.H.I.E.L.D cook. Is there my share? S.H.I.E.L.D replied very naturally, no, I remember you said that there is no need to wait for your return. So, I only prepared my own portion. Sui still didn't believe it, so she leaned over to have a look. I see, there are 2 dishes here, and you are still making them. 3 dishes, that's a lot. S.H.I.E.L.D explained, I am a generation of gods, so my appetite will be larger than ordinary people. Sui regretted not being able to eat the delicious food cooked by S.H.I.E.L.D's wife. However, Sui has no intention of giving up. That's it, then just cook 2 more dishes. If you don't have enough rice, you can eat next. It made sense to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, board and lodging were all paid by Sui, and S.H.I.E.L.D didn't have any reason to refuse. That's fine, then I'll cook 2 more dishes. I'll make another stir-fried beef and scallion-flavored eggs. You prepare the ingredients. Sui also joined in, okay? S.H.I.E.L.D is in charge of cooking while Sui prepares the ingredients. S.H.I.E.L.D, I didn't expect you to be a good cook. S.H.I.E.L.D thought for a moment, I don't know, it seems like it should. I didn't expect you to be a beautiful cook. It seems that in the future, I won't have to cook by myself. Seeing the way Sui cooks vegetables, S.H.I.E.L.D can also tell that Sui still knows how to cook. Immediately rejected Suyi's proposal. That's not good, cooking often will affect the skin. We take turns to cook, so it's fair. Sui didn't force it, okay, then take turns. S.H.I.E.L.D said softly, that's about the same. S.H.I.E.L.D was busy cooking 2 dishes, while Sui was next to him, making noodles by himself. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 enjoyed dinner together. S.H.I.E.L.D, would you like a drink or 2? Celebrating your arrival? S.H.I.E.L.D didn't object, okay. Sui chose a low-alcohol wine and drank 2 glasses with S.H.I.E.L.D to celebrate. It is indeed a kind of enjoyment to have dinner with a beautiful woman like S.H.I.E.L.D. It's delicious. Although Zhao Hailuan is also an oriental beauty, compared with S.H.I.E.L.D, she still feels very different. Aren't you planning to go out to eat? Yeah, there are too many confidants, busy with time management. Anyway, I'm too busy today, so I might as well continue tomorrow. What's more, today is your first day in this world, and it can be regarded as moving to a new house, so you still have to celebrate. How could S.H.I.E.L.D not know what Sui was thinking, but because of her natural sympathy, she wasn't very angry. Actually, it's okay to not celebrate. I don't care about that. Seeing this, Sui continued to attack. You don't care, I can't ignore it. After dinner, let's go to the opera. Mary Jane may have a show tonight. We can go and see it together. Qilin was a little surprised. Mary Jane, is she your confidant? It seems inappropriate for me to go with you, right? You're just my friend now, and Mary Jane won't be angry if you're new here. Even if you become my confidant, Mary Jane can accept it. The people around me, you will know sooner or later. You can't let me hide my beauty in the golden house and keep hiding it from them? After Su Yi's persuasion, Qilin also thinks this is the truth. But the metaphor of the golden house hiding the beauty always makes Qilin feel weird. After thinking briefly, Qilin readily agreed. Well, after dinner, let's go to the show together. The invitation was successful, and Su Yi was very happy. It seems that it is not very difficult to attack Qilin.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.